Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We're very happy to see many of you have joined us so early. So actually, we will just follow the exact time schedule we have, and we will start exactly at 3 p.m. So in the meantime, please feel free to use the chat option to connect with each other and network with each other and have that basic interaction time before we start. So we'll start exactly at 3 p.m. Thank you.
start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Amrita's UNESCO Chair in Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, the Amrita School for Sustainable Development, and India Water Partnership warmly welcome you all to the International Water Sustainability Symposium, IWSS 2021. As is custom in India, we always commence activities, large or small, with a prayer to the Almighty, seeking grace so our goals may be accomplished, bereft of any obstacles. I now invite Mr. Vineet Ajit, E4Life PhD student, to deliver the prayer.
Masha.
ध्यायामोदबलावृन्दावतीं तेजोमयीं नैष्टिकीं स्निग्धापाङ्गविलोकिनीं भगवतीं मन्दस्मितश्रीमुखीं वात्सल्यामृतवर्षिणीं सङ्कीर्तनालापिनीं श्यामाङ्गीं मधुसिक्तसूक्तिं मृतानन्दात्मिकामीश्वरीम्.
Thank you, Vineet. I now invite Dr. Manisha Viramesh, Dean of International Programs, Chair in International Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, to deliver the welcome address.
Om Amriteshwarye Namaha. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Om Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwarye Namaha. My humble prostrations to one and all who have gathered here. Welcome to all of you. On this World Water Day, it's indeed a great pleasure to join with the esteemed, globally renowned experts who are striving hard to achieve water sustainability. Over the past few decades, we have been witnessing a paradigm shift in water access and availability owing to the multitude of factors affecting the environment. Climate change has aggravated water crisis, waterborne diseases, and water-related hazards. According to the UN Water, around 2.2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water. The crisis is not centered around having too little water, but also on empowering the community on managing the scenarios with respect to the dynamic changes in the environment. Due to lack of sufficient knowledge and skills, billions of people around the world are continuing to suffer. With increasing population, estimates show that the global water shortage will increase to 40% by 2030. To combat this emerging scenario, Amrita Vishwavidyapeedham's UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, the Amrita School for Sustainable Development, and India Water Partnership are organizing the International Symposium on Water Sustainability, Challenges, Technologies, and Opportunities, IWSS 2021, to explore water sustainability, global and local challenges with the intent of unveiling the technologies adopted and realized opportunities in relation to water sustainability. The symposium will be held from March 22 to March 25 from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. IST. The symposium will explore global and local challenges, technologies adopted, and realized opportunities in relation to water sustainability. We welcome each of you to be part of the International Symposium on Water Sustainability. IWSS 2021 seeks to provide a platform for interaction and knowledge sharing between academia, industry, government, and non-government sectors. We will concentrate to understand and address the existing water sustainability challenges in depth, study the impact or gaps of complex water issues, and potentially develop a framework that will cater to multi-dimensional challenges in water management and sustainability and support to achieve equitable universal access to water. Some of the specific objectives of the symposium will be to explore innovative technologies, analyze how water governance policies and procedures needs to be enhanced for effective participatory approaches to develop water-wise communities, and understand innovative strategies and research approaches related to water resource management, water sustainability, and water resilience across the world. The major theme of the symposium are: Theme 1, clean water access and availability; Theme 2, water treatment technologies and circular economy; Theme 3, sanitation and public health; Theme 4, water resilience for climate adaptation; Theme 5, smart water solutions; Theme 6, case studies for water sustainability; Theme 7 is the educational platform for water sustainability. Our Chancellor, Amma, has placed paramount importance on conserving water resources, as any failure to combat the current crisis may see fresh water becoming an inaccessible commodity for the upcoming generations. Drawing inspiration and guidance from Amma's vision of making clean water accessible to one and all, Mata Amritantamai Mutt has been spearheading a number of initiatives on this regard. To name a few of Amma's organization has launched Jeevamrutam, a $15.2 million clean drinking water provisioning project for 5,000 villages in India. This solution was conceptualized and designed by faculty and students of Amrita Vishwavidyapeedham, which has already reached more than 100,000 villagers in Kerala receiving clean drinking water. Not only in Kerala, this has been also deployed in multiple states in India. Along with that, Amma has initiated several programs to provide water access by implementing water distribution systems, rainwater harvesting, community level purified drinking water systems, etc. Several water sustainability initiatives like water resource optimization for agriculture and daily use in Amma's institution have been devised and implemented for a decade long back itself. More than 200,000 community members have been trained to become water-wise community members. Now let me go into my job allocated to me of welcoming our eminent and our chief guest. Our chief guest of honor, Sri T.K. Jose, IAS, is Additional Chief Secretary, Home and Vigilance, Water Resource Department, Civil and Environmental Engineering, Coastal Shipping and Inland Navigation Department under the Government of Kerala. Mr. Jose has been a pioneer in driving various key initiatives in the state aimed at water conservation and community development. He is the brain behind the Kudumbashri initiative, which has launched a number of schemes aimed at community development and also bringing up self-help development and empowering the community, the women empowerment. Under his vision, in the recent past, he is leading all the educational institutions in the state and making them all collaboratively work towards exploring and utilizing technologies to combat the river water pollution. His vision is completely different, and he is actually bringing in the multi-stakeholders to handle the water sustainability challenges. And I am extremely honored to welcome Sri T.K. Jose to this August gathering. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of Amrita University and Mata Amrandamai Madam for this program. Our guest of honor, Mr. Eric Falt, is the Director and UNESCO representative for the UNESCO New Delhi Cluster Office covering Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. Under his visionary leadership, UNESCO has partnered with a number of organizations, including US, India, for various water conservation programs. Mr. Falt has been instrumental in driving various key initiatives in this regard and has emphasized water conservation as having enormous value for households, food, culture, health, education, economics, and the integrity of our natural environment. It is an absolute honor to welcome Mr. Eric Falt to this symposium. On behalf of myself, Amrita University and Mata Amrandamai Mat, I am welcoming you, sir, to this program. Dr. Krishnashree Achyutan, Dean, Postgraduate Program at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, heads the Center for Cybersecurity Systems and Network and Amrita Technology Business Incubator at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Dr. Krishnashree is an ardent researcher with multidisciplinary interests and holds a PhD degree from Clarkson University, New York, USA. She has played an active role in several strategic initiatives for government of India and served as principal investigator for several projects. Her vision of bringing in and developing students to give them an opportunity to build incubators and give them the strength to face the world and bring out their capabilities is a tremendous work which she is doing, not only for Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, she is also working with all the Indian students all over the country. I am delighted to welcome Dr. Krishnashree to deliver the vote of thanks also. I would like to welcome everyone who has gathered here to the symposium. With the pandemic aggravating the need to take urgent steps by adopting path-breaking technologies to combat the crisis that we face, I would like to quote Amma's words here as a wake-up call for all of us to strive for a better tomorrow. As Amma says, today our air, food, water, all are polluted. If we do not stop exploiting nature for our temporary selfish gains, we will destroy the nature. Nature is extremely agitated. If we do not mend our ways, we have to pay a heavy price. Amma said, one should have awareness and responsibility. Preservation of our natural resources should be one of our foremost duties. The natural resources that we consume are the wealth that need to be transferred to coming generations. If we mindlessly exploit the resources, we won't be able to leave anything for our grandchildren. The symposium, spanning across 4 days, will showcase around 60 speakers from around the world with expertise in multiple areas related to water conservation and management. As of today, we have 1,000 plus participants from various countries registered for the symposium. I deeply hope that the symposium helps us garner great insight and make us delve deeper to resolve the crisis. By strengthening our collaborative efforts in this regard, let each one of us strive to be the pioneers to bring in transformation and embrace sustainability as a way of life. I welcome each one of you to this program. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manisha, for that very warm and welcome address. We will now show a brief video about an introduction for Amrita's sustainability initiatives.
ഒരപേക്ഷയുള്ളത് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ 2 മാസത്തേക്കെങ്കിലും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പിനായിട്ട് അവർ അയക്കണം. അവിടെ പോകുമ്പം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പാവപ്പെട്ടവരെ കാണാനും അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലെ കാരുണ്യം ഉണരും. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർ ലോകത്തിലുണ്ടെന്ന് ചിന്ത കൂടി അവർക്ക് വരും. അതൊരു സൈക്കോളജിക്കലായിട്ട് നല്ലതാണ്. എല്ലാത്തിലും അടങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്ന ആത്മാവ് എന്നാണ്. വലത് വെച്ച് വെറുതെ തലോടുന്നത് പോലെ മറ്റുള്ള ദുഃഖം തൻ്റെ ദുഃഖമായും മറ്റുള്ള സന്തോഷം തൻ്റെ സന്തോഷമായി കണ്ട് അവരെ സേവിക്കാനുമുള്ള തത്വമാണ് നമ്മൾ ആധ്യാത്മിക കൂടി ഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്.
ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ തലമുറയ്ക്ക് ഇപ്പം കുറച്ച് വെള്ളമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ പൈസ സമ്പാദിക്കുന്നു, കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നു, പക്ഷേ കുടിക്കാൻ വെള്ളമില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തായിരിക്കും? ഇതിൻ്റെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ പണം സമ്പാദനം കുട്ടികൾ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ തന്നെ അതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതിയെ സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനെ പറ്റി.
Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan labde jnanam.
I would now like to invite Dr. Krishna Sri Achyutan to deliver the vote of thanks.
No, Soumya. Sorry for that.
My sincere apologies for that error. I would actually now like to move on to the session for today. So over the next few days, we will hear from over 50 speakers from academia, industry, government, as well as PhD students from various countries such as the US, UK, Israel, Italy, India, and the Netherlands to explore and discuss 7 distinct themes in relation to water sustainability. The first theme as part of the symposium today will be clean water access and availability, requirements, solutions, and applications. The chair of the session will be Dr. Soundarajan, Assistant Professor of Civil Engineering, School of Engineering at Coimbatore campus, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Before we start today's session, I would just like all the speakers to please kindly note that everyone has been allotted 20 minutes for their respective talks. At the 15-minute mark, a buzzer will be sounded to give a gentle 5-minute warning, and again at the 20-minute mark to indicate time has run out. We kindly request all speakers to please adhere to the time limit.
I would request Mr. Eric Fall to deliver the guest of honor speech to the august audience.
Thank you very much, distinguished organizers of the event, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution in 1992 by which 22 March of each year is declared World Day for Water. Member states were invited to devote the day, as may be deemed appropriate in the national context, to organize activities related to the conservation and development of water resources. The theme that was chosen for this year World Water Day is valuing water. It is often said, and for good reason, that water is the most precious resource available on Earth. In fact, even when we visit other planets like Mars recently, the first thing that we look for is the availability of water. Water is a foundation for our life, cross-cutting all social, cultural, economic, and environmental services. Nevertheless, we also know that over 2 billion people do not have direct access to water. This situation is directly connected to the fact that global water use has increased by a factor of 6 over the past 100 years and continues to grow steadily at a rate of about 1% per year as a result of increasing population, economic development, and shifting consumption patterns. Safe drinking water and sanitation are recognized as basic human rights, but presently 3 out of 10 people do not have access to safe drinking water. And we also know that 6 out of 10 people do not have access to safely managed sanitation services. Climate change, as has already been mentioned, has also further exacerbated this challenge. And it is estimated that by 2050, climate change will cause a 10% decline in freshwater availability, affecting 685 million people. Many actors and international organizations are mobilized. UNESCO, for one, has been working more specifically towards building the scientific knowledge base to help countries manage their water resources in a sustainable way. This is our mandate through our intergovernmental hydrological program, through the development of the UN-wide World Water Development Report, and also through numerous centers and chairs on water around the world. Let me just go into a little more detail. First of all, you should know that UNESCO's Intergovernmental Hydrological Program that I just mentioned is the only intergovernmental program of the United Nations system devoted to water research and management, as well as related education and capacity development. The IHP started out in 1975. It stimulates and encourages hydrological research and assists member states in training activities. The program focuses on a number of thematic areas. I just would like to mention 3. Water-related disasters, quite important, I know, in Kerala. Groundwater and a changing environment, and water education. In the year 2000, UNESCO also established the World Water Assessment Program in response to a call from the UN Commission on Sustainable Development to produce a UN system-wide periodic global overview of the status of water, including both quantity and quality, use and management of freshwater resources. Since then, a new World Water Development Report has been released each year on a different theme, on or near World Water Day, to provide decision makers with the tools to formulate and implement sustainable water policies. This year's UN World Water Development Report, which is released today, is entitled Valuing Water, in line, obviously, with the theme for this year. It assesses the current status and challenges to the valuation of water across different sectors and perspectives, and identifies ways in which valuation can be promoted as a tool to help improve its management and achieve global sustainable development. Methodologies and approaches to the valuation of water are described through 5 interrelated perspectives, and these are complemented with experiences from different global regions, opportunities to reconcile multiple values of water through integrated and approaches to governance and financing mechanisms, and prospects to address knowledge, research, and capacity needs. I don't want to say more on the report, but I invite you, of course, to read it. It is available very easily online. Another global program of UNESCO that I want to mention today is our Megacities Alliance for Water and Climate. By 2030, which is technically the end of the Sustainable Development Goals, over 1 billion people will live in approximately 100 very large cities around the world, and 60% of the world's population will live in urban areas. That is why, back in 2015, 5 years ago, UNESCO launched this Megacities Alliance for Water and Climate with the aim to provide an international cooperation forum for dialogue on water to help megacities adapt to and mitigate the effects of climate change. It involves pretty much all stakeholders in the water sector, national and local governance leaders, civil society representatives, researchers, urban planners, decision makers, and much more, providing a forum in which they can learn from each other's experience, exchange best practices, but also collaborate with technical, academic, and financial institutions, and and also design and implement individual responses to the challenges of climate change and urban growth. At the national level, I also want to mention here that UNESCO New Delhi collaborates with the National Institute of Urban Affairs, and we are currently working on a framework for sustainable and holistic water management of Indian cities through integrated urban water management. In addition, in partnership again with the National Institute of Urban Affairs, but also the advisory firm Oak2 ESG, we have launched a new initiative on blue financing with the purpose of working towards better understanding the financial risks and challenges in the water sector and facilitating the movement of capital towards the sector. Finally, and to engage with children, UNESCO New Delhi launched last September H2O, a program on water developed in partnership with a National Mission for Clean Ganga, the United Schools Organization of India, the Toons Media Group, and also Water Digest. The aim of this initiative is to encourage school children to actively offer their creative contribution to water issues in India. An artistic platform was provided to the school students so that they could submit creative stories after being trained in script writing, character sketching, and storyboarding. Since its launch in September of last year, more than 17,000 students from 43 schools across India have been engaged in this initiative. And today, on the occasion of World Water Day, 3 short animation films, which are the result of this effort, and will be launched. And that's when we will showcase the 3 winners. All in all, UNESCO believes that by working together, we can identify solutions to help us build a sustainable and prosperous world without leaving anyone behind. I therefore look forward to the input from the symposium and its concrete suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric Falk. It was very detailed and in-depth description of the global and local scale and also the national scale different initiatives UNESCO has taken up, especially with respect to the work with respect to the school children, and also looking into the hydrological researches, the training activities, groundwater change, groundwater recharging, the methodologies and different approaches UNESCO has taken up has been elaborated in your presentation. And we could see that your extensive experience by being with UNESCO over the years and has been served as the Director for Outreach Division at United Nations at the Department of Public Information, and also being the Director of Communication for United Nations Environmental Program, and working with different countries with Pakistan, Iraq, Haiti, Cambodia, etc. All those knowledge has been brought in this presentation, and each of us feel very happy to hear the different initiatives UNESCO have brought in and where we could contribute. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. The next is our Chief Guest of Honor, Dr. T.K. Jose. He is our Additional Chief Secretary, Home and Vigilance, Water Resources Department, Civil and Environmental Engineering, Coastal Shipping and Inland Navigation Department, Government of Kerala. Dr. T.K. Jose is a 1988 IAS batch officer of the Kerala cadre, whom prior to 2011 took charge as the chairman of the Coconut Development Board. He was also the managing director of the Roads and Bridges Development Corporation of Kerala Limited. Dr. Jose was the main driver of the formation and growth of Kudumbashree Mission. As its executive director, he started innovative programs such as Ashraya, Bhavanshri, Vidyashri, Balasabha, Clean Kerala Campaign, Clean Destination Campaign, and numerous micro enterprises. In May 2020, he was moved to the post of Additional Chief Secretary, Home and Vigilance, with additional charge of water resources and coastal shipping and inland navigation. Currently serves as Additional Chief Secretary. He is a 1988 batch IAS officer of Kerala cadre. Before taking up the charge, he served as the chairman of Swachhata Mission. During his tenure as a government officer, Dr. Jose has held various posts such as Director, Public Relations Department, Secretary, Local Government Department, Secretary, Public Works Department, and Managing Director, Kerala Books and Publication Society, and was Nodal Officer for the Cochin Infrastructure Development Projects. With his vast experience and working at different areas, he has actually brought in a lot of visionary approaches in each of the areas where he has worked on. And there are a lot of out of the box ideas, and he has always tried to bring in different stakeholders together to provide solutions for the community that will help our future generation. We happily and proudly invite you, sir, to deliver the Chief Guest of Honor talk and also inaugurate the program.
My humble pranam to all the family members of Amrita Vishya Vidyapeetham. A hearty greetings of World Water Day from the Water Resource Department, Government of Kerala, to all the participants and all people attending this Zoom meeting. Our guest of honor, Mr. Eric Falt, the Director and UNESCO representatives to India, Bhutan, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. Dr. Manisha Ramesh, Dean International Programs and UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Development and Innovation. Dr. Krishna Sri Achidan, Dean Postgraduate Program of Amrita Vishya Vidyapeetham, and all the faculty members, researchers, teachers, and students. I feel it as a privilege to be with you for this an experiential learning process. In fact, one of the most important and most relevant topic of the day, water sustainability, its challenges, technologies, and opportunities. In fact, when a university like Amrita Vishya Vidyapeetham, the #1 private university in the country and 4th ranked among all the universities in India, when Amrita Vishya Vidyapeetham takes up this as one of the challenges, not only for the seminar and symposium, but also for their futuristic development in academics, research, and extension and outreach program throughout the country. We feel elated as well as we feel honored by Kerala society, because the university and especially the college from Amrita Puri is expanding to the Nukan corner of the country. From the government of Kerala, on this day, the World Water Day, in fact, we are also celebrating at various levels, trying to create awareness about water as the most essential resource for the sustenance of human life, livelihood, and sustainable development. In fact, at national government level, we have taken up integrated water management for faster socioeconomic development and water security as the major theme today. Our Honorable Prime Minister at 12:30 p.m. today launched our new campaign of Jalashakti Abhiyan, that is to catch the rain where it falls, when it falls. In fact, a vast country like India, stretching east to west around 2,500 kilometers, north-south 3,000 kilometers, having all the probable varieties of geographical and climatic conditions across the world. In fact, one side of Western India, especially Rajasthan and Gujarat, while experiencing the drought and water scarcity, there are other areas in the Himalayan region facing flood and landslides simultaneously. In fact, we have the tropic climate, the desert climate, the cold Himalayan climate, and the coastal areas. The issues of water supply and sanitation varies from zone to zone. Today, one of the most elevated human habitation, Kargil at Ladakh, is conducting a water supply and sanitation seminar for the next 3 days on water supply and sanitation in cold climate throughout the year 24/7. So in fact, the challenges faced by our country in ensuring water for all is gigantic. I always feel that government alone cannot do justice to address this task. In fact, great universities like Amrita Vishwavidyapitham, followed by other research and scientific institutions, have to collaborate together, and government is soliciting the knowledge and wisdom, learning and research from all these universities, institutions, and centers of excellence to help the government to reach out to the people to ensure drinking water to all safely. And I'm sure that it is, when we talk about faster socioeconomic development, it is not only the drinking water, there are so many other areas in which government have to concentrate. In fact, the Honorable Prime Minister in today's address, he requested all of us, work should be done on water conservation, irrigation, rainwater harvesting, seawater and wastewater treatment, and again, irrigation through micro irrigation for farmers called per drop more crop. Per unit quantity of water, we have to produce much more. And the emphasis is to be on concentrating much more on community-based micro irrigation. And the target put for the Jal Shakti Abhiyan is, during the next 5 years, we have to work at least 4 times the efforts we have taken during the past 70 years for water conservation and to revive the sources of water. This is no doubt a Herculean change. No government alone can take up this type of gigantic task. In fact, we solicit all the academic institutions, especially engineering colleges, research institutions, to help the people, society, and government to achieve the targets set for Jal Shakti Abhiyan. Again, ensuring safe, functional household tap connections to all the rural households in the country over a period of next 5 years was the mission set forth by our Honorable Prime Minister on 15th of August 2019. That 2019 to 2024, that 5-year period, we have to ensure that safe, quality drinking water is provided to each and every rural household through functional household tap connections. So that is why the Jal Jeevan mission came into existence. Now coming back to the state of Kerala, one of the smallest southwest province of the country, in Jal Jeevan mission, Kerala also is poised to give 5 million functional household tap connections over a period of 4 years. In fact, out of the 67.5 lakh, that is 6.75 million rural households in Kerala, only 1.75 million households were having functional household tap connections as on 1st of April 2020. Now the task is to provide 5 million more functional connections, household tap connections. And in fact, we are working along with our academic institutions and engineering colleges in the state. In fact, dear friends, in this context only, we had initiated in the month of November a massive tie-up and collaboration with all engineering colleges in the state of Kerala and Water Resources Department in Government of Kerala, providing safe drinking water to every household. At the same time, providing opportunity for college students, academicians, departments, and engineering colleges and universities to abate the pollution in all the rivers in Kerala state. Out of the 44 rivers in the state, 21 are already polluted beyond tolerance limit. In fact, through this beautiful collaboration with academic institutions, we could within a 16-week period, with the help of teachers and students, we could make a functionally implementable detailed project report for abating the pollution of 21 rivers in the state of Kerala. Now, after the elections to the state assembly, we are targeting the remaining 23 rivers also to be cleaned up through the collaboration between engineering colleges and students. In fact, in Water Resource Department in Kerala, we have irrigation department, major irrigation, minor irrigation, and micro irrigation. Again, Kerala Water Authority, who has the mandate through enactment of the parliament to provide safe drinking water and water treatment of wastewater. The authority is in charge of Jal Jeevan Mission. We have a groundwater department. We have an irrigation design and research board called abbreviated IDRB, a public sector company called Kerala Irrigation Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited. We have a Kerala Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency, abbreviated as Jalanidhi. These are all our arms to work with academic institutions or bridging the academic community and government. We look forward to have effective participation and collaboration with Amrita Vishwavidyapitham in all the ensuing programs in Water Resource Department. In fact, my colleagues are also attending and trying to learn to enhance their horizons of knowledge in water sector through this 4 days workshop. And again, I am very much thankful to Amrita Vishwavidyapitham for bringing together a stellar combination of all the domain experts in water sector across the continents. In fact, this is one of the rarest opportunity for us to learn, my colleagues and me, to learn from vast experience of all the international, national agencies and research institute and universities. In fact, we also had excellent stories across India. A state of Gujarat with the 6% of the geographical area had around 12% of the water stressed areas in the country in 2004. During the last 3 5-year plans, now state of Gujarat has become one of the most sustainable water areas of the country now, in drinking water and irrigation, water storage, rainwater harvesting. This success model of Gujarat prompted our federal government, national government, to think of a new ministry, Jal Shakti Ministry, and a program called Jal Shakti Abhiyan and Jal Jeevan Mission. Dear friends, in fact, it is my pleasure to be with you and being part of this massive program of Amrita Vishwavidyapitham to bring together all the players for the benefit of attaining sustainable development goals, as well as attaining the goals set by our Honorable Prime Minister to provide safe drinking water to all households in the rural area by 2024. Again, in this year's national budget, the Jal Jeevan Mission, which was originally intended to address the rural households, has been extended and scaled up to all urban households also. The budgetary allocation for the Jal Jeevan Mission has been made 4 times compared to the previous year. So this shows that how much emphasis and importance is given by our national government on water sector, safe drinking water, rejuvenation of rivers, rejuvenation of water bodies, and cleaning of all the flowing rivers. In fact, water when flowing through various places, it nourishes all in its way. Similarly, the knowledge and the skills developed by the research at this seminar also is expected to nourish all the participants. While the knowledge flows like river water, the knowledge nourishes all of us. And let us aim at improving our knowledge, and widening our horizon in water sector. In fact, various technologies, various geographical areas of this country needs appropriate technologies and appropriate research, including action research, to address this gigantic problem. So in this context, once again, I congratulate Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham and organizers of this International Water Sustainability Symposium. And with the permission from all the participants, let me declare this IWSS 2021 for water sustainability challenges, technologies, and opportunities be inaugurated formally. Once again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and wish you all the best to the Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham University, all the faculty members, and all the participants here to learn extra from this 4-day seminar. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. It's indeed a very informative presentation of all the work which is happening in water nationally and also in the state of Kerala. I think we all know that, from your presentation, the amount of effort which the central government and the state government is putting to bring in water to the doorstep of each and every community member. And at the same time, look at all the different angles and multi-stakeholders involved in this area. Your talk also has brought out how much importance and how much budget increase has happened in bringing in to achieve these goals of sustainable development and water sustainability, and the different departments which are involved in this, and how each of you are also looking into academia to support this initiative. We hope that we will be able to work with both the government and try to actually hold our hands together to bring in the water sustainability initiatives to a bigger scale, so that we can save the nature in the way, the environment in the way we envision. Thank you very much, sir. I will now welcome Dr. Krishna Shri. Dr. Krishna Shri Achudan is the Dean of Postgraduate Programs at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. She is also the Director of the Center for Cyber Security Systems and Networks and CEO of Amrita Technology Business Incubator at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. She is an ardent researcher with multidisciplinary interest and holds a PhD degree from Clarkson University, USA. Her areas of interest in cybersecurity and governance, mathematical modeling of systems, cybersecurity policy, IoT security, public safety, innovation, educational technologies, and entrepreneurship. She also leads research teams focused on enhancement of laboratory education through virtual laboratories. She holds 33 patents and has published over 50 publications in journals and conferences. She has played an active role in several strategic initiatives for Government of India and served as the principal investigator. I now invite Dr. Krishna Shri to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes.
I'm actually very honored to have this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural ceremony. As we've heard from our distinguished speakers, addressing the holistic theme of water, its availability and reach, its use and treatment are of paramount importance, touching every single living being today. When I heard the theme of this year's Water Day, that is value of water, I remembered our Chancellor's quote when she compared water to blood, when she said how witnessing any wastage of water felt like an oozing of her own blood, exemplifying how improper care, loss, and wastage of water can be so devastating and threatening our very sustenance. Needless to say, the time is now to act, and act with ferocity, with earnestness, with utmost focus to solve the myriad challenges centered around water. Today, under our Chancellor's direct guidance, Amrita is very excited, very proud and humbled to lead India's largest university-led clean water program to 5,000 villages called Jeevamritam. I'm extremely grateful to Dr. Eric Fald, UNESCO Director and Representative for regions comprising Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, the Maldives, and Sri Lanka, who has taken time from his valuable schedule to be with us here today. Having served as the Assistant Director General of UNESCO for nearly a decade and leading UNESCO's peace and human rights initiatives in unstable and war-stricken countries are very valuable to addressing the impact of what the lack of basic needs will have on people and environment. The thoughts you have shared with us today and articulating in detail the various initiatives, the global themes and UNESCO India's focus areas brought home the necessity and urgency to take immediate steps to resolve solvable problems we have in a large country such as India and thus not leave anyone behind. Thank you very much for being with us. We're so grateful to Sri T.K. Joes, Additional Chief Secretary to Government of Kerala, who is one of the most dynamic and enthusiastic government officers in the state of Kerala. His meticulous work on reforming various sectors in the state of Kerala, from the Home Ministry to vigilance to water resources, coastal shipping, etc., are exemplary. Most importantly, the work he has done to support the most vulnerable strata of the society has been very groundbreaking. His openness to create inclusive platforms to solving problems even as recent as protecting the rivers of Kerala was quite inspiring to me personally. Thank you, sir, for the amazing presentation of core issues related to water, the government initiatives, and your vision for what we need to do to take on, as you said, the Herculean task of quadrupling our effort to exploring solutions to various challenges. I'm so delighted that Dr. Manisha Sudhir, the UNESCO Chair for Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, and the School of Sustainable Development has put together such an eclectic gathering of experts from international academia, industry, government, and world bodies on 7 distinct themes that cover the various interdisciplinary aspects of water, sustainability, and education. We are so grateful to the 60 plus speakers from 6 countries, the staff, researchers, and students of Amrita Vishwavidyapitham for putting this wonderful program together for all of us across India and the world. I very much look forward to the next 3 days of presentation and the thought-provoking discussions that will ensue from these presentations. Thank you all once again, and very warm welcome to this workshop.
Thank you, everybody. It's been wonderful to have each one of you. This marks the end of the inauguration program. Thank you once again to both of our guest of honor, Chief Guest of Honor, Dr. Sri T.K. Joes, and also Mr. Eric Fald and Dr. Krishna Sri for joining the inauguration program. And we hope that we will be able to learn in this symposium and move forward. And I would now request Soumya to take over from me and then to move to the theme 1. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha. Our first theme for the symposium will be clean water access and availability, requirements, solutions, and applications. The chair of the session will be Dr. B. Soundarajan, Assistant Professor, Civil Engineering, School of Engineering, Coimbatore Campus, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. Before we start the session today, a few housekeeping rules. To all the speakers, please kindly note that everyone has been allotted 20 minutes for their respective talks. At the 15-minute mark, a buzzer will be sounded to give a gentle 5-minute warning, and again at the 20-minute mark to indicate time has run out. We kindly request all speakers to please adhere to the time limit. For any of our participants who have questions for our speakers, please feel free to put them in the Q&A function located at the bottom of the screen. We request everyone not to put questions in the chat function. Please only use the chat function for general comments, feedback, or networking. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. B. Soundarajan to commence today's session.
Thank you, Soumya, for your introductory words. I welcome you all to the first thematic session of this symposium. The theme of this session is clean water access and availability, requirements, solutions, and applications. In this session, there are around 14 talks from eminent scientists from different specializations of water science and technology. So to save time, I think we can directly move to the keynote talks. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Jules van Leer from Delft University of Technology. Dr. Jules is a full professor of environmental engineering and wastewater treatment at the sanitary engineering section of TU Delft. Dr. Jules is also affiliated with UNESCO IHE Institute for Water Education. His specialization is anaerobic treatment technology. His main research interest also includes development of cost-effective technologies for water and wastewater treatment and recovering resources such as water, nutrients, biogas from waste streams. His research projects are focused on closing water cycles in industries and sewage water recovery for irrigated agriculture, along with the further development of anaerobic technology, anaerobic treatment technology. So Professor Jules also an executive board member and scientific advisor to the LEAF Foundation, regional representative for Western Europe Anaerobic Digestion Specialist Group of the IWA, and advisory board member of World Water Net in Amsterdam. Professor Jules is also editor of Water Science and Technology Journal and Advances in Environmental Research and Development Journal. His topic of today's keynote talk is recovery of energy and resources from wastewaters, realistic potentials and current challenges. Now I request Professor Jules to deliver his keynote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your very kind introduction. I would like to thank the organizing committee for having me as a first keynote speaker of this important digital conference that I'm happily to assist in. Now, the theme is regarding wastewaters, but it has also due to tightness of my agenda this week. So I'm very happy that I'm given the opportunity to give my presentation in this session. I would like to proceed with my question of my presentation. So I'm coming from Delft. This is in the Netherlands. It's located here with an arrow and a yellow dot. It's a complete different environment than the environments we saw this morning in the videos on water needs in rural areas. And everything is managed quite well. Nonetheless, water is very important in the Netherlands, not only because we are below sea level, but also because of the quality and of the water that we cherish, that we need to take actions, and we would like to put it in a higher degree of sustainability. And that is what I would like to talk about today. Now, wastewater in the Netherlands has a history of several decades. Started all in let's say in the 70s of the last century, when the laws were made and the largest investments were made. So we're opting now an extensive sea removal, extensive nutrient removal, effluents for discharge, and we try to minimize the combined sewer overflows. But realizing the difference in the environments, in the Netherlands, 100% of the households are connected to a centralized sewer systems. And we have a guaranteed urban drainage, although that is at stake because of climate change developments. Very important is that the polluter pay principle was introduced, and that means that we have a cost recovery by public taxes. And that is also, it can also be due to the fact that responsibility are institutionalized. We should not forget the investments we have in the small countries of the Netherlands that is reaching 110 billion euros. And in fact, it's the largest civil investments that we have in the Netherlands, only nobody sees it. At the present, we would like to contribute to the cyclic economy. And that means effluent for reuse, resources from sewage. And let's see how far we are. For your understanding, this is the panacea that we have with regard to wastewater treatment. In fact, this is kind of a blueprint of the conventional wastewater treatment plants that have been installed in the past decades. And now the plant that you see in the right-hand corner of this slide is the largest sewage treatment plant that we have in the Netherlands, which is located in Delft. And it is treating about 1.4 million people. And it is culminating from a technology development in the past century. And it's also enlarging scales, etc., etc. This was inaugurated in 2004, but I can tell you this plant will never be implemented in the way it is now. And new technologies have been developed. What we have as current challenges in sewage treatment plants is that we have to treat more stricter our nutrients. And that means nitrogen has to go down from the current 10-15 milligrams per liter level to 2.2 ultimately, as given by the European Framework Directives, which has been adopted to the Netherlands government. And also the current phosphorus emissions are at 1 to 2 milligram per liter, but they have to go down to 0.1 eventually. And that means large investments, of course, in the Netherlands. We also committed ourselves, and that this is the water authorities that are governing this area in the Netherlands. They are committing themselves to use less energy, to use less fossil fuel in their wastewater treatment plants, and eventually becoming energy neutral in this sense, reducing our CO2 footprint. And in the meantime, we signed a Green Deal, and we again are the water authorities, a Green Deal with the government to recover resources and to contribute to the cyclical economy, a higher degree of sustainability. Other concerns are also bothering the water authorities, which has not been yet agreed with the ministries or which have not been installed in a law. For instance, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Think about methane gas or N2O or these kind of greenhouse gases. Also, public concern is arising for micropollutants, which is not yet in the law, but it will be eventually. There's a growing concern in antibiotic-resistant genes and the spreading of pathogens. Also the COVID pandemic is supporting this concern, of course. And the current and upcoming effluent restrictions, they set the boundary conditions for the new developments, like resource recovery. So any new development has included the current constraints into their driving force for these new developments. For instance, if we talk about getting lower degrees of nitrogen in the effluents, we can revisit the current installations and implement new technologies in there. And in fact, it has been done in the past years, in the past decades as well. For instance, this is a wastewater treatment plant, the conventional approach with the UTC, the University of Cape Town strategy in activated sludge with fast screen, centrifuge, primary clarifiers, the biological treatment, secondary clarifiers, and the sludge line. Now, in order to get nitrogen down, and technology has been developed, Anamax called, that consumes much less energy. And this technology has been implemented in several places in the Netherlands now. And indeed, 3 times less energy is required for this type of technology. Going one step further, we tried, hey, if we can use this Anamax bacteria, we can also use it for having nitrogen out in the main water line. And indeed, that can be done. And in addition, we have to consider the effluents for removing more nitrogen and micropollutants. Now, as mentioned, having this mainstream Anamax that has indeed been researched, because if we can remove nitrogen in this way, then we can direct much more of the organics to digestion and recover the biochemical energy that is enclosed in organic matter for energy recovery. Now, this has been researched, and the research has been shown that below 15 degrees, which is the case in the Netherlands in wintertime, then this system is less stable. However, this opens possibilities for countries like India, for instance, where you can use the climate that you have for making biotechnologies possible, which are under constraints in the Dutch conditions. So we can learn from each other's insights and use these insights for the implementation in those conditions where this application is possible. In the meantime, other technologies are being developed in the Netherlands, and one of the most successful ones is Discol technology. It's an aerobic granular sludge technology that was developed by the company Royal Haskoning DHV in cooperation with TU Delft with my colleague Mark van Loosdrecht. What you see here is a wastewater treatment plant, a full wastewater treatment plant only consisting of 3 tanks. You don't see any clarifiers, no primary clarifiers, no secondary clarifiers, and it saves a lot of money. And it can be done because in this biotechnology, the sludge is not growing suspended, as you can see in the right-hand beaker glass, but it's growing in granular form, as you can see in the left-hand beaker glass. Those glasses, they have the same amount of activated sludge, but in the left hand, they are granulated, so they settle without the need for having large clarifiers, and that makes the system very cost-effective. The advantages of these systems are listed here, and these has resulted from the implementation at full scales in the past 15 years. And nowadays, this technology is implemented worldwide, although I don't know yet in India, for instance. But the overall advantages has about 35–45% less energy requirements, less fossil fuel consumptions, so cheaper and less greenhouse gas emissions. 75% space reductions, huge reduction in civil works, making the system way more effective. Decrease investment and operational costs, and it also, the system is quite effective for removing BOD, nitrogen, and phosphorus at the same time. So also that makes the system very compact. And what does that mean, for instance, for a wastewater treatment plant like TU Delft? Well, all these clarifiers are not needed anymore, making the system much more cost effective. And that also explains why the novel technologies are not conventional activated sludge anymore, but more of this type of technologies. And interestingly, inside this granule, people found there are some biopolymers that can be extracted from this sludge mass and can be used for different purposes. In fact, a whole new company was set up to extract these polymers from these waste products to make a new product. These polymers that, like bioplastic type of products that can be used for coating the roads or coating paper or whatsoever. Now, this company has been inaugurated in 2019 and is now implementing this extracted material for novel products, making value out of a waste component, and that will, of course, gives a lot of advantages for implementing wastewater treatment technology. Other technologies that have been developed, and these have been implemented in India, countries like India, or very widely, is the implementation of anaerobic technologies. And well, I don't have to explain it for the Indian audience; they know this technology. The anaerobic technology is particularly for COD, BOD removal, but the novel combinations with high rate technologies, also extensive BOD removal and nitrogen and phosphorus removal can be implemented, and maybe also the wastewater that has been treated. Examples in Brazil are very, they are very good for describing this potential of these technologies that are implemented nearby residential areas and giving no burden to the urban areas, but the reclaimed water can even be used for reclaiming irrigation water for city greening, for instance. And moreover, there's no fossil fuel consumption. In light of this, I would like to show one example, which is very compact and which is developed also by a Dutch company called Parks. This is a technology that in the upper part, it uses the activated sludge plant, and in the lower part, it uses the anaerobic, the USB reactor. So this is combining both technologies, both conventional technologies in an innovative tank to have the advantages of those two types of treatment systems, bringing a total solution in a very compact way, so it can be mounted inside the urban areas. And it works like this. Well, the discussion is not going to be in detail to talk about technologies, but it gives you an idea how it works, like how these two technologies can be combined in very complex systems. As mentioned, in the Netherlands, we are now heading for resource recovery. There's a Green Deal has been signed between the water authorities and the ministries. and various compounds are now being extracted from the wastewater and to valorize for giving them a new life in a cyclic economy. I don't have time to go in all these examples, but I will pick some. So first, the energy that can be recovered. Now, we discussed that. What we do in the Netherlands on the wastewater treatment plants, we will recover this energy, making more energy out of the sludge, and to use this energy to drive the wastewater treatment plants. And in this way, a neutral energy sewage treatment plants can be established even in the mild and cold temperature region. What we do here is to get more energy out of the sludge. Other energy conversion technologies, green gas production, or pre-treating the sludge with high pressure and high temperature to liberalize all the biochemical energy to make the gas with methane as an energy carrier from it to be used as an energy fuel in the sewage treatment plant. Now, this anaerobic technology that can be used for wastewater treatment as well, and that is also a technology that has been implemented in India for quite some time. And what you can see here, that if you have this is then is a food producing industry. In fact, it's a beer brewer producing 20 tons of COD as a waste. But by this technology, you can turn these 20 ton of waste into a 1 megawatt power plant, and all this waste that has not been degraded aerobically, it is now degraded anaerobically, so you don't need energy for wastewater treatment. And that brings, for this example in the Netherlands, calculated with 9 euro cents per kilowatt hour, that brings you a benefit of 1.3 million euros per year, only by applying anaerobic treatment technology instead of activated sludge. Now, another example is phosphate. Phosphate is a waste, a nutrient that we need to treat, but it is also a slow release fertilizer. And this slow release fertilizer that can be recovered from a wastewater stream. And this has been implemented in the Netherlands at several scales. In fact, you can make a fertilizer, slow release fertilizers from the excess of phosphorus that is in the wastewater that needs to be removed. But now you can make a product from it. And the water authorities, they get a price from it, although the price is not very high, but they get a price for this. In fact, in the previous example of the show, they get some 200 euros per ton of struvite that they produce, bringing to increasing the sustainability of the technology. Bound N, that is under research now. Ammonium needs to be removed by nitrification. Denitrification, that costs a lot of money. With ammonium anammox, we can reduce this. So if this can be implemented, that would be interesting. But on the other hand, we can maybe also recover the ammonium, because ammonium has an intrinsic energy of 20 megajoule per kilogram N. And now at this moment, several groups are researching how to extract this ammonium from the waste streams to give it a new life. Stripping and making ammonium sulfate or ammonium nitrate is a possibility, or further irrigation using the treated effluent for in irrigated agriculture. Now, ammonium is not a scarce resource, it is an energy question. And at this moment at TU Delft, we're researching how to get the energy out of the ammonium again. And then we apply a solid oxide fuel cell that gives a very high energy efficiency of 50%. As you can see here, and now that is currently under research, but it will be piloted in the coming years. Now, to close off, because I'm heading to the end of my presentation, water. Water is very important as a resource, and also treated water. If you are able to treat the water and to bring it into new life, you can cascade water inside the urban areas, and you can prevent the competitive claim on water. Treated water, giving treated water a new life is being implemented in the Netherlands, not for drinking water applications, also not in the Netherlands, not for agriculture. We are a rain-fed agriculture, but this water is reclaimed to be used as industry water. And this industry water, particularly in those areas where there is a competitive claim, treated sewage that brings a solution. In this case, there's a competitive claim because they're located near the sea and they're not allowed to pump up the groundwater because that's used for drinking water purposes. And in the other example, there's an ecological zone and they are not allowed to extract the water. So coming to the end, we are working on the extraction of all these compounds, and we do have to check for the sustainability of these compounds, because in the end, it should deliver something. It should deliver a useful product that gives an added value of all the resources that we recover from wastewater. And with this, I would like to thank you for my attention. I would like to acknowledge all my colleagues and the students and the cooperating companies that worked with us in the past years to achieve all this. Thanks for your attention, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Professor Jules, for your interesting talk. There are few questions as well from the participants. One is like green gas production and how much carbon dioxide emission can be achieved through this way.
Okay, the green gas that is now being implemented more and more because we get more and more energy also from solar energy, from wind energy. So the biogas itself, the value of the biogas, particularly the upgraded gas, is increasing. And now in the Netherlands, we have a lot of natural gas, although the production has been decreased and will go down to zero in the coming decade. Our fields are empty. So the value of the upgraded biogas, the so-called green gas, is increasing. And now several vehicles, they use also the green gas for automotive and so on. So it gives an added value, and the added value is that it substitutes the fossil natural gas. So there is also a premium link to that when you do reuse it. I don't know if that answers the question, so I cannot give a value in euros at this moment. But you have to consider that it costs you 10% of the value of the gas that you produce to upgrade it to green gas. To upgrade biogas to green gas costs you about 10% of the value of the biogas.
Thank you. And there is another question as well. Is the new regulations of N and P level in place in Europe yet?
Yeah, there's a differentiation in Europe. So the density of the area where you are determines to what extent you need to treat the wastewater. In the Netherlands, we are in a congested area, so we have ultimately to go down to 2.2 milligram N and 0.1 milligram P, although not at one single moment. It was unaffordable because all the wastewater treatment plants has to be changed. Our current legislation stems from the 90s, 92, 93s, that gives 10, 15 for N and 1 to 2 for P, depending on the size of a treatment plant. But most new treatment plants, they are now at 5 for N and 0.35 for P, but ultimately that has to go down. So the water framework has been adopted by the Dutch government. That is true, but the time frame for implementation, that is an agreement with the water authorities to make it a feasible operation.
Yeah, thank you. There is another question as well for phosphorus recovery. The question is, how cost effective in the long run, the phosphorus recovery with the currently available technologies, mainly focusing on the developing countries? Okay.
The phosphorus example that I showed you, they pay for the reclaimed phosphorus something like 200 euros per ton. And with that amount of money, you have a depreciation period, which is not 2 years, but it's something like 10 years or so. I don't know by heart. I have to check that. So there's a longer depreciation period that pays back the investment with the amount of money that you receive from the phosphorus that you produce. However, in our country, we don't have an acute phosphorus problem. Our fields are drawn in phosphorus from the past decades of farming. But where phosphorus is lacking, then of course the value of the intrinsic value of phosphorus increases for local farming applications. So it is difficult to make that as one figure, which is for global purposes.
Thank you. And there's another question on in Netherlands, how the industrial wastewater is treated and how much of the treated water is reconsumed and what is the total expenses?
In the Netherlands, all the wastewater, industrial wastewater is treated, because if you don't treat, you are charged. And if a paper mill will not treat the wastewater, they have to pay something once calculated 30,000 euros per week. So no way they cannot treat the wastewater. So every industry pays per ton of COD emitted. And that means if they treat themselves, they don't have to pay to the water authorities. And it makes that the investments in the Netherlands, they have a payback time of 2 to 3 years of a wastewater treatment plant. And it makes it very attractive for industries to have a full treatment of the wastewater treatment. For organically polluted wastewaters, then anaerobic technologies are commonly applied, and that are combined with activated sludge or something for either to discharge on surface water, but then you have to treat really deep, or after the treatment they are discharged in the sewer systems, and then it goes again to the municipal wastewater treatment plant. So payback times in the Netherlands are something like 2 to 3 years, but it has to do to the fact that otherwise they will be charged by tons of COD that they emit, and the price is very, very high.
Thank you, Jules, for your wonderful presentation, as well as answering all the questions from the participants. Thanks a lot.
It was my pleasure contributing to your successful symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we can move on to the next keynote speaker. Our next keynote speaker is Professor Ashwani K. Gosain, Emeritus Professor at the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Delhi. Professor Gosain's research is in the areas of water resources engineering, GIS technologies, and climate change impact assessment. Professor Gosain's work on climate change impact assessment on Indian water resources was incorporated in the 2 national communications made to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. He has also been a reviewer for Assessment Report 4 and 5 of IPCC. He has also formulated the Drainage Master Plan of National Capital Territory of Delhi for the Delhi government. Professor Gosain is part of the expert committees appointed by the National Green Tribunal to suggest solutions to deal with the pollution levels in the Ganga and Yamuna rivers. Now I welcome Professor Gosain to deliver his keynote on dynamic assessment of water resources, need of the hour towards sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you much for the introduction, and trying to share my screen. Thank you much, and for giving me the chance to really share my views on this very important topic. I'll start with looking at where we are in terms of the water security and water stress. What is the present status in our country? And all of you, as we have been reading and seeing, that the situation is really alarming, because the fact that the basic thing which we have ignored is that our demand which we have imposed on these resources and different river systems is much more than the availability. And this is reflecting very well in our ever falling water tables in almost all river basins of the country. You might be reading from time to time that now these many additional blocks have gone into the stress level by the Central Groundwater Board. This implies that we have a demand which is more than the availability, and the deficit is being taken from the existing water sources available under the groundwater resource, which is something which is very, very alarming, and we have to really do something to really tackle that very competently and effectively. Now, if we start thinking about why we have reached such a situation, the major reason which we have found is that we have never looked at what is the permissible demand which a particular system can take. And we keep on announcing different parallel programs which are targeting the same common water resource. And these programs range from very small programs, the watershed management program, where the government of India is investing a lot of money, and even the programs which are being announced presently. We have announced that we'll provide water to every household. That's a very good initiative, but we have not taken the concern to really define that which are the sources which they will tap. Now, my feeling is that if you are tapping the existing sources which are already depleted and which are already stressed, how we are going to create a situation where everybody will be getting the water which we are trying to promise is not going to happen. You'll find that those resources which you are trying to tap, either in the form of surface water resource or the groundwater resource, which is already stressed, is going to create more problem unless we find out that this additional resource will come from somewhere which is identified and which is at least evidence has been created that this resource will be available not only today, not only tomorrow, but for a longer period. So we have no mechanism of looking at the trade-offs between the competing demands. We keep on adding the demands and not bother about what is the demand, what the demand is going to be met from. As a country, we have also ignored the environmental demand. See, whenever we have developed our major projects which are around water resources, whether it's a small irrigation project or whether it's a big dam which we have created, we have invariably ignored the environmental demand. We have not bothered how much is the basic need of the water in the river to be flowing to take care of the flora and fauna of that stretch. And many times we, after the project is put in place, there are stretches which are devoid of any water, and that is creating another problem. So very recently we have started thinking in terms of looking at what is the environmental demand and how much it should be, which should be implemented. So we are still only on the paper. Effectively, we have not started releasing those environmental demands. Environmental flows are not being properly monitored and left into the river systems. So the sustainability in that sense is a major concern even now, but to talk of future sustainability is something which is much more difficult because of the implications of the climate change. But even the present sustainability we have not taken care of in a manner which is scientifically proven and is available. So all along we have been, for the last 40, 50 years, we have been talking in terms of the irrigation and the integrated water resources management philosophy. And that is one way of at least ensuring that you can put and we have in our national water policy also, we have very clearly said that the unit for planning should be a river basin, and we should start from there. And we should try to find out how much is the available resource and how much demand we can impose on that. So that was the basic reason that why we are talking of the hydrological units, so that we can look at the hydrological health of the system as well as the environmental health, and be at least satisfied that we are, of course, whenever we are making any implementation of any new project, there'll be some impact of that. But as long as the impact is within a reasonable level where the impacts are not really creating problems for the other water users or externalities which are not to be which are to be taken care of, we might say that yes, in the long run we can still create that sustainability with some small implication. So that philosophy of watershed being used as a natural system, we have not really taken care of that in a proper manner. So the interferences have been made through the man-made interventions, and we have not quantified effectively that what will be the implication of that. So which takes us to, and this is basically a depiction of that when you are developing, taking a natural watershed, and then you are trying to create some managed system within that, whether it's irrigation system or whether it's a water supply system or some water to be taken for the industrial use. Those implications have not been put together as part of the integrated water sources management system, which is what we are missing as of now in the country. So the actions which are required to be taken for each and every river basin is to start afresh and start looking at what is the resource availability, temporal and spatial, because we have river basins which are much bigger than some of the countries. For example, the Indus, the Ganges and the Brahmaputra, they are a million plus river basin in square kilometers. Big river basins having many states really coming into picture and being party to the river basin. The present and the future demand. So if we find out what is the present demand, is there scope for the future demand to be imposed in addition? We have to know that. We have to then, if it's not possible to have additional demand, we have to start looking at where the demand will be met from. So we have the options of using the water use efficiency and enhancement. So from that angle, we have to first know that what are the present water use efficiencies of our projects. What is the environmental status? How much is the environmental demand which has to be taken care of in the particular system? And then we have to talk on developmental pathways. Those developmental pathways, again, have to be, if there is an implication of the climate change and considering that, and if we don't want to consider that for the time being, you can also look at that, what are the development pathways without the climate change implication being put into place. So all this is making it a very, very complex situation, and this can only be taken care of if we have the information formulation and making the frameworks, which are river basin-wide frameworks, and then start putting this information in place so that consensus building can be started. So for the purpose, there are a range of models available to look at various aspects. The basic hydrological model will give you the assessment about the water availability in a basin. And the hydraulic model can be used to look at the various aspects of how the water movement will be there from within the systems, and how your implications of man-made changes will be there. Water quality models are there, groundwater models, how the groundwater and the surface water interacts with each other. That can be taken care of. Environmental models, system models. You want to optimize the total usage of the water, you can use the system approach and come up with that. And all this can be brought into a framework where these framework can embed all these models so that they can talk to each other. There's the interoperability which is possible, and that is the present day requirement. So just to look at one of the model, which I'm just going to touch upon because of the paucity of time, we will, if we just think of the hydrological model, which is basically a model which can mimic your natural system and try to give you the total distribution of whatever happens as in the form of precipitation on the landmass, where the water goes, how the runoff is generated, how much will be the runoff generated, and what will happen to that water, how much of different processes of infiltration, the percolation, how the groundwater table will be getting accumulated on account of the depopulation. All this is possible, and this is what we have done as part of the consortium, the IIT consortium, where we are asked by the government of India to put together the river basin management plan for River Ganga, and I was leading the water resources management group. We had around 8 groups, different groups, looking at different aspects of the river basin management plan. And here we have used the hydrological model, which is the SWAT model, Soil and Water Assessment Tool, which is a public domain model, where we have looked at the total terrain. It needs 4 basic things: the terrain, the land use, the soil type, and the weather conditions have to be imposed. And you can simulate what will be the different components of the hydrological cycle. The different subcomponents can be defined, and you can find out that under this condition, under the present conditions of the landmass of Ganga Basin, what are the evapotranspiration happening from time to time, depending on how much rainfall has occurred. What is the flow generation? So you have a idea about the time series of the total flows which are getting generated, the time series of the evapotranspiration because of the present land use. The land use will change, then what will be the change in the evapotranspiration? What will be the natural recharge to the groundwater? All these things are made available by the model. And then we try to simulate the present conditions, that whatever interventions have happened, either in the form of the diversions of the flows in the Ganga canal system, or the diversion of flows in other subsystems of Ganga, like Yamuna. We have the diversion done for the irrigation. And here, this exercise also gave us a mechanism to really look at that how much was, if there was no development in this system of Ganga Basin, there was no pumping done by the farmers, there was no the groundwater abstraction done, there was no diversion. What would have been the natural groundwater table from season to season? So these pictures, what you are seeing, the above is the pre-monsoon and the post-monsoon groundwater table. The below one is the natural, under the natural conditions, the virgin conditions, what we are saying. What was what would have been the groundwater table in those areas? Now this is something which becomes your yardstick to, or a level which, if you want to revive the groundwater to make the system healthy, you can target to get these. Similarly, we also did the hydrological modeling and the groundwater modeling in Punjab, and identified that because of the present groundwater table situation, where the groundwater table has fallen down so much, that many streams in the Ganga, they are contributing water to the groundwater. They are losing water to the groundwater. So you can see on this, under the virgin condition, this was the situation on the left-hand side for the pre-monsoon, but this is the present condition on the right-hand side. And the pre-monsoon, there are some streams which are already losing water to the groundwater. which is a very dangerous situation, because even if you provide the water in that as those stretches as environmental flow, is not going to remain in the river, because it's going to be lost to the groundwater, because the groundwater table is much lower than the level of the river. So this is what is the situation in many other river systems in the country also, which has to be kept in mind. So this, the science in that sense give you much more information than what you can otherwise think of that you have, because it's not possible. So we have in the process quantified for all the river basin of Ganga that how much water you are losing on account of the groundwater table fallen down to those levels. Recently, I'll also try to share with you that we have done some other work recently. This INRM is a company which is incubated by the IIT Delhi system, and they are my extended group. So we have, along with the IMD, we have set up a system which is available at this link which you are seeing, where we are basically getting the rainfall forecast made by the India Meteorological Department for the next 7 days. And we use that on every river basin and try to create the warning system for the flood much ahead. So if the rainfall forecast is correct, then this warning which we are giving is also going to be correct at least 7 days in advance. So even if you say that all the 7 days might not be a good forecast for the rainfall, even if there is a forecast which is reasonably good for the next 3 days, then it'll give you a warning for taking actions to evacuate those areas which are going to be flooded. And this system is this is an example for the system in Mahanadi. So every system we have taken under this, all the river basins are taken under this particular simulation. So every day we get the data from IMD, and every day all the river basins of the country are simulated to create these forecasts. So in the case of every system, what we have done, we have implemented all the existing projects to the level possible, where we had the data. And when you go to the site, you will find that the information is also available that which are the systems which have been incorporated, whereas when the flood is being simulated, what happens in those places where you have a reservoir, where you have other diversions, all those things have to be incorporated. Only then your prediction can be proper. And it gives you, in this slide, you can see that this is the rainfall which is observed rainfall. The next 3 rainfalls are the forecast given by the IMD. And here is the time when we are giving the forecast for the discharge. So at any location of your choice in the basin, you can decide that this is the place which you are interested in, and the simulation which has been done, you can get the results from the simulation that this is the expected flow on the basis of the rainfall which has occurred in the area or is expected to be occurring in the area as a forecast from IMD. You can get these full hydrographs and the full level of possible floods. So even when there is no rainfall, even then we keep on running the model, because it is giving you the status of the catchment, status of the basin, in terms of what is the soil moisture. So even if there is no rainfall, the previous soil moisture which is there and the land use which is there, it will give the total idea that how much is the present soil moisture because of the how much evaporation is taking place and how much level of ground. Now this can be a very good source for advisory to the farmer. So if you use this data, which is very humongous data, the outputs of the model which are there, you can use it for various other purposes, not only for the floods, but even for the drought. You can know in advance that what is the likelihood of a drought taking shape in some of the areas. So even now, if you'll see and go to the site, you will find that all the model is still run and is providing the low flows, which is there in the river system, and is also providing the soil moisture, how the soil moisture has varied, how much is the evapotranspiration. So different components of the water balance are made available. So basically, I feel that if we really want to take care of this very, very precious resource in a proper manner, these are the kind of systems which we need to put in place, and we have already at least showcased that how these can be handled. But in all these systems, the ultimate simulation or ultimate results which you get is a function of how good your data is, how good you have put in place. To give an example, if you are having an area which I'm giving the soil moisture and you have irrigated that area, now the soil moisture is going to be different if I don't bring this irrigation into the simulation. So if I say that, okay, this is the water which has been made available to the area through the irrigation, then it will give you a proper prediction. And it will also give you the changes in the local hydrology because of the irrigation taking place. So the possibility of having these dynamic systems is already there. Is a question of really using these systems to the betterment of our decision making, to the betterment of our communication, made to the different users of water. And that is what I feel is something which needs to be done at this juncture. Thank you much.
Thank you, sir, for your informative presentation, especially real-time flood forecasting system using IMD rainfall forecasted data. Hope this will be useful to many of our attendees here today. And there are a couple of questions from the attendees. I'm just reading out one by one, sir. There's one question, like few years back, the government of India initiated a national water mission to increase water efficiency in all sectors by 20%. How much we have achieved as on date?
No, you're asking the question to a wrong person. See, I am aware of the water, the National Water Mission. See, that intent was there, intent was good, that 20% enhancement of efficiency should be put in place. But then if you look at how it will happen, you have to, for the enhancement of efficiency, you have to have the support given to the people who are the end users, your end users of irrigation water, which are farmers. So you have to either tell them that what should be the change in the method of irrigations. If they are required to promote to the drip or sprinkler system, they have to be helped in terms of providing those infrastructure. I know that there is some subsidy available, but our farmer is really not able to even take care of the remaining amount of investment which the government is asking them to do. So maybe if you are giving a top price to the water as the very rich resource which need to take care of, I don't see any reason that why we cannot give them a much higher level of subsidy and make sure that they are using those systems to enhance the efficiency. Similarly, the analysis has to be done for other losses which are taking place in our very old irrigation system, the canal irrigation system. We are having huge losses which are done on account of not having the proper maintenance done. So there are many issues. There were some, I think, surveys done by the Central Water Commission on some of the irrigation projects, and even now under the National Hydrology Project, there are many new assignments being taken by under different states. So there is some initiative, but I won't be able to give you a number that what have they achieved during this period, whether they have achieved 5%, 10%, and that only in some of the areas. That is a very big question. But I feel that 20% is much small a value. With if you look at the present efficiency which we are having in our system, is around 30 to 35%. Now, this can be taken easily to around 60 to 65%. So 30% additional increase in the efficiency is what I feel is a better target than 20%.
Thank you, sir. And there is another question about sustainability of water resources in Ladakh region. So even though this is in the Himalayan region, seasonal scarcity is widespread. Again, the peoples are illiterate, and under the changing climate or global warming, how to make Ladakh water resources make it sustainable?
Yeah, that is a very big question, and I think some of those is beyond your control. If the temperature is increasing and the general the mass of glaciers is reducing because of the higher temperature, which is also evident from if you follow the Geological Survey of India, they have in their atlas also, which they have shown, they have found that the number of glaciers are increasing. That means there is a fragmentation which is taking place. So there is a higher loss of glacial ice than they are not stable. And some of the very small number of glaciers are stable. Most of them are losing mass. So which is dangerous, and which is what was predicted by us during the climate change implication on the water sources, that this is going to happen. Now, how long it will take, it depends on what the international community is doing. Whatever you do in the country as India, it might not help you too much in terms of reducing the temperature. So unless the global temperature is curtailed by reducing the emissions, that is the only way that you can do this. This at least the stop to. It may not stop. It's still some of the. That's what most of the time we are saying that 1.5 should be the target. 1.5 increase. Now the increase, people are feeling that even 1.5 is not possible. Even 2 degrees will be more difficult. So I think those are the things which every country has to put their effort to make sure that the emissions are reduced, and that will help. The other things which we can do locally, they are of different nature. Example, if the Gulfs have to be the glacial lake outburst has to be there, we have to see that how we can cope with that. So most of the other actions in the water resources sector is more of coping strategy, adaptation. What we are not able to do is stop that impact. That is something which is not under our control.
Okay. Thank you, sir. One last question, sir. And to ensure sustainable water supply, what approach we can propose?
Now that's what I have. Whole lecture was that you have to know for every basin how much is your resource. Even if you are looking at the climate change implication, so under the climate change implication, that is what we have already produced those detailed results, and they keep on coming because the climate models are changing from time to time. So we need to know, using those climate models, that what is the situation of the water sources in future. But even if we, for the time being, stall and keep aside the future situation, what is the present situation we know, what we've been observing. So if we know that our available resource is much lower than what demand we have imposed, there's no other mechanism which can bring in the sustainability than managing your demand. You have to reduce your demand. So at the basin level, you have to say, this is what the basin has. Within the basin, you might divide the basin into some different zones and say that for this zone, this is the amount of water, and check the demands. Now you have to tell people that this is your available water and this is what you will get. More than this is not permissible, is not possible. So whatever action you need to take to control your demand, you have to be within that. It's like if I'm earning 100 rupees, I cannot spend 150 rupees. So you have to manage within that 100 rupees. Otherwise, if you are not doing that, you'll be under more and more debt, and that is what is happening in our systems. So you have no other choice but to start thinking of mechanisms by which you can reduce your demand collectively or individually, or in the case of urban areas or industries, the only way it is possible is to reuse the water. So we are generating 80% of sewage. How we can extract out of that around maybe 70% or whatever is possible, and then reuse that. So by doing that, you have reduced your demand. And the same is true for industrial water. Same is true for the irrigation. The irrigation, how you can change the methods of irrigation to reduce the required water for producing the same crop. That is the only way you have to go forward.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your detailed replies, for your time and sharing your research work. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
So now we move on to our next keynote talk, and our next keynote speaker is Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Dr. Manisha is UNESCO Chair for Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. Also, Dr. Manisha is Dean of International Programs and Director at Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. Dr. Manisha specializes in wireless sensor network applications in a variety of fields such as landslide, water management, agriculture, etc. So along with Dr. Manisha, Mr. Ranjit Mogan also going to present this keynote talk, and Mr. Ranjit Mogan is a program coordinator of Living Labs program in Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. So their keynote is on pathways to achieving water-wise communities, experiences from pan-India implementation. Now I request Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh and Mr. Ranjit Mohan to deliver the talk. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Very happy to join this program and see each of you. Let me just try to share my PPT. So today's talk is with respect to the pathways to achieve water-wise communities experience from pan-India implementation. So what is the major problem which we are seeing? Whole world, we are seeing the water crisis is increasing. If you see these two images, in both the places, people are struggling hard to get water. The first scenario, which is on the right side of the slide, where you can see that all of them are pinching to a well and trying to get the water. This is the case with a rural state where you don't have enough money to pay and get water, or you don't have the infrastructure even to get in such a way that you pay and get the water. Whereas in the urban scenario, at least you get an opportunity to pay and buy it. So how do we actually solve these problems? When I don't have the money, when I don't have the resources, when I don't have the infrastructure, how am I going to do? This is where Amrita has come up, utilize the capabilities and opportunities built in by a platform called Living Labs, where it provides the opportunity for the students and faculty to go into the field, live in the community, and build solutions for the community. So this approach brings in a multidisciplinary theory into practice program, and it facilitates research, development, and deployment of sustainable solutions for current challenges faced by rural communities. So it provides experiential learning for the student, interdisciplinary research opportunities, bringing innovative ideas and sustainable solutions, which is of life enrichment training also. The whole approach itself is driven by the base as value-based education and compassion-driven research. That's where when you allow the student to live in the village community, the compassion is generated in them. And the moment the compassion is generated, you are actually drive towards a positive approach. So through this particular platform, we try to give them the experience. We try to engage the students with the community. We try to train them in embracing the culture of the community, and then build the capabilities to empower the community. For that, we use different types of educational models like experiential learning or participatory or problem-based. But all this will help this group of students who are from interdisciplinary streams try to work together and understand what are the needs on the socio-cultural side, economic, political, environmental, culture and behavior, resource aspirations, and governance. All these things together, they will look into what is the technological solution I can give, what are the business models I need, what are the social science aspect I have to bring in, what are the models, which will provide an opportunity to bring in innovation and interdisciplinary integration, to empower the community and for the students to bring in the frugal innovation. So we provide the wholesome learning to build the students as global citizens and the community as self-reliant, sustainable and resilient community. The approach is interdisciplinary students join a team, go to a village, live there for 15 days to a month, live with them as one among them, use all the facilities what they are using. You are living as one among them, you are eating as what they eat, you are traveling as where they travel, and then based on that they live, explore and design, test and implement the sustainable solutions, and they will come and go back to the university to build the prototypes and then go back implementing solutions. Using this one, we started working on the water sustainability challenges. And as you all know, the rural communities faces with water availability, water access, water quality, and water awareness. So we need to look into how do we do the water resource management? How can we utilize the wastewater and turn into good quality water which is usable? How do you bring the water distribution, whether it is a community level or bring into a portable level, etc.? How do you handle the water quality, the dynamic contaminants and the impacts which the climate change is bringing in? Over and above, for any success, you need the community level awareness, and you have to build water ambassadors in the community. So how are we going to look into these pieces and take forward? So when we got into the community, there are different challenges which we had to see, we had to operate with. So today's talk will discuss about this 8 case studies, a very quick drive through this 8 case studies where we have done water distribution systems at different parts of the country. The first one is the Harirampura, Rajasthan. In the year 2015, we have actually deployed water distribution system, which is in Harirampura village, Savai Madhpur, Rajasthan. When our students went to this village, the village didn't even have a name. From there, they started by making this community known to the Indian Constitution. The village has 550 population, total homes 65, number of taps installed as of today is 70, number of liters of water tanks is 10,000, days spent in the village is 120 days, and number of team members is 12 with total number of labor hours of 14,000 plus. These are the students and faculty. The way we have done is, this village is, as you know, Rajasthan, water is scarce, and they had one borewell, which we have to renovate and use it. And that borewell is used for collecting the available water and distributing it. The students and the faculty have to dug the trenches or design the whole system of how we can provide water to the tail end of this village, which is topographically very difficult to do. So they have trenched almost 1,050 meters long, and the part is, you know, the participatory approach. So while we were doing, we were able to experience and working with them the different aspects which was coming into as a constraint for our work itself. There were the water awareness level, the change agents capabilities, the cultural inhibitions, cohesiveness, procurement skill, all this has shown challenges. So as we said that each of these things has to be, the students had to dig that deep and then build the overhead tank. But what is that important thing in designing this? Why is it so challenging? One is, when you go to the village, they're all aware about the water scarcity. So they have some level of awareness about water and its need. But who will put the effort? Who will put the money? Somebody has to believe you for you to have a buy-in for the solution. So it took a lot of intervention for you to build that rapport with the community. We had to work almost 1 year with the community, with having community members coming up with us, understanding what we are trying to do, and to understand from them, this is what the challenge they want to solve. Then we had to find the change agent. Who is the person who can actually work with the community? Who is that person from the community? And that the moment you identify the change agent, you have the cohesiveness among the community members has helped in designing the system which can be used by all the people. If they were disintegrated, then we may not be able to build a system which provides water to all the different areas. But we also had much bigger trouble with cultural and behavioral inhibitions, especially when you go there. We initially went with male members, and this is an area where female doesn't talk to a male member who is outside of their community or even the house itself. Initially, when you land in that place, you are not aware. You learn from the system, then you have to put in lady members in the group to make sure that you get gel well with the community, understand everything. Next one is, naturally, the livelihood was impacting us, because all of these are agrarian community. Morning 4 a.m. they start the work. Women does a lot of work. 4 a.m. they go to the field, they start doing the work. 10 a.m. they come back, they cook the food, they again go back to the field and they go on working. So to get them on building this participatory approach based on their time availability was taking a extended effort and duration to implement it. The next one was, once you have all this, when we have identified what is the total area of the village, what is the design constraints, all these things, now it comes to the procurement of the items. When you come to the procurement of items, naturally access to city was very hard. So it is very far away. The cost of implementation will get humongous. So how do you map these trade-off? The third thing which was majorly coming up was, when we have looked into all challenges, the students have collected all the challenges, they come back to the university, sit and design everything, planned everything from where to procure what, everything. You come back to the place and try to do. So they were coming with the idea that you are going to get the skilled labor from the village to work with you. You come there and you have planned everything with the steel structures, and you come there, what you are identifying is that there is no skilled labor to do the steel based work. So they are not able to, there is not even one member who is very strong in welding 2 iron bars. That's where they had to change the design while they were in the field. So they had to call back to the university, work with the faculty who are in the university and the students in the field, come up with the concrete structure which will provide the overhead tanking system, and then based on that, all the calculation to provide the water distribution system. So that's where you see this concrete structure. You can see the students climbing and doing the work and to build the whole thing. So the real engineering work they were doing by themselves, because even the masons there are not as great as what we think in an urban population. From there, if I look into Guptapada, Odisha, this is another place where the community is SC and ST, the tribal community is there. So to make them understand, even for them to actually accept us was very hard. So you have to live with them for some time. And you can see all these people who are walking are the students and researchers from the university going to the village. So here we had to actually work with the community, discuss with them. For after some time, the amount of participation which came from the community was humongous. Here the problem was, you have to take the water to each house. That is what your idea and your design. Okay, I want to give tap water to each house in front of the house. So when you want to do that to each house, you discuss with the community, they'll say, no, we don't want to each house. We are not understanding why they are saying that. Why do I have to change the design? Because the best design is give everybody water. And they're saying, no, we don't want. After so many approaches, we had to map their mind through different tools. Mind mapping had to be done to understand that in their cultural inhibition, they don't want the pipeline near the kitchen. They don't want the pipeline near the toilet. With all these reasons, you cannot give, because the houses are very close, you cannot give the pipe to every house. So they decided where the pipe has to be. And then based on that, they have. So your whole design had to be redesigned with respect to that. Now, in both the cases, who is going to operate it? Who is going to maintain it? That is another one, because every time the university cannot come in and take forward. So that's where we had to build the water wise community, where they had the discussion among them. They had put in a group of people who got trained to take care of this whole community's needs. And from that year 2015, today is, I would say it is the 6th year. Even today, they maintain and they run this whole system. So they had to actually mainline a 4-inch pipe of 1,200 meters, branch line 2-inch pipe of 100 meters, tapping points of 37 with central tank capacity of 5,000 liters, with support structure of steel structure, pumping station, groundwater levels and precipitation. So in this place, it is more or less, it is for the household duties they were using. But whereas in the Rajasthan, they even wanted the water for the agricultural needs. And for them, they feel like pipe is my property and I need pipe. So in Rajasthan, the demand was each house wanted the pipe. So your design is exactly to put pipe in front of each house and it cannot be far away. They will be very particular. They will be helping us, but they'll be very particular. And the main thing was even the kids in the university were able to take up that challenge and move forward. And they all, in the evening after the school, they run to us and do work with us. But each of these design had the topographic challenges, had the geological challenges, had the water availability challenges. All this has to be dealt. And these cultural and practices influence. So you can see all the people from the community is working with that thing. So now I give to Ranjit to take over the presentation.
Yeah. I just want to bring. Yeah. Hi everyone. I'm Ranjit. I just want to give you another perspective from the field. Yeah, there are some places where we went. We understand that you don't have the power to do it. So basically, we went back and saw that what can be done. For example, in the case of Komalikudi, which is in the Idukki district, there are no water in the non-rainy seasons. They had to walk far away, collect water from the streams nearby. So we thought of, okay, let's build a micro hydro system, and then you power that to pump the water to the people. So basically the system will itself function so that the micro hydro system will give enough power for the pumping to the water from the stream back to the community. So to summarize everything in the aspect of time, we have four areas where you can see the challenges: water availability, water accessibility, and you can see these are all the abstract information we are able to find out, because the challenges might be from geology side, climate side, over abstraction from the agriculture practices, presence of aquifers which is contaminated, or it can be distance. So for the case of Ransai in Maharashtra, if you're from the Maharashtra area, the Ransai Dam, which supplies water for the large area of irrigation, but the people living next to the Ransai Dam, they don't have water. You don't believe the case of women in that particular village where they spend the entire time in collecting water, and that too climbing the hills, and many times they get hurt by slipping off with the water. And we went back to the village and understand that even the government has provided the water distribution system, but because of the ethnic and the cultural aspects of the tribal community, they were not able to maintain the whole system. So we spent close to 1.5 years working with them, understand the nitty-gritties of their cultural practices, and design a system such a way, using the solar power such a way that the water is being fed, the water is being filtered for the drinking purposes. The specific water has been given for toilet. The specific water has been given for cleaning vessels, etc. So that there are enough owners for maintaining the system rather than a group of people maintaining it. So that came only through the going back and understanding them through the co-design sessions, etc. But another aspect which you want to share is the case of Andhra Pradesh Gudipadu Cheru, where it was literally ground zero situation for the 4 months. And we went back and understand that the geography is a challenge, the climate is a challenge, the over abstraction is a challenge. But what can be done? They actually literally travel in their bikes and scooters, everything for 4-5 kilometers to fetch the water and come back. We understand that if we maintain the water available from the nearby aquifers and the rainwater, they can actually use up for the summer season. So we carefully designed a water distribution system such a way that every pipe has a storage unit, and we have assigned a specific number of pipes for a specific group of people so that they own the kind of water that they're, and also we connected all the available water sources with a network of pipes, and both the network, the distribution and the sourcing network, and we place an IoT system such a way that they will interact with each other to ensure that water reaches every household. So to summarize everything, the whole process of journey of water sustainability we learned from over the last 7 years was that it is from the journeys from the scarcity to having the water sufficiency to reach up to the water wise community, which means what does this whole concept of water wise community? It means the community has the knowledge to understand what are my challenges, how to act about it, and then creating those access to those kind of sources and technology and whatever it is, and then finally management of the system and management of themselves to access this water, and finally the empowerment of the community, not only to manage but also to operate and maintain, and also to create such opportunities where they can have then recharge the aquifers or recycle the water, to open their ears and eyes to the challenge of water, which is very much pertaining everywhere. So basically, we took an approach to micromanage the whole, micromanage rather than seeing. You can see that many places we have long distribution networks of water giving to several villages. We understand that many times, for example, the case of Pantori, where there's a pipeline system was there, but water only comes in 3 weeks for 2 hours. And they had to get all the water for 2.5 weeks and keep it in there. So there where there is enough water is available below where they are staying. So basically different models. So that is where the role of academia can be, where students can go in, understand, and it is not like the same technology we can use everywhere. You have to tube, you have to maintain. So all this will lead to a global rank of 48 in the Times Higher Education ranking for the university. So we are reaching out to more and more communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam and Ranjit, for your detailed presentation of community level water issues and solutions. There is a question here. I think there are 2 or 3 questions. One is whether any remotely controlled water distribution system has been implemented in any of these communities.
Yes, we have actually worked on the remotely controlled water distribution system, which is in the Andhra Pradesh, where we have multiple sources. We looked into different sources, and as Ranjit was earlier saying, these sources deplete very fast in the summer period. Almost they don't have water. So we actually control in such a manner that the water availability, based on the water availability, the access to the water was provided. So the people are made aware of these variations, and the sensors will measure what water you have in each of the resources, and then based on that, water is provided.
Thank you. Due to time constraints, we are stopping with only one question. Thank you, Madam, and thank you, Ranjit. I thank all the speakers as well as all the attendees for your time and interest. and we couldn't discuss all the questions posted in the question and answer portal here due to the time limitation. So, shall we take a short break of 10 minutes and then we come back at 5:35? So we'll take a 10 minutes break and then we'll start our fourth keynote speak at 5:35. Thank you all.
Center for Wireless Networks and Applications of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is one of the premier research centers in India. The center was awarded the title of World Center of Excellence in Landslide Disaster Reduction by the World Landslide Forum in 2017. The center has 8 state-of-the-art laboratories. Advanced Wireless Communication Lab was developed in collaboration with Keysight Technologies and has the most advanced equipment for designing communication systems. Landslide Simulation Lab is one of the first labs in Asia which enables researchers and students to simulate landslides and study its behavior. The Smart Energy Lab has a campus-level smart distribution grid testbed and a microgrid simulator. The Embedded IoT Lab focuses on research related to the emerging disruptive technology areas of IoT, big data, machine learning, blockchain, etc. Remote Triggered Lab helps the students to perform various scientific experiments from the comfort of their home. Multimedia Lab has a full-fledged setup to support research on AR and VR related projects using drones, 3D cameras, and GPUs. Geotechnical Lab fosters research in earth sciences. Hardware Lab has equipment to develop prototypes, PCB fabrication, and soldering station. The center offers various MTech and PhD programs. There are 3 MTech programs, namely Wireless Networks and Applications, Geoinformatics and Earth Observations, Biomedical Instrumentation, and Signal Processing. Dual degree programs with international universities and integrated MTech and PhD programs are also offered. The center has an excellent track record of placements and internships for students. Admissions for the MTech programs are now open. Visit our website for more details.
Amma's vision for Amrita is to inculcate education for life, along with compassion-driven research to serve the lowest and most vulnerable strata of the society. With this vision to create a highly educated and trained workforce, Amrita is launching a highly interdisciplinary school for sustainable development, which will focus on 7 thematic areas in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030. The program under this school utilizes the unique framework E for Life to dynamically integrate the social, economic, and cultural aspects, thus enabling the global youth to experience, embrace, empower, and engage with communities through experiential learning.
Welcome back. I think I think we can start now. So our next keynote speaker is Mr. Romitson. Romitson is an associate director at the Institute for Sustainable Communities, an international NGO working on environment and climate. Mr. Sen also leads the NGO's water and agriculture program and also responsible for overall strategy, execution, and operations of water and agriculture program. Mr. Sen has 16 years of experience across development sector organizations, international NGOs, and industry associations. He has been associated with organizations like Columbia Water Center, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, WaterAid, Center for Science and Environment, and Development Alternatives. His research focus is studying the degradation of natural resources and improving water use efficiency. Mr. Romit also has expertise in the areas of training and capacity building, program development, research, and evidence-based advocacy. I request Mr. Romitson to deliver his keynote on water stewardship, reviving the hydrological connect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you want me to share my screen, or will somebody share the presentation? I can do either way, whichever works for you.
I think you can go ahead, share your screen. That's also fine.
Okay. Okay, sure. Is it visible now?
Yes, you can see me.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and thank you to the organizers of IWSS for having me here. Greetings on World Water Day. When I looked at the agenda, I realized that I was in the august company of experts, practitioners, people who have worked in this sector for very long. Some of them have had the opportunity to engage and interact over the last few years. I thought I'll touch upon the aspect of water stewardship, which is basically looking at how do we revive the hydrological connect. There are 4 parts to my presentation. I'll not spend much time on the global and the Indian context, but this is something that most of us are aware of. I would use the opportunity to kind of emphasize on certain key aspects of the global and the Indian context with regard to water. Which then takes me to the next section on the whole concept of water stewardship and why water stewardship is important, what does it entail? And lastly, I end with certain pathways for sustainable water management, more so in the Indian context. I guess, we have, whenever we hear practitioners, researchers, I think the bottom line for me, that is, our planet, which is known as the blue planet by virtue of a large part being covered by water, is certainly emitting red signals. And why I say so, because when you look at the map of the world, you realize there's a large part of the world, and this is exactly the areas where the human population lives in large numbers. So there are areas where there is physical water scarcity, and we know whether availability and quality is a concern. But I think what we also need to look at the aspect of economic water scarcity, which links to the lack of investment on water. And even if there is investment on water, the lack of ability of people to access those services because of the economic conditions. So when you merge the areas under physical water scarcity and the areas under economic water scarcity, you realize that we are talking about more than 2/3 of the world population. So the human manifestation of this is immense. Again, nothing new, but what we have gradually seeing that for large part of the areas of the world, our withdrawal is exceeding supplies. And in a context where, we are, our approach towards getting the water in terms is more and more reliance on groundwater, which is applicable for the context of India also. Now, this kind of leads to a threatening scenario where what is the future of water? What does the future behold for us when over the years, progressively, our withdrawals have exceeded our supplies? And there are certain areas, again, when you look at these areas in 2025, where the withdrawal will exceed the supplies by 40% or 20 to 40% are mostly the areas which are densely populated and have a large section of the population. when you look at the baseline water stress, which is basically amount of water that's available vis-a-vis what's that's used across basins, we see that again, extremely high areas with extremely high stress are increasing. This is one of it is also because of the fact that, you know, with population growth, there's greater water use in the different sectors, whether it's agriculture, domestic, industry, but also the fact there are certain manifestations of climate change which is leading to lesser availability. The combination of this is that there is greater water stress across a large section of the world. Now, this is something that, you know, like I think the whole discourse over water, I've been in the sector for more than a decade and a half, you know, I think the whole narrative around water, the recognition of water as a risk is increasing. The World Economic Forum in its global risk report is clearly indicating that the water crisis is emerging as high risk, both in terms of the likelihood of the impact and likelihood of occurrence and the impact that it's caused. And if you look at among, this is for the last year in its risk report, where again, water crisis emerged as a major risk. Coming back to India, and think, you know, we are all aware of the huge gap between demand and supply that is projected between the year 2020 and 2030. Our river basins are stressed. Our surface water is polluted. Our groundwater, which is 85% of the drinking water in rural areas, around 60% of irrigation and 50% of the industrial water use is likely to be in the critical state. Now, agriculture, which as a sector uses 85 to 90% of the fresh water, has low water use efficiency. What does this translate into? The manifestation of water scarcity and equity concerns is around people's access to water. And when we talk of people access, we'll have to realize that the access is, the impact of it is differential on women and marginalized groups. There is this larger manifestation on women who have to travel distance and spend considerable amount of time in fetching water. Now, in the context of the agricultural sector in India, you know, we are talking of areas under rice and wheat which face extreme level of water scarcity. And given the fact that a large portion of our rural households are engaged in agriculture, bulk of which are small and marginal farmers, ensuring the sustainability of water resources for these groups is going to be key. This one aspect which is gaining traction is this whole aspect of virtual water exports, which from India is rising. So when you produce a certain amount, produce a certain quantity of a crop, it's not that quantity that you export, but also the associated water and the natural resources that has gone into it. The figure quoted here is just for basmati, but I think what it means is it is, you know, leading to us to put considerations around how and where our cropping systems are developing. In terms of industries, this is the sector which currently has a smaller share, but in terms of the quantum of jump that it will have, it is expected to go significantly. We have seen that there are temporary and permanent shutdown of industries because, you know, water use over agriculture and household is prioritized. Certainly, there are no denying that. But what does it mean for corporates in this context to look at water security for them? And of course, there are water intensive industrial sectors who are likely to be most affected. Now, the scenario with regard to what we see in terms of what is happening in the world or likely to happen and in the context of India doesn't paint a very, you know, rosy picture. This whole water stewardship approach stems from the fact that water is a shared resource which is at risk. Now, if you look at these are the, I mean, you know, when we talk of water usage, we talk of domestic agriculture and industry, which is, you know, where we prioritize our sharing of water. First, it's domestic, then agriculture, industry, and others comes later. But I think when we talk of water, it is not important. It is also important to look at the ecological side of it. Now, our water policy, you know, and other needs to look at exact allocation for ecology. These ecology are also threatened habitats where a large portion of, you know, the biodiversity thrives. So a resource which is not only required for domestic agriculture and industry, it is also important that the recognition of water to remain in the system and the ecological aspect of water is something that needs to be spoken about. And when we talk of water related risk, there are several. I tried to list some of the important ones here. First is basically the ones relating to the physical risk of water, which is basically when you are not able to access water or the quality of water is such that you are not able to access it. Regulatory risk primarily, relates to a lot of the corporates where, there are more and more restrictions which define how you can use water. So, and when you are not meeting those regulatory obligations, there are cases when, this access to water may be limited. There are reputational risks, again, because by virtue of one sector or one set of stakeholders using water, how is it perceived by others? And clearly this applies for a lot of the, a lot of the corporates where there is huge reputational risk to water by virtue of what they use and by virtue of what it is perceived by the stakeholders. It is an investment risk because whenever, a financial institution makes decisions on what kind of projects it would want to invest, there are certain, water certainly is creeping into the discussions on bankable projects, whether it's for wastewater, whether it's for, sewage water treatment, whether it is for the common effluent treatment for industries. What does it mean for them? What kind of projects needs to be financed? So the aspect of how water is likely to guide your investment is something that is gaining traction. Geopolitical, of course, because there are transboundary issues of water, and again, community risk because, which the community faces as a result of water availability, poor water quality, and other aspects. Now, the stewardship approach certainly calls that in a catchment, the unit of assessment is a watershed where there are different users of water. And for these different users of water, there are shared risks because if groundwater, surface water is likely to be impacted, is water quality is to be impacted, it will impact everybody in the larger, the space around the watershed. And there are shared concerns which relate to access to water, on the sustainability and ecosystem health, which will define on how water flows in the catchment, on how water is managed, and also on the livelihood impact, because water is a key source of livelihood across industry and agriculture. Now, the Alliance for Water Stewardship defines water stewardship as the use of water that is socially, culturally equitable, environmentally sustainable, and economically beneficial, achieved through a stakeholder inclusive process that includes both site and catchment based actions. Because while it is important for a user, whether it's a factory or a farmer, to look at, water management and efficiency for its farm, for its factory, but I think the larger aspect of water security and sustainability cannot be attained when we look at beyond our farms, beyond our factories, and beyond our households. Water stewardship is a journey where, there are people who are at different stages of this journey. It's a ladder, as they call it, which begins with water awareness, which is important for people as every user of water to know about the current status of water, the current risk that we face with regard to water, which then translates into knowledge of impact. So how does my action impact the state of water, both, in my periphery or in the larger catchment? Which moves on to every user to understand what are the internal action that one could do. For a factory, it would mean that, it would take measures to reduce water use efficiency within the fence. For the farmers, it would mean better demand management through soil management and, irrigation efficiency. For a household, it would mean, maybe using ways of using water more efficiently and judiciously. Once we are done with internal action, the stewardship pathway calls for collective action, because for impact to occur, different users of water needs to come together. This has perhaps been the most critical aspect because, when it comes to managing water in a larger catchment, there are always, at times these conflicting interests, which is, difficult to manage. So, but I think the intended is that if water is a shared risk and is a shared concern, collective action is the way to go. And lastly is how do you influence governance? Again, recognizing the importance of different users, their different aspirations, needs, and how do you engage to influence governance? Is this is a 5-step water stewardship pathway. There are people who are at different levels, but I think the ultimate goal that the water stewardship philosophy encourages is that as a steward of water, we need to move towards influencing governance, collective action through a better understanding of our impact and awareness and internal action. Now, coming to the last part of my presentation, which is basically setting the blue agenda. And this is more so, I would say, in the context of, India. There are 6 points that I have outlined here. The first one relates to a comprehensive assessment of water resources. Now, whenever we talk of water or, anything that matter, they are based on data and information. Now, you would have heard people saying that India has 4,000 BCM of water, out of it only 1123 is available, 85% is agriculture. Now, the last time a full-fledged countrywide assessment of water resources was done in India was in 1999-2000. So it's been more than 20 years since we have had a full-fledged assessment of how much water is available, how much water is used by each sector. It is important to note that the National Water Mission did embark on preparing state-specific action plans for each of the states. But if you look at the progress that has been made, I think out of the 31 states and union territories, only 5 states, Chhattisgarh, Tamil Nadu, Uttarakhand, Arunachal Pradesh, and West Bengal, have prepared their SSAPs. So it is time that we look at this comprehensive assessment of water resources, because that will, tell us the real picture about how much water is available, how much water is used, and how much water is likely to be used. Second is around source strengthening and increasing water use efficiency. Both have to go hand in hand. Like we say that, while the agriculture sector, there is huge need for increasing efficiency through technological interventions and through other practices. But, for the industrial sector, for the agricultural sector, while increasing water use efficiency is important, it is also important to look at source strengthening. While we talk of Jal Jeevan Mission, Har Ghar Jal, but it's also important to ensure that there is water to be, provided all across. The National Water Mission, again, under the National Action Plan for Climate Change, has a target for 20% efficiency, but this is something that needs, concentrated efforts now. Strengthening the network of water data collection. As I said, if you look at, the Central Pollution Control Board at a country level have around 4,022 monitoring stations. The Central Groundwater Board has around 15,000, 16,000 stations to observation wells to monitor water fluctuation and water quality. For a country as vast as India, are these numbers adequate? So certainly, the opportunity to invest and create more network of water data collection point. And I think when water data and collection, it is not only the responsibility of the government. We have also seen private sector institutions, corporates, foundations, academic institutions set up their own network for data collection for pollution and water level. Can we have a common data grid where, both data from government and private sources are shared? Maybe something to look into. Circular water management. I mean, I'll just give the example of wastewater here, where it is projected that by 2051, our cities will generate 120,000, 1.2 lakh million liters of the wastewater per day. Combined to this, the rural areas will also generate 50,000 MLD of wastewater per day. Is there a way where, the treated wastewater could be used for non-potable purposes? Specifically, there are examples in Bangalore, examples in Chennai, where, in Ahmedabad, where treated wastewater from the municipalities is used by industries for non-potable use. Can treated wastewater be used for irrigation? Something that needs to be, research is going on. There are evidences that while for quality and, specifically what kind of effluent can be used is a concern. But the point that I am making is, looking at circular water management that looks at using wastewater as an input for other areas where quality is not such a concern. Nature-based solutions, yes, certainly, we need this whole debate around green versus gray, what is sustainable, what is less sustainable. We need to look at solutions that are more nature-based, which are cost effective also. I mean, it has to be in combination with these large infrastructure end of the pipe solutions. I think the last point, I'm almost on time, is this whole aspect of sustained water literacy. I think, whenever we talk of water, there is a certain kind of short-term memory loss that sets in. You talk of summer months crisis, everything is great, but I mean, there's a need to sustain, campaigns, awareness across the year so that, people talk about water. The Jal Shakti Abhiyan, which is by the Ministry of Jal Shakti, looks at water harvesting during the monsoon months. Why not transform it into a year-long campaign where, people are taught about different aspects of water literacy, from footprint reduction to waste management, hand washing, personal hygiene, so that, this whole short-term memory loss for water doesn't create. Lastly, I think as we, celebrate World Water Day, talk of water, discuss around water, we have to realize that water cycle and life cycle is one. Our existence, growth, development will be governed by the way we use and manage water in times to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romitson, for your interesting presentation. There are a couple of questions from the attendees. Shall I read out?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And there is a perception that nature-based solutions are not cost-effective. What is your opinion on this?
See, my thing is that, yes, I think, and just to give the example of decentralized wastewater treatment, like we have seen some models that have been used, but I think I clearly feel that based on my experience, we do not have enough evidence to say that this works or this doesn't work. A lot of the time, some of these solutions that are being spoken about is also dependent around individuals who have led or anchored this, a municipal commissioner who was interested in doing something like this. So, I think we need to create a more robust information and evidence of these solutions for us to, take meaningful decisions going forward.
Thank you. There is another question that is at community level water sustainability. How these different risks such as physical, regulatory or community level risks affecting the community level water sustainability. And then the second part of the question is, how can we improve the situation through shared responsibility?
So I think some of the risk, when we talk of the community, and I think when we talk of, and I think the whole risk dimension and the risk connotation has come in terms of, corporate actions and the ability, like for investment on water to take decisions on where a lot of these investment risks comes. But I think for communities, a lot of the aspects around the physical water scarcity holds good because it is about their access to water. It is about the quality of water. So when it comes on the risk to the communities, it is about the physical and also the economic risk, which is, which I mentioned that, while water may be available, like whether do they have the necessary, economic resources to have it. The water might be, like contaminated, but do they have, economic instruments to kind of, afford a certain kind of purification system. So the physical risk and the economic risk would more relate to the communities. The second part of the question was, sorry, if you can please.
It's how we can improve the situation through the shared responsibility.
Right. So I think, and where this, this discourse is kind of slowly picking up is that irrespective of what I do in my household, what I do in my factory, what I do in my farm, things are not going to change. I'll just give the example of, like we work with cotton farmers in Vidarbha in Maharashtra, which is, a water stressed region. Cotton has a larger footprint in terms of the water we use. I think, like when we spoke with farmers and tell them that, okay, who's responsible for this water problem? Of course, they recognize that changes in climate have led to the reduction in rainfall. But, when they say that, okay, it's the people in the, in the towns and the factories who take up a lot of water. But when we did a water budgeting at the village level, we found out that almost 97 to 98% of the water is used in agriculture. So the fact is for every user of water to understand that they have a responsibility. They have a footprint, that they use by virtue of the water that we use. 80% of the water that we use comes out as wastewater. So is there a way? I think, the whole aspect of stewardship is that every user of water thinks himself or herself to be a steward and takes actions that reduces the direct usage of water, the indirect usage of water, and also the pollution of water.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the very informative talk. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you. So now we move on to the next keynote speaker, that is Dr. Kaushal Garg. Dr. Kaushal Garg is a senior scientist of Natural Resources Management at the International Crop Research Institute on Semi-Arid Tropics, that is ICRISA Development Center. His research focuses on water management, irrigation scheduling, and hydrological modeling. Dr. Garg also involved in Newton-Baba program between India and UK and Sustainable Water Resources program. I request Dr. Kaushal Garg to deliver the keynote on integrated water resources management for building systems resilience in drylands. Thank you. Dr. Kaushal, we couldn't hear you. Probably audio issues, I think. Dr. Kaushal, we couldn't hear from you. There's still some audio problem.
Dr. Kaushal, you are muted actually. Could you unmute yourself and try?
He tried initially unmuting his mic on that also work. Yeah, now he's unmuted.
Dr. Soundarajan sir, I think Dr. Kaushal is facing some audio problems. In the meantime, if the next presenter is there, should we do that so that Kaushal sir gets time to get ready?
Sure, madam. Then we'll move on to the next speaker, and once Kaushal is ready, means then we will come back to Kaushal again.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry for the delay here. So now we move on to the next keynote speaker, Dr. Manoj Kumar Tiwari from School of Water Resources at IIT Kharagpur. So Dr. Manoj Kumar Tiwari, his research interest is multidisciplinary with a focus on water quality engineering and management, integrating physical, chemical, and biological aspects of engineering and science. His ongoing projects focus on wastewater treatment for reuse applications, water treatment and contaminated site management, water supply system advancements, including water loss reduction and control, and water quality sensor developments. He also engaged in exploring natural fat and attenuation of persistent organic pollutants and emerging contaminants, and engineering design of reactors for their degradation. So now I request Dr. Tiwari to deliver his keynote talk. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So let me share the talk. All right, so I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
So, okay, on the onset, I'd like first to thank the Professor Manisha and other organizers for giving me opportunity to share some of my thoughts in this prestigious event, IWSS 2021. And it's a pleasure to be part of the event. I'm going to share some information and thoughts on water loss detection and control in water distribution networks in next 20 minutes or so. So to begin with, water loss is a very common problem across various water utilities around the world, not only in India. Okay. And the amount of losses are magnificent. So we are talking about water security and then water scarcity and not enough water available for drinking purpose and others thing. But at the same time, the water that we extract from our natural resources, so substantial margin of that water in the order of up to 50% at times goes into the form of losses. Okay, so we are extracting water, we are putting energy to abstract that much of water, we are purifying that water, providing treatment in order to make that say drinking water quality level, and after that we are putting it through a supply systems, pumping, pressure, energy, everything is being given, but it somehow gets wastage in the form of water, different form of water losses. So if we look like almost all the utilities around the world have some may have more, some may have less, but some degree of water losses they suffer. Okay, these are some of the newspaper articles over last few years. So you can see that Kolkata, this is just last year's article. So Kolkata is in fact kind of topping in the water loss in the metros in India, and the water loss during supply in the city is enough to cater around 15 lakh people. Okay, Bangalore is almost like the second highest, almost loses half of its supply, around 49% of water supply to the city is goes into different form of losses. Okay, BMC in Bombay caters around 27% of water lost in the different form of leaks. Okay. Similarly, in Delhi also we have around 40% water getting wastage. Nagpur again for close to 45%. So the account is something like that. Okay. And it's not only in India, it's in fact a global problem. You can see that various water utilities across the globe have variety of percentage of losses. Those who are doing very good try to contain it within close to 10%. So these are probably much better managed utilities. Whereas even in the developed countries also, we see that UK, Italy, Rome, and various other countries, we have substantial percentage of water going into in the form of water losses. Okay. So it's a global problem, and no water distribution system is absolutely with no loss at all. These losses range in various orders. So generally, like a survey by the International Water Service Association have shown that in developed countries, these losses ranges typically between 8 to 24%. Again, this is an average values. It's not like it cannot go beyond 24 or it cannot go less than 8. In newly industrialized countries, it's typically in the order of 15 to 24%, whereas in developing countries, it's from 25 to 45%. Okay, and as per US AID, which is United States Agency for International Development Assessment, the global water loss is estimated around 35%, which kind of accounts for close to 50 billion cubic meter water per year, which is going into the form of losses. Now, these losses are generally in the two form. We call that real losses and apparent losses, or physical losses and commercial losses, whichever way we want to like categorize them. So physical losses are apparently the real losses which is happening from the network due to some sort of leakage, due to some sort of crack appeared in the pipe system, or some of the joints, fractures, overflow from the reservoir, leakage from hydrants or pipes or service connections. So any that sort of loss which is actually happening in real sense is called physical losses or real losses. On the other hand, we have substantial amount of commercial losses or the apparent losses, which are not actually loss, but in the book of the utility, it is entered as a loss. So why these losses happen? Let's say your meter is faulty. So if you are supplying 1 meter cube water and it is reading just say 0.9, so that means if you have supplied 100 mld of water, your meter will just show 90 mld. So there is a 10% loss straight away due to inaccuracy or uncalibrated meters. So like these errors, then there are say theft. Okay, somebody is stealing water. So the water is being used by someone, but it is not accountable. So that also considers as like these illegal connections or unrecorded users, theft, or inaccuracy in metering. So all these also leads to certain form of losses, and these are known as the apparent losses. Now, the water losses has substantial impact on the water utilities. Okay. I was in the inaugural lecture of this event, I was hearing that UNESCO chair, and he said that this year's the World Water Development Report is focusing on the valuing water. Okay. So there is a lot of thrust being given to value water as a commodity with certain price. It's not something which is for free. Okay, even in the Dublin conference, this was the one of the 4 major principles that were highlighted, that water for its all competing use should be seen as a commodity which should fetch certain prices. Okay. So it should not be made available for free, because we may not value water as a natural substance, but when we try to use that water, or particularly putting in a supply system or these things, so there is a lot of efforts, lot of energy, lot of resource is invested into this. So water may not have very high value as a substance, but when we add services to this, when we add services in the form of providing water for certain designated uses, this use may be the commercial uses, industrial uses, even agricultural uses, because you lay out a canal network and other thing to make the water available for the farmers. Okay, so in any form, when we add services, and specifically in drinking water, where is a lot of like you have to have household tap connections. So huge amount of infrastructure investment and operation and maintenance cost is engaged in pumping water from the resources, treating it, purifying it, and then supplying it eventually to a consumer. So if water is getting waste, you consider that all this money, all this value, all this energy is getting waste. Okay. And unfortunately, we in India have not seen water in that sense for a long period of time. Even nowadays also, it's I don't know any city which is actually pricing water in a way which it should be priced, it would make utility sustainable. There are huge subsidies from the government side. Okay. In the water, some places, even in our capital region, the water is up to 20 kiloliter per month. Water is being provided for free. Okay. But all these process requires cost, and until unless we start charging people, they do not recognize the value of the water. Okay. There is a popular proverb in Hindi that we like say, "Pani ki tarah paisa bahana." So that means wasting money on a scale of wasteful scale of the water. So that means it kind of gives an indication that, okay, wasteful uses of water is fine, but we should not waste money. That's a very wrong signal. The best thing is to connect the water also with the money, so that these wasteful uses can be controlled. Nevertheless, we are not just talking about wasteful resources, we are talking about the loss happening in the process itself. So there is a considerable amount of water gets wastage, consumer gets less quantity of water than desirable. The pressure will not be appropriate if water leaks through the pipeline or that way. Okay. There is additional burden on the water utility to pump more water. So in order to, like, if you need really a 20 million liters of water, you will have to pump probably some 25, 28 or 30 million liters of water in order to compensate for the losses that is happening. Okay, so putting extra burden, extra pressure on the resources as well. Okay, and of course the amount of money or energy is also being lost in the process. So how do we assess this water? There's another point where most of the water utilities lacks, especially in India, is in terms of water audit, because we do not have proper metering at many places. We do not go for proper auditing of the I'm not talking about the financial audit, I'm talking about the water audit of the utility as a whole, like how much water it had withdrawn, how much water is had gone. So there are rough numbers thrown, like we just saw that some places it is 40%, 50%, 45%, 30%, 28%. But these are all still have lot of, these numbers still have come based on lot of assumptions. Okay, because the total metering is not there, and even though like the auditing can be done even with the bulk metering, but that also is missing in several cities even now. Many of the cities have started coming up with user metering and those things, so we are improving that way. The point is that water audit is a must, which should be able to tell you that how much water we have pumped, how much water we have sent to the next stage. So wherever there is a loss, we can get an idea through this water balance approach. And once there is actually a physical loss, you see the apparent and commercial losses can be controlled by management. There is no like other way. If somebody is stealing water and those things, so we'll have to be, the authorities have to be vigilant, and there are tools and techniques which can be used to control that. But maintaining these physical losses is the bigger challenge. Okay, so we have in order to manage these losses or the leakage happening in the pipeline, we have to look for 2-3 different aspects. What are these aspects? The first one is that we have to detect there is a leak. So presence of one or more leak has to be detected. Then we have to quantify that leak. What is the volume of that leak that is happening? And then we need to localize also, because we may get an idea that, okay, this sector or this zone or this community is having leakage at certain place. but then what is the extent of leakage, or where exactly that leak is in that pipeline is also needs to be accounted. Okay. Just excuse me, give me a minute, please. Sorry for that interruption. I'm in fact alone at home and somebody was knocking at the door. Anyway, so for this water audit or water balance, there has been a couple of templates recommended, and one of them, which is by far considered the most robust or industry standard, is by IWA or American Water Works Association also have adopted this. So earlier there was a basic template which consisted of part of this, but then the import and export part have also been added. So it says that whatever water is being input to the system, how much water is being exported, and then of the water which is being supplied, how much is the authorized consumption, how much is the losses, and then they categorize the different form of losses as well, like what are the billed meter consumption, billed unmetered consumption, then unbilled metered and unmetered consumption. In the apparent losses, the data handling error, the customer metering inaccuracies and unauthorized consumption. And in the real losses, they have different categories like leakage on transmission and distribution mains, leakage on and overflow at the utility storage tanks, and on the service connections. So based on these kind of audits, we can get certain performance indicators about the utility. The popular performance indicators are the unaccounted for water, which is specifically the water. Okay. So this represents the total system input volume and how much is the total authorized consumption. So all the other form of like unauthorized consumption or those things is somewhere or other way is actually water loss. Then there is that again, the UFW is also getting obsolete, and more people have switched towards the NRW, which is the new term, which is now kind of industry standard. Again, people are more using this term NRW, which stands for non-revenue water, which is an estimated volume of water for which no revenue is generated. So of course, all the water which has lost, that has not resulted in any form of revenue. So UFW becomes a part of NRW automatically. And other than that, there might be some unbilled authorized consumption. So the consumption is authorized, maybe metered also or unmetered, but it has not been billed. So that also is a part of NRW, because that has also not generated revenue because it has not been billed. Maybe some like charity connections or government or connections to government organization, and many other times this water is not billed. So that also is included in NRW. Newer term, newer index, rather indicator, which has been now being used by various utilities is ILI, which stands for Infrastructure Leakage Index. So this is a ratio of the current annual real losses to the unavoidable annual real losses. So as we said, that there is absolutely no way that a utility can run through zero water loss. So there would be some unavoidable annual real losses. This depends on the the pipe length, the number of walls, fittings. So it's basically a property of network. Some 4%, 5% losses are likely to happen through a network when water is pumped through that. So that becomes as unavoidable annual real losses. That much losses will already be there. So this loss considers unavoidable losses or some small minor leakages which is uneconomic to repair depending on the network components and operating conditions. So this is the minimum loss, and current annual real loss is your actual physical losses, actual real physical losses. So you take a ratio of these two, that gives you infrastructure leakage index. So ideal value of infrastructure leakage index is 1. If it is 1, that means utility is just running at unavoidable annual real losses. But that's a very ideal case. Usually the value of ILI will be more than 1. Okay. Even if it's up to 3 or 4, it's considered okay, but many utilities have ILI values of the order of 10 or so. So that means they are actually fetching 10 times higher losses what ideally should have been for the net size of the network they are operating. So for those, there is a need for immediate attention. That sort of thing is there. Now, there are a variety of leakage detection methods. There are some direct methods, indirect methods, and then there are various in-pipe devices or various out-of-pipe devices. Different kind of methods are there. So mostly we can categorize them into hardware-based method, software-based method, and then a kind of hybrid methods, okay, which consist of both hardware as well as software. So if we look at hardware-based leakage detection techniques, okay, so there are like, again, as I said, there are out-of-pipe methods which works from the outside of the pipe. So like acoustic, various acoustic method, radiographs, or there are various emission detectors. Okay, so a variety of these kind of sensors are there. Mostly the acoustic sensors are more popular, but then there are electromagnetic, there are ultrasonic methods, there are radiographic methods, which, so they, it relies on the, what happens whenever there is a leak in the pipe, it will create some sort of sound, for say, or some sort of signal, electromagnetic or radio waves or other kind of signals will be generated. And then we use sensors to detect these signals. Okay, so out of pipe means if pipe is laid somewhere, we run a survey across the pipeline and try to detect it. These surveys can be done on the surface, if for surface pipe, as well as for underground pipes also. If underground pipes are too deeper, these methods doesn't work good because those signals may not transmitted well. Okay, there are sounding rod and other things. And there are internal or in-pipe methods where basically we have various again techniques. So there are, these days we get a smart ball techniques, aluminum, small aluminum balls coated with some fiber materials were released in this. They have very low density, so they float within the pipeline, and whenever there is a certain leak or this thing, so there they will kind of transmit signals. Okay, so that sort of in-pipe techniques are also available. This is just one, and then similarly there are electromagnetic and other kind of systems are there. In fact, there are automatic systems nowadays available, which if you leave in the pipe, they can not only detect, but they can repair also. So within pipe, they can detect and repair these leakages as well. But those are mostly still at experimental scale, and for large networks, their applicability has not been demonstrated. The more attractive option is given by the software-based leakage detection methods, which relies on the some of the sensors fixed along with the network, and then getting the data from those sensors, analyzing that data. So they like there are calibration-based method, there are pressure sensitivity analysis-based method, and there are principal component analysis-based methods. So these software-based methods, using these different software techniques, they can tell that where, like, see, the most simple way is you put a pressure sensor at each and every node. So where there is a unusual pressure changes, you will figure out that, okay, there is certain leak in that pipeline. But that is going to put the cost huge. You can develop a software reading those sensor values and set up a calibration and validation and then use that. But that is going to cost huge amount of money. Okay, so there are software-based these leakage detection techniques which are there. Again, they have like tried for various purpose. There is various accuracy reported. And these methods, most of these methods are still designed for steady state. There has been a very few studies targeted at the transient stage leakage detection, because as when the leakage happens, so how means there are what happens, like for example, if you see here, if there is a leak, so the pressure wave which is traveling in the leak, in the event of a leak, there gets a disturbance and you will see a reverse wave coming in, and then there should be a sensor which can detect this. So based on how fast this, like how this wave travels, and how good that sensor is able to detect that. It can detect, if there is a single leak, it becomes very easy. It can detect and precisely tell you at what distance there is a leak. If there are multiple leaks, then you need a greater degree of calibration and validation for detecting the multiple leaks in the system. Okay. The other challenge is that these sensors, has to be very fine, because these waves, transient waves, travels very fast. Okay, in a span of few nanoseconds they will reach. So the ability of sensor to capture these various movements of these waves has to be precise. And then depending on the size of the leak, the transient wave which is generated, let's say a closure of valve or other thing. So not only leak, let's say you are having a standard transient pipe which is carrying the water, you all of a sudden close a valve, a transient wave will be generated. Now the transient wave which is coming, in case of no leak and in case of leak, there will be difference in those. So you can kind of mix and match or use a calibration with no leak system and then to leak system in order to detect and quantify. So then we also had tried in our lab index-based leakage detection method. So what we did, we set up a model where basically a no leak model and leak model, and then based on these, we determined the pressure residuals, and then the couple of leak indexes, which are the relative leak index and leak index. Okay, so we determine these two, relative leak index and leak index, based on this pressure, and that was the part of model building. And then we run it through optimal sensor placement. So we tried to optimize the number of sensors. As I was just mentioning, that it is very easy to detect the leak if we place sensor at each and every node, but the cost of the system installation is going to be huge. So what is the optimum number of sensors which can give you, let's say if you are having 100 nodes and you can get that all the precise information just by optimal placing of 3, 4, 5 node, 3, 4, 5 pressure sensors in that 100 node systems, you have saved a lot of money. So this is what we tried to optimize this. Okay, so we use that protocol for this, like using different number of sensors and then find the sensor combination, and then looking at the relative error, how much relative error it is giving, and based on that we validated the model. Okay. So we used Anytown network for this. This is a standard network used for this kind of analysis. The network is known as Anytown network. Okay, so there were various pressure nodes, and then we created several leak nodes over here. So you can see that there are several nodes, and we run this for 2 sensors, 3 sensor, and 4 sensor systems, and then at different locations. So for this, we framed a 2-layer feed forward ANN model using the MATLAB. Okay. And then you can see that we analyze the error. So for leak index and for relative leak index, where is the error minimum? Okay, the minimum percentage of error were marked, and then that were like at which location, which specific this thing, sensor, number of sensors and location of sensors, we can reduce this error. So optimal sensor combinations was evaluated using like 4 sensor calibration. Like you can see that these are 4 sensor calibrations. So we used 4 sensor in that model, and the best combination we got when we put at a 3, 11, 13 and 14 nodes, these sensors with R value as close to 0.9. With 2 sensor, it was not that good. Okay, there was huge fluctuations and error were relatively higher. But 3 sensors, we were able to match somewhat similar to that. Okay, there was the 4 sensor were little more superior, but 3 sensor were also good enough. So you can see that adding another sensor doesn't improve much. Okay, so just by using 3 sensors also, we can get 3 sensor or 4 sensor also, we can get the good or more like precise estimate of the error. So this is the kind of results for various number of sensors. The various
Sorry,
nodes.
Dr. Tiwari.
Just in a minute, I'm completing.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yeah. So the number of various number of sensors, and then these what are the different nodes covered, and what are the optimal sensor combinations for the performance error. So with 4%, we can get performance error with relative leak index less than 0.01 and with leak index of the order of 0.3, with 3 sensors 7%. Okay. And here 3 sensors RLI comes as down to less than 2% even with the 3 sensors. So these optimal locations we can identify. We are validating this with a real experimental network. So we have made a water distribution prototype network on the rooftop, as you can see here. So this is the network structure, and we are actually validating this. So anyway, we don't have even time, and these results are in a preliminary stage, so I'm not including that. I'm just concluding this with some of the key remarks. That first thing, water loss management, particularly in urban water utilities, is no more a luxury. Okay, it has become kind of unavoidable, or it is becoming progressively unavoidable, because the trust that we are giving to the water, nowadays we are saying that piped water supply for all the rural or urban household under Har Ghar Nal Ka Jal scheme. So more of these pipe network connections, and there would be higher scale of losses if we do not control it well. So it's high time that we start paying attention to this, because we invest significant amount in pumping, purifying and supplying this water. And if half of that goes waste, so that means we are the scale of resources, energy and money we are wasting is also huge. There are state-of-art techniques available and could be customized and optimized based on the specific requirements. There are static leak detection systems which rely on the sensor and data collectors placed within the network. These sensor systems are good in giving the idea of a leak as soon as a leak occurs, because you have already placed the sensors. So as soon as a leak occurs, it will be able to tell you that, okay, this zone or this segment of the network is having a leak. But these are not good in localization of these. Like this can tell, okay, this pipe segment has a leak, but where that leak is exactly, that is not feasible, or that is not too accurate with these kind of sensors. On the other hand, there are dynamic leak detection system, like moving leak detection system using these sound noise correlator or other acoustic system or ultrasonic system. So these are very precise. These can give the localization of leak, but if you rely only on this, you have to survey huge networks. That becomes again very challenging. So the hybrid systems which use a combination of both are kind of the right solution for this. So we already place some sensors, some like metering devices to begin with in the system, and then use these softwares or like static leak detection system, so that as soon as there leak or crack or anything develops, because otherwise you will see you run through, there is a crack and pipe, nobody cares. It is there for over like years. So as soon as something happens, the operator will get to know, and then that zone or that segment, they can cover through these dynamic leak detection devices for locating or pinpointing the leak and then correcting that measures. Okay. So with this, I conclude. I'd like to acknowledge the funding for this work under Future of Cities initiative by MHRD and the whole project team at School of Water Resources at Kharagpur. Okay. So
Thank you, Dr. Tiwari, for your detailed presentation. Since we are out of time, we don't have any time for questions, but there are a few questions from the attendees. Probably we will forward to you. If you find time, kindly answer those questions. We will put it in our website then later. Shall we now move on to Dr. Kaushal Garg's presentation?
Okay, so I'll stop sharing.
I think, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for organizers from IWSS for giving this opportunity. The title of this presentation is the Integrated Water Resources Management for Building System Resilience in Drylands. So I belong from ICRISAT, and then we are working from the different scales from the field scale to the watershed scale, and also to the relatively or bigger scale. So number of speakers has already spoken about the current challenges in about the water scarcity, land degradation, and many other things. So if you look at the drylands are largely suffering with the water scarcity and also the land degradations. If you look at, study shows that even river basins are suffering from 3 to 6 months in a year, and also the groundwater levels are declining. And if you look at our land degradation status, we can see that the 26 million hectares lands are almost suffering because of the land degradation. And then organic carbons are declining, and then agricultural productivity are poor. If you look at this graph, this shows a long-term data about the net irrigated area since 1950 to current stage, and it is showing that how the bore water and also the groundwater dominating system is predominating in irrigation system. So we have in 1960s about the 1 million bore wells, and now in 2016 we have about the 21 million bore wells. And then groundwater pumping, which was about the 25 cubic kilometer cube, is now has reached to 300 billion cubic meter or kilometer cube. So the situation is that the water resources is declining and the demand is increasing. So under this condition, our approach and strategies, what we are following, I'm sharing here that we are proving that the restoration of the landscape through watershed development, and if we couple it with the farm level interventions, that can bridge the yield gap, and also a number of issues can be resolved. Currently, we see that the rainwater harvesting structures which is built in current system is not very cost effective. They are in fact very expensive, and also they have the short life. So currently our approach is that how to minimize the cost by the proper designs, and also like the how that the structures should have a proper life at least for the 30 years, so that these structures should not breached if there is any bad years. In addition to that, number of speakers have already spoken that there is a missing data gap. So for filling those things, we are putting a good efforts towards the state-of-the-art instrumentation, and then a field scale to the watershed scale data we are monitoring. And water balance at the field and landscape scale is in general missing. Most of that water balance studies, what we see is most of the time it is on the river basin scale or the catchment scale, but the field scale and the landscape water budgeting is almost missing. So the effort is needed for those type of studies. Whatever the interventions we put in place, it should have a data-driven evidences. So that is what the impact should be visualized. And also like our approach should be goes towards the ecosystem services, and we should also map the different environmental benefits and ecosystem services. So in EquiSet, we are putting a great emphasis towards the hydrological monitoring, and then we have a long-term data analysis and then experimental sites where the 3 to 5 hectare of the watersheds we are monitoring since 30 years. And then at EquiSet, we have the two different type of soils, either alphy soils and verti soils. Alphy soils has low water holding capacity, and then which has the high sand content, and whereas the verti soils, which is characterized by the high water holding capacity and is largely dominated by the black soils. So you can see that from the year to year, dry, normal, and wet years, from the year to years, and then if we have a different soil types, that how the hydrology changes. So for example, in 730 millimeter of the rainfall situation, when we have the medium deep verti soils like the black cotton soils, and then we have the alphy soil, which is of low water holding capacity, we only generate the hydrology shows that the data shows that the 7% runoff is generating, whereas the 16% runoff generates from the alphy soils. So these type of the information is very much needed when we are looking towards the designing of the different NRM interventions and also different rainwater harvesting structures. All this knowledge what we have generated at the field scale is now trying to take it to the farmers field and also to the large scale. So these are the different projects at present EquiSet is working, and I will be sharing one of the outcomes and then results of one of the large scale initiative of the Bundelkhand region. Bundelkhand region of the central India, where this is located at the Ganges river basin. You can see this is the Ganga river, and then this is the part of the Bundelkhand, in that the two rivers, which is Ken and Betwa rivers, are flowing into that. And in fact, we are mainly working on the farmers field. So we have identified, or like the government of Uttar Pradesh has given ICRISAT assignment in that they have asked us to develop the 8 model watersheds of the 5,000 hectare each. In that watersheds, we have taken 3 to 4 villages, which is of the in a cluster approach, and then and following the hydrological boundary. So we have picked it 8 sites, which is covering almost a 40,000 hectare area. If we look at the Bundelkhand region, Bundelkhand is a hub of the water scarcity, lot of challenges. Farmers do not cultivate their land during the
It seems Kaushal has a connectivity problem. Couldn't see Kaushal here. Yeah, he's joining again.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, today there are a lot of challenge from my side. I'm sorry for that. So I was sharing that the Bundelkhand region, which is the hottest spot of the water scarcity, has here farmers do not cultivate. Most of the farmers, 50% of the farmers do not cultivate during the Kharif season, and then they keep the land fallow. Lot of land and water use efficiency is poor, and then lot of land degradation. You have seen that this region is known for the known for the ravinous land, and the organic carbon is less than 0.5%. There are the different issues which, in fact, in this program we have addressed. If we look at the climate change part, we have seen that we have analyzed the 23 rainfall station data, and then we have understood that the rainfall, which was 1,000 millimeter in 1950s, has declined to 750 millimeter presently. And then when we have looked at the farmers' household data, then we have understood that the annual agricultural income from the farmers is about 40,000 household per year. And then more than 90% of farmers are living below the poverty threshold of $1.25 per day. We have working almost since 10 years. We have realized that there was a traditional rainwater harvesting system, which is called as Haveli system. In that, farmers were harvesting water into their fields. They were making such big bunds. You can see these big bunds. Those are in fact completely broken. So farmers were harvesting during the monsoon period in these fields, and then they were cultivating the same field as a rabi crop, and they were so this water harvested into the Kharif period was used for the groundwater recharge. So that was a system predominating, and then this historically served almost 300 to 400 years. But over the period, because of the lack of the collective action and then loss in institutions system, these Haveli systems has broken or like have lost, and then almost 90% of these Havelis have now become defunct. So in this program, we have initiated the Haveli rejuvenation campaign, and then almost 40 Haveli structures we have rejuvenated. You can see this landscape of the Lalitpur district. In this, this is a village called as Birdha village. In that, a lot of water from the upland was coming, and then it was flushing the farmers' field, and then farmers were not able to cultivate the land during the Kharif season, and also because of the water scarcity, they were not able to cultivate the land during the Rabi season. So we have constructed these two Havelis, and then you can see that is almost a 50,000 cubic meter of the water capacity was created. Fields were large fields were made into the smaller fields. Divergent drains were made. So number of in situ and ex situ rainwater harvesting interventions at very upland was made, and this has made a significant change in recharge. You can see the picture, left picture, which shows that how the landscape was looking earlier, and then what we have made the innovation in this system, that in traditional Haveli, they were making the they were making the bunds with the earthen embankment. We have created a core wall in that. So this is the core wall has made. Over that period, we have put the soil on that so that it has a long stability, and then a outlet was made. So that way, these structures were created. And you can see the change in land use change. In February 2019, this was the land use where almost no cultivation was taking place. In February 2020, you can see the significant change has happened in terms of land use. Farmers started taking the Kharif and Rabi crop. Whereas we have invested for these two structures almost 25 lakhs. And then we have realized that within 1 year, the recovery has made already. So the gross income is almost coming 36 lakhs. So, and then similarly, like as I said, the 40 structures we have created in that, the different interventions of the, as per the need, we have undertaken. And then these villages is now serving as a sites of learning. In addition to that, field bundings. In general, what happens like when the agencies are making the field bunds, these field bunds are get broken within the 1 or 2 year period, because there is no surplusing arrangement, there is no facility so that the excess water can be disposed of. So to work it out, we have made a smaller structures so that the field bunds are not broken, and then excess water from these fields are disposed of. So hundreds of such field bunds and then surplusing arrangement was made. Almost of 6,000 acres of field bunding we have undertaken. Very challenging part is that the human resources, because like until unless we have a human resources, how to scale it up. So to address those, because in fact in our area also we had the 8 sites and then 40,000 hectares we had to work. So a lot of masons we have trained, and then they have those masons has brought to the one locations. They worked for the 3 months, and then under the lead mason and under the team of the expert scientists. And then they were deputed to the respective sites, and these structures is now built. So to bring the sustainability in the system, we have also addressed for the agroforestry part. Almost of all the 8 sites, a large scale campaign about the agroforestry was initiated, and then you can see within the 2 years period, these trees has now grown up. Almost of 300,000 tree plantation we have undertaken during the 2019-20, which has benefited almost of 3,000 farmers. Now come to data. So as in beginning, as I said that the data is the biggest lacuna, and then the field scale data is not available. So a lot of efforts towards the gone to on the data monitoring at the meso scale watersheds, like the 500 hectare to the 1,000 hectare scale. This is the data which we have collected from the 2 parallel watersheds in a paired watershed approach. In that, in one watershed we did the treatment, and another watershed we did not treat the made any interventions. So you can see, I will just explain the rainfall versus groundwater recharge relationship. So in that you can see the circles; those are showing the rainfall and then groundwater recharge. So you can see that with the 600 millimeter recharge, we have only got the 30 millimeter of the groundwater recharge when there is no interventions. But when the interventions in place, then you can see the 60 millimeter recharge we have found at the 600 millimeter. Otherwise, for getting the 60 millimeter of the groundwater recharge, we almost require under the no interventions 1100 millimeter rainfall. So this is what we say, that the 1100 millimeter of the rainfall conditions we have brought to the 600 millimeter condition. So groundwater resilience has built, and then this is leading towards the prosperity. You can see this is the change has happened into the groundwater level. the groundwater table has reached to the very top level. And these are all the dug well system where the perch water table creates. This data, you can see that in month of January, when there was a 2 meter of the pressure head was generating, now the pressure head in the January month is almost coming 4.5 meter. So there is a 2.5 meter additional gain. We have got it, and there is a clear change into the crop yield and also crop intensification. Almost of 10 to 15% of the land which was left completely under permanent fallow has brought to the agriculture, and then also the under different fields. Where the farmers were taking marginal crop yield has got the significant yield gain, almost of 10 to 70%. Under this program, we have taken almost of in 7 seasons, almost of 10,000 field demonstrations of the different varieties about different best management practices we have undertaken, and then these are the results. It is showing that the minimum 30 to 50% yield gain we have got it. So there was a compound effect because we had a landscape interventions, so that was making that was assuring the water availability, and further improved management practices were also enhanced the crop yield. Altogether, we have seen that the farmers' income in these areas where compared to the baseline has increased from the 40 to 140% across the district. And then regarding the water resources creation, we have seen that there is a significant change in terms of the shift has happened in terms of the use efficiency, because in one thing is that a significant amount of the water which is harvested is also made use by the farmers, but in addition to that, the fallow land, the water which was left in the was going as a non-productive evaporation was also now used for the productive transpiration, because of the almost of 10 to 15% of the fallow land was converted into the agricultural land. So lot of stakeholder engagement has made it so that we had continuous engagement with the different stakeholders, including the farmers, researchers, even the policy makers, ministers and all. So they were reviewing, they were visualizing this program, and they were trying to understand then how the what is the procedure, and then what are the different innovations ICRISAT and then partners are making. In these programs, we have almost reached to the more than 25,000 farmers in one and another interventions. So like in terms of water harvesting or productivity enhancement or agroforestry or maybe further development and other programs. So that way, this program has been implemented by ICRISAT. And these are the different partners. The government of Uttar Pradesh has given a financial support in this program. And then a lot of a number of agricultural universities, ICR institutes, and also different NGOs has worked together for this program. Thank you for this giving the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Kaushal, for your detailed presentation on field scale water harvesting works. And we'll see 1 or 2 questions from the participants. Shall I read out to you?
Please.
Yeah. So, is there any scale issue between when you were working from the field scale, if we are then scaling up to the sub-basin level or basin level? How you are tackling the scale issues in your work?
And actually, our work is up to the 5,000 to 10,000 hectare scale. So we have not so far reached to the basin level actually, because we are dealing with the farmers field and also to the 5 to 10,000 hectare of the landscape scale. So for taking to the large scale, generally we are going with the capacity building initiatives, so that the more and more farmers are benefited and more stakeholders are engaged.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kaushal. Thank you for your detailed presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we move on to the next keynote presentation by Dr. T.V. Ramachandra. Dr. T.V. Ramachandra is professor in Energy and Wetland Research Group at the Center for Ecological Sciences, Indian Institute of Science. So during the past 20 years, Professor Ramachandra has established an active school of research in the areas of energy and environment. Dr. Ramachandra is a member of Karnataka State Wetland Authority. Currently, Professor Ramachandra is coordinator of Energy and Wetland Research Group at Center for Ecological Sciences. Professor Ramachandra was a member of Environmental Expert Appraisal Committee during 2007 to 2010, appointed by the Ministry of Environment and Forest, and a member of Western Ghats Task Force. Apart from this, Dr. Ramachandra also serves on many committees on National Green Tribunal related to wetlands. Now I request Professor Ramachandra to deliver his keynote titled Insights to the Hydrological, Ecological, Environmental, and Social Dimensions of Aquatic Ecosystems for Water Sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to share the slides. Can you come to me? I'm trying to share the slide. There is a problem with the sharing. The slides are visible?
It's still loading. Yes, we can able to see the desktop. Yeah, we can able to see the slides now.
You can see the slides?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening to everyone.
It is.
Okay, today I'll be talking about the hydrological, ecological, and environmental and social dimensions of aquatic ecosystem for water sustainability. I work in the area of sustainability, the water sustenance, and what are the precautions one should have to ensure that water is available to everyone. Okay, when we talk about the celebration of the Water Day, I would say that if we can make sure that everyone has a clean and adequate water, that means we have celebrated the Water Day in a true sense, which also, the clean air, water, and environment to all, sustenance of natural resources, and minimization of disasters, security and survival and peace, which is also the concept of sustainable development. And the theme of the current year Water Day is on valuing water. Okay. Now let me take you to the Western Ghat, my study region. The Western Ghat, I think some of you know about it, extends from Kerala to Gujarat and is a region rich in the forest. Its length is about 1,600 kilometers. When you look at the Western Ghats, there are 100 plus rivers. There are perennial rivers are available because of perennial rivers, which means the water available throughout the year. There is a water security in the peninsular India. Because of that water security, we have the food security. Now let us try to understand the other aspects of the ecological aspect of the Western Ghats. When you visit the Western Ghat, you get a glimpse of the Western Ghat like this. And when you look at the number of species, as we move from Kerala to Gujarat, 8 degree to 22 degree latitude, you will see the highest number of species occurs in the 8 to 14 degree latitude, which corresponds to Kerala and Karnataka part of Western Ghats, which means the onus is on the shoulders of the people residing in Kerala and Karnataka to conserve the Western Ghats so that we have the diversity of life. Because of the diversity of life, there is also water in the system. Now, when you look at the nature is always in balance. There is energy and material transition happens in the system. There is also treatment that happens is called remediation, bioremediation. In fact, how the technology developed based on this concept, I'll be discussing that in a few minutes. And also the sustainability. See, one of the principles of the nature is the sustainability. You all have noticed the renewability is the order of the nature. So to ensure the sustainability in the system, this will continue as long as there is no over exploitation in the system. Now, to manage the ecosystem, see, to minimize the over exploitation, you need to have the ecosystem approach, which means that you need to maintain the physical and chemical integrity of the system to ensure the biological integrity. That means the species that occur in a particular region, you cannot bring it to the labs in Bangalore or Mumbai and culture it. Then it will not have the medicinal properties. So that means one need to maintain the physical and chemical integrity to ensure the biological integrity in the system. Now, if we do not manage the ecosystem, what are the problems people have faced? Let us try to understand from some of the case studies, historical case studies. This is in the Easter Island. People went on expanding the island thinking that land is available. But one day the people have to abandon the island because there was no water. So that means the water availability in a region decides the fate of the region. So if you want to live for a longer time, you need to have a clean water. If you have to have a clean and adequate quantity of water, you need to know that how to manage the ecosystem. Now, the another case is from India. The last leg of Vijayanagara kingdom failed because of the water scarcity. So that means the water plays a decisive role in our system. Now, when you have the ecosystem, you will see the harmonious state of the mind, body, and spirit, which is the holistic health. That is what happens when people spend a time in the ecosystem like this. So now let me take you to my case study. You see over a period of 25 years how the changes have happened. The region was, when I was a student, I used to see a lot of water, and also probably it is because of the vegetation in the region. Now, in the same region, when I visit, in the same month, there is no water, which means there is some linkage between the ecology and hydrology or hydrological regime in the system. To understand this further and to demonstrate this, I'll take you to the river basin. So this is a river basin in the Western Ghats. So we have understood the hydrology, ecology, biodiversity, and environmental aspects of this river basin. So my understanding is that for any ecosystem, there is a structure of the ecosystem that has to be managed. If you, for example, depending on the structure of the ecosystem, the functions of ecosystems are decided. What are the functions of ecosystem? You have the hydrological cycling, biogeochemical cycling, and nutrient cycling, which is dependent on the structure of the ecosystem. That means how the land is covered or the catchment is covered decides the water retention capability of the catchment or the hydrological cycle and nutrient cycle. Now, to understand this, let us go to a river basin in Western Ghats. It originates at Ambatirtha, traverses 128 kilometers, joins the ocean. Now, for the most of the civil engineers, this blue line is the river. But we need to understand river, if you want to have the water in the river, you need to maintain the river basin or the catchment. For example, in this river basin, a dam was constructed in the year 1965. Now, with the construction of the dam, we have the water reservoir now. So the water is stored in this region. Now, let us try to understand what changes could have happened in this region because of the dam construction. Now, let us take the rainfall data, which is available for the last 120 years. You divide the rainfall data into two time periods, 1901 to 1965 and 1965 to today. 1901 to 1965, this region was receiving the rainfall of 3,000 to 4,500. Now, 1965 to today, when you analyze the data, you will be surprised to see this portion continues to receive 3,000 to 4,500 millimeter, while this portion started getting 1,700 to 1,900 millimeter. See, the topography is similar. It receives the same kind of rainfall, orographic precipitation, and it was receiving 3,000 to 4,500 millimeter. Now, this portion started getting only 1,700 to 1,900 millimeter. To understand this, we analyze the catchment integrity using the remote sensing data. Now, when you overlay that remote sensing data for this region, you will see that wherever the greenery is there, the stream density is higher and rainfall is also good. Wherever the barren area or agricultural lands are there, you see the stream density is poor and rainfall also has declined. Now, to understand this further, let us visit the region. So when you go to the region, one portion, this portion is thick in the forest, while the other portion is like this. This is a degraded landscape. Now, when you look at the forest, these are the green forest where you can see that using remote sensing data, you can analyze it. You divide this region into the subbasin based on the tributary. That means delineate the catchment for the subbasin, and let us try to understand rainfall and the subbasins, what is the forest cover. Now, when you look at this region, these are the subbasins on the eastern side, these are the subbasins on the western side. Now, subbasins on the eastern side, when you look at 30% forest cover in this subbasin and rainfall is 1,776, while the forest cover is 41%, 1,750. While on the western side, forest cover is 65%, rainfall is 4,800, or 60% rainfall is 4,400, which establishes the link between the rainfall and the kind of the forest in the catchment. Now, to understand the availability of water and how long the water is available to the people in this region, we monitored the stream. We selected the streams in this catchment. We monitored it for 36 months. The 36 months to take into account the seasonal variability and also year-to-year variability. That's why 3 years we did this experiment. So in this the select streams, we did the analysis and we graded the streams as A, B, C, D. A are the streams which carry the water for 12 months. B are the one carry the water for 8 months. C are the one carries the water for 6 months. And D are the one carries the water for only during the monsoon. Now, when you look at the catchment, the catchment, when it is covered with the forest cover more than 60% of native species, you have perennial water. While when it is converted into monoculture plantation, it has become either B or C. That means 6 to 8 months of water availability. While the landscape is degraded less than the 30%, you see that these type of streams are there. That means water is available only during the monsoon. So that further establishes that if you have a forest of native vegetation, diverse vegetation, it has the ability to retain the water and provide the water to the dependent population throughout the year. When we talk about clean energy, clean water or clean technology, I would say let us look at the forest as a reservoir of the water. Instead of building the reservoir, if we can maintain the integrity of the forest, probably we have done the job for our children so that they will have adequate and enough water. Now, let us try to look at how the hydrological regime behaves in this region, where the forests are there and where the agricultural lands are there. See, wherever forests are there, infiltration is higher and the evapotranspiration is also there. Wherever the forests are not there, infiltration is minimal. So now, as you store more and more water in the underlying layer, which means if you do the groundwater recharge, you have enough water for you during the lean season. We also looked at the societal demand. The society requires the water for agriculture, then for drinking and bathing, etc., livestock, etc. We looked at this requirement. You see, in this region where forests are there, the demand is also higher, and there is enough water to meet the demand. While in this region, the forests are now minimal, you see the demand is higher, and there is not much water to meet the demand. So that means if you need to have if you want to have the water throughout your lifetime, you need to maintain the ecological integrity of the ecosystem or the catchment in the river basin. Now let us try to understand this further. See, wherever forest is there, you see the water for drinking, and wherever forests are converted into monoculture or they degraded to some extent, you see either 6 to 8 months the stream water is there. Wherever forests are degraded completely, where the catchment is degraded completely, you have the water only during the 4 months. This further establishes my earlier statement saying that there's a linkage between the kind of forest and type of forest cover that decides the water availability in the catchment. The similar experiment we did in the other two river basins the last year. Okay. Now, when you look at the diversity of animals, you see the sloth bear, tiger, and all these things, the distributions are there. Here, they all are there where water is available 12 months, where water is not available, only two-legged animal exists. So this is the relationship between the water and the animals, especially the four-legged animals occur where the water is there throughout the year. So now, based on our this study in the four river basin, we published an article in Current Science. Those who are interested can go to this article, download and read this, wherein we have done a comparative assessment of these four river basins. Now, what are the benefits of having the water throughout the year? If you want to understand, we have done the comparative assessment of the villages who are in the vicinity of this kind of forest, which are the dense and the native species are there, versus the people who are residing in the degraded landscape or in the monoculture plantation. If the farmers earn 1,54,000 rupees per acre per year in the agricultural land who are in the vicinity of this forest, the people who are in the degraded landscape earn only 32,000 rupees per acre per year. This is mainly because the availability of water. When water is available throughout the year, people can grow 3 crops or a cash crop. That's why they have the higher the selling power. And the second thing is when the forests are diverse in the catchment, they also have the diverse the pollen or the system which the pollination happens. So in the process, you see the yield is also higher. That means not only the water, even the yield of the crop is higher because of the good pollination. So that means the people are getting higher yield for the crop that is grown. That's where their earning is 1,54,000 rupees per hectare per year. Compared to the farmers who are in the degraded landscape, their yield is poor, and also the water is not available throughout the year. Only during one season they can grow only one crop. That is how the livelihood, how the people are dependent on the kind of the system that prevails in the region. Unfortunately, in our country now the forests are being degraded, which is also going to hurt the 60% of the people. There is one whatever the technology we have, but we cannot compete with the nature. If we can use the nature and manage the nature effectively, nature will give the water to all of us throughout our lifetime. Now, let us try to understand the other beneficial aspects of this ecosystem. Say, for example, these two new fish species we described from the river basin, which I talked about a few minutes back. These are important from medicinal point of view. Now, that means this fish is required for the humans for the respiratory ailment, etc. Now, if we want this fish, we cannot bring it to the Bangalore or the Cochin and culture it. Then it will lose its medicinal property. That means the fish that grows in that particular habitat only can they give the medicine to the people. Now, for the fish to survive there, it has to have the water 12 months in the street. That for the street to have the water 12 months, the catchment of the stream should have the vegetation of native species, the diverse vegetation. That means there is a linkage between the biodiversity of the terrestrial ecosystem with the aquatic ecosystem. That's how these kind of the organisms survive. That is how we get the medicine from the system. Now, to understand this further, let me share one more example. So, where they see, you all know about the frogs. The frogs are also known as amphibians. That is because there are two stages in the life cycle. The first stage is in the water, the tadpole stage. The second stage is on the land, the adult stage. Now, if the water is not available, what will happen to the frog? Then the tadpole cannot survive. But in this case of the Piletus leucorinus, after fertilization of the young, the eggs, we noticed that in 14 days, the young ones were emerging out. So that means the animal has learned to get adapted to a situation when there is no water available in the region. Now, with the changes in the climate, you are going to face a severe water crisis throughout the globe. So I am sure that all the human race will go extinct. Only the animals like this, the Piletus leucorinus, are the only one which will survive on the earth. If you want to survive, you need to maintain the integrity of the ecosystem. So now let us try to see how we can have innovative technologies. Some of the things we have been successful in implementing in Bangalore and other parts of the Karnataka. So now, for example, wastewater treatment with constructed wetland and algal pond. If you learn from the nature's principle, then probably you can also design the technology effectively. That is what we did. So now to treat the wastewater, conventionally people only have the secondary treatment plant because none of the municipalities will have the money to have the tertiary treatment plant. See, there are three stages of the treatment. One is primary, which remove the large particles. Secondary treatment remove the chemical ion. Tertiary treatment remove the nutrient. Now, for removing the nutrient from sewage, one should have the tertiary treatment. None of the treatment plants implemented in Bangalore didn't have the tertiary treatment. So what I did in 2008 is I integrated constructed wetland and algal pond. So as the water after secondary treatment passes through this, the nutrient removal happens to an extent of 85 to 90%. If you look at my publications of 2005, surrounding this lake, the wells had a nitrate. That is because the lake was receiving the sewage and the well water was recharged because of this surface water. And as the water moved with the nitrogen or the N and P, as it moved towards the groundwater, it became the nitrate, which is a carcinogen, which introduces the cancer in the system. Now, by having this cost-effective technology, which is working for the last 10 years, I have brought out the report which is available online. This is the title of the report, Integrated Wetland Ecosystem, which gives the details about how the treatment is happening. Now, today, surrounding this lake, there are 300 wells, and none of the wells have nitrate. That means at least my technology has given the clean water to the 300 people depending on this well. So now, this is the quantity of the nutrient that is being removed in the system. Now, the other option is the rainwater harvesting. Some of the speakers talked about the rainwater harvesting. Now I am trying to see that whether we can rejuvenate the lakes in our country, and so that we can harvest the rainwater effectively. Now, when you look at the Bangalore landscape is altering. The 69% green cover in Bangalore today is choked with the concrete. There is no space for the groundwater recharge, and also greenery has come down drastically in the system. And if this trend continues, 98% of the Bangalore would be concretized by 2025. So that's why we have started telling that enough is enough, we need to plan. So that's where the thinking has started happening in Bangalore. So now we are thinking about rainwater harvesting. Suppose if you look at the rainwater that is available in Bangalore, the annual rainfall of 700 to 850 millimeter, we have 15 TMC of water. So we have interconnected lakes in Bangalore. If we rejuvenate this lake, we can retain the rainwater in this lake. So as the groundwater gets recharged because of this clean rainwater, so automatically without any technology, we have a clean water for the entire population of Bangalore. 45% of Bangalorean depends on the groundwater even today. So now our suggestion is the 5R formula. First R formula is the responsible citizen. If people are responsible, they rejuvenate the lake so that we can retain the rainwater, and also they will allow the reuse and recycle the water, which means when we rejuvenate the lake and retain the rainwater, we have 15 TMC of water. Bangalore requires 18 TMC of water. That means 70% of the water required for Bangalore is available in the form of rain. The second option is if we are using 18 TMC of water, we are also generating 18 TMC of wastewater. If we treat that wastewater through the technology similar to Jakpur Lake, 16 TMC, we have 31 TMC. That means in a regenerated water, I am showing the surplus water situation. So now how we can do it? There are many lakes throughout the state. So if we can rejuvenate the lakes and retain the rainwater, we will not have the water poverty in any part of the state or any part of the globe. So the create the water bodies if possible, and mini forest in each ward. So now this is the water body we have created in the campus. It has become a recreation spot, and today I also have water in this water body, and also there is a diversity in our life in this water body. You can see that 2005 I have been taking measurements. 2008 onwards the water body looks like this, and this is the algae, zooplankton, fish, and the otter and the snake in the thing. That means my job was just storing the water, 10 lakh liters of water every year. And nature has created the ecosystem that sustains by itself. So now, whenever I meet people, I have made them to create the water body. Here I gave a proposal to this person to create the water body because this region was undergoing the drought situation. So when I gave the suggestion, he implemented the water body within 15 days. I see the success is because of the youth. So the youth from the Alva Science and Engineering College were involved, and CEO is also young, and also the saint is also young, who was instrumental in implementing the technology, what I suggested. Now this year also there was a water scarcity, but this particular taluk didn't face the water crisis because this saint also took up desilting of the lake. Because he did notionally 2 lakes desilting, as a cascading effect, 32 lakes were desilted during the last 3 or 4 years. So that's why this year when there was a water scarcity because of the less rainfall, whatever rain came, the rainwater stored in the lake, there was no water scarcity in the region. Now seeing the success here, I talked to this gentleman who is the CEO of the Alvas College. He created the water body based on our proposal, which stores 25 lakh liters and also took up the planting of the native species. When I visited in 2018, I see the greenery with the water there, and you can see a smile on our face. And when I visited in 2019, I saw the plenty of water. The youngsters who are listening to me have to take the message from this seriously. When this gentleman met me first time, he was alone. He was a bachelor. After implementing this, within a 6 months, he got a partner who takes care of the entire family. Today, he's also, within a year, he's also becoming a father. So these are the signs of the success. When you do the experiment or the job which is benefit the society, you are also benefited by the nature. Now, the mini forest in each ward, it improves the groundwater table, local ecology, carbon sequestration, reduce the temperature in 2 degrees. If you come to my campus, I have this climber, which is from the Western Ghats. Seeing that architecture, I felt that I should have it in Bangalore. I brought it to the campus, planted, this is the seed I got it to Bangalore, planted in the 7 locations. Out of the 7 locations, only 1 location it has survived, that is next to the building. That means even the plants know who will take it because my office is located in this building. So for the last 20 years, I am working here. In front of this building, we created a mini forest. Today, if you look at the region, you get a feel of the rainforest. And more importantly, when you look at the importance of this, see, this region was earlier infested with Parthenium. Groundwater table was 150 feet. Today, I have the water 5 to 10 feet because of this native species. 49 species, 500 saplings were planted in this region in 1990s when I was a student. Today, I see the benefit of that in the form of plenty of water and temperatures 2 degrees lower, and also the diversity of life there. I also have this Glendaloris, the 4 families residing in my forest. So these are the benefits. That is what this model has to be replicated in every part of the globe, so that people have the water at decentralized level. That is what Mahatma Gandhi talked about it. Rejuvenate the lakes at the decentralized level, and the water will be available to everyone. That's what the government of today has to do it under Jal Shakti program. Not think of the foolish plans of the river linking, etc. Now, if you want to know more about, you are most welcome to come to IIC. And this is the glimpse of the IIC campus. And these are the other things we do, the capacity building. And I also organize a symposium popularly known as Lake Symposium. Once in 2 years, I have been doing from the 98. The 12th event we created we conducted during the December 28th to 30th of December. So now this is the announcement of that. You see the children, the importance of this event is the 1 day is for the school children in the 4-day event. Even though it's an international event, I have given the opportunity for the school children who are my partners in my environment education program. We train them in various experiments. They conduct the experiment. The experiment could be related to carbon or the catchment mapping or the water quality assessment. So that's where the children are trained by my students. Then the children go and collect the sample. They come to my lab. They analyze the sample. These are the sketches drawn by the kids. That means whatever we have learned, we are also disseminating the kids. That is the most effective way of giving the knowledge to the youngsters of today, so that the 25 years of my knowledge in 1 or 2 years they get it. And that's how we are trying to generate a new breed of youngsters in India. So now the children are working on diatoms. We are also doing the capacity building for the people working in industries and universities. This is the 19th session of the course which I'm conducting in the campus. That means not only with the school children, even for the people working in industries, and we are doing the capacity building on issues related to the ecology, hydrology, and environment. We are doing the capacity building at all levels. So now those who are interested in my work can go to this website. These are some of the portals where you get the details, and you can write to me at this my email ID. When you access my web page, it looks like this. You can see the research paper sections here. So all my publications are archived here, the organized team-wise. Depending on your theme, you can access the paper. If you are really interested in the water bodies, you can see this. Lot of the publication related to the lakes and rivers in the Western Ghats and in Bangalore. So now when the work what we did in 2009, today we have the country's solar program. And now my students are working on biofuel from the algae, from the water bodies.
Sir, we are
I'm at almost
losing
the
time.
last slide.
Yeah.
I'm at the last slide, okay? So when I look at the country's landscape, the 65% are youth. We have abundant solar energy and biofuel, so that we can make the country the developed country or the progressive country. So now this is a group of students who work with me. When they do excellent job, they keep a smile in everybody, and they contribute to the nation building. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your detailed presentation. And this is really wonderful for every one of us here. Thanks a lot. But I couldn't see any questions from the participants. But for every one of us, it will be a slightly different experience from looking at the water from the ecological perspective. Thanks a lot, sir, for your
Okay, thank you.
detailed presentation. Thanks a lot.
Sure.
Now we move on to our next presentation. Our next presentation is coming from PhD Colloquium. Ms. Gina Prasad from Amrita School of Engineering is going to present her work. So currently Ms. Gina Prasad is serving as Assistant Professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Amrita campus. So now I request Gina Prasad.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. So let me share my presentation. Hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, your slides are visible.
Yeah. Is it okay now, sir? Yeah.
Yes.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. My humble prostrations at the lotus feet of Amma. I am Jeena Prasad. I'm a PhD student of Dr. Manisha Ramesh. So actually, my research topic is integrated assessment of environmental drivers on water quality and public health. It's a case study of Kainagiri Panchayat in Alappuzha district of Kerala. And because of the time constraint here, I'm presenting the vulnerability and sustainability of groundwater resources and experience from Kerala. So, yeah, starting actually, this slide shows the various views of Alappuzha district. So as going with the famous paradox, water everywhere, not a single drop to drink. So the best example is Kerala. So actually, the most polluted districts in Kerala with respect to water are Palakkad and Alappuzha. So I have selected the area of Alappuzha where this paradox is very applicable. So actually, we have heard about water scarcity, but which is a global issue, but scarcity of water due to contamination is a striking problem that faced in many parts of the world. So yeah, this slide, this is a location map. So as per the census, the total population is given here, and this area is also called as the rice bowl of Kerala. So Kainagiri Panchayat is a typical representative of Kuttanad wetland ecosystem. It's a Ramsar site. So Ramsar site is a wetland site which have been listed under the Ramsar conservation that aims and to conserve and promote the sustainable use of the natural resources. So actually it was developed in 1971 by UNESCO. Globally, we have 2,300 sites, and 37 sites out of that were in India and 3 in Kerala. So my study area, that is a research study area, is the Kainagiri. It's nothing but it's one of the Ramsar sites. So, so before going to the next slide, let me say why I selected this Kainagiri Panchayat. So for this, we have divided into 4 parts. One is the water supply, land use, environment, and anthropogenic activities. So the study is rich in flora and the key specialities in this area, that is the water, the agriculture is practiced below the sea level. So the area is prone to very high rainfall and flood, which disturbs the total ecosystem and the natural balance are affected. And hope you remember about, some of you remember about the heavy floods occurred in during 2018, so which greatly affected this place. So even though this place have very surplus of surface water, the perception of the residents in this area, they think that the perception is nothing but the surface water is polluted. Even the studies have proved that the surface water is polluted. So this area has various land use patterns, such as the land paddy field, mixed vegetation, and then uncultivated area, water body, waterlogged area built up, but the use of contingency is the land is very less. So this shows, this is a NASA image of taken, so which shows the left side shows, yeah, this one. This shows nothing but about the before the flood and after the flood. So after some years, the NASA there from there the photograph have taken, that is after the right extreme is after the flood have taken. So so this infographic highlights the benefits of my research and categorized into four different sessions. So for our convenience, and these are tightly integrated. So first is about the resource vulnerability, which focus on the land use pattern, climate change, global warming, and the impact of rainfall and flood on potable water quality. So this section has a direct or a bearing on the Sustainable Development Goal, that is SDG 13. And the next one, that is the water and sanitation forms the core of SDG 6, and the second session focused on the water quality of groundwater sources and the distribution line. So natural organic matter, that is NOM, which is an X factor in water, has also been studied here. So agriculture, the major anthropogenic activity, and the resultant of the pesticide use and anthropogenic activities of daily living has a direct impact on SDG 2 and SDG 8. That's the third one. So the trade-off and the impact of sustainability and the health burden of these activities are determined and presented in the final session, forming the key target of SDG 3 and 12. So I'll be focusing only the water quality part in this seminar. So this is the first objective is about the resource vulnerability. So we have studied the land vulnerability, water vulnerability, and the anthropogenic with respect to the anthropogenic activities. So here, that is in the Kainagiri Panchayat, the main source of the water is groundwater. So as the extraction is a controlled groundwater, as extraction of the groundwater is a controlled activity, it has to be optimized. And for that, we identified groundwater potential zones by using geographical information system with 18 different layers, and the results indicate that 50% of the water is vulnerable. So yeah, this is the groundwater quality indicators. For example, I can say that we have collected data for the year, that is from the Kainagiri Panchayat. We have collected data for 2 years, that's in the year 2018 and 19. So we have done it for 3 seasons, that is pre-monsoon, that February, it starts from February to May, then monsoon, that is from June to September, and then post-monsoon, that is October to January. So then for 14 locations, that's 3 borewells, that is the main borewell borewell that they have, and then other 11 distribution points, and then we have tested for the 20 parameters. So actually for the groundwater quality indicators, we have tested the 3, that's mainly the physical parameter, chemical parameter, and biological. With respect to that, in addition to this, we have tested the trace metal analysis. So water quality assessment, we have done it, and for the borewell and for the distribution lines. That is for the borewell, we have done the that is the drinking water suitability, and the water quality index was also prepared. And with respect to the distribution lines, we have prepared the water quality index, and that is and then irrigation water suitability. That is different irrigation, Kelly index, permeability index, magnesium hazard. So we have percentage of sodium. So I am not going in detail about the irrigation suitability here. We will discuss only about the groundwater suitability. So this is the sole source of drinking water for the entire population is a borewell. So there are 3 borewells which is located at the outskirts of this Panchayat. This is a Kainagiri Panchayat. So this the residents in this region, so they rely completely on, as I have told earlier, that only groundwater, which is the main source of the drinking water, and whereas the other alternative source is highly contaminated. So we have collected 14 samples, that is from the 3 borewells and the 11 distribution lines, and we have done the hydrochemical analysis, which can reveal the quality of the water and its evolution. So we have done the physicochemical analysis, and the biological analysis was done in our Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences and our biotechnology lab, and the trace metal, it was done in our Ayurveda. So when I speak about I'm focusing only on the geogenic pollution of the groundwater. So geogenic refers to the naturally occurring as a result of the geological process. So different sources of geogenic pollution are seawater intrusion in the coastal area, so the agriculture practice, the urban wastewater, or the solid and the liquid waste from the different industries, mining area, etc. So in India, the predominant geogenic contaminants are fluoride and arsenic. So coming the slides, we explain about the red flags of water quality. So this slide gives an overview of the geogenic contamination of iron in borewell and the distribution. So all kinds of water, including the groundwater, have considerable quantities of iron. So the limit stipulated by WHO and BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards for Iron, is 0.3 mg per liter. So the details of the iron in borewell are shown here. So there is a decrease. Actually, you can see here there is a decrease in concentration in monsoon in both the season or in both the years. I'm sorry, in monsoon season in both the years. So it shows the dilution effect of well water. When the concentration of the iron increases, that's around 0.3 mg per liter, the potability of the water declines and it contributes a metallic taste to the water, as everyone knows that. So increased well water volume during the monsoon season probably resulted in the lower iron concentration, and effluent seeping from the septic tank, even the slurry, pits or the landfill, etc. are the different sources how it contributes to the iron to the groundwater for a long period. So when I speak about the distribution lines or the iron, so this figure shows an average concentration in the different season, all except. So actually, when you see about the S4, so in some season followed a trend of groundwater sources, that is, it's nothing but an indicator of a local contamination as a result of the loss of structural integrity. So anaerobic groundwater contains increased level of ferrous, iron, so without displaying any discoloration. So when directly pumped from the well, so however, when the oxidation of ferrous ion to the ferric ion occurs in the atmosphere, so resulting in the reddish brown color to the water, so iron can increase the growth of unwanted bacteria that forms the biofouling in the well, pump, pipes, etc. So next we'll see about the fluoride. I'm seeing only about the red flags. So this slide gives an overall view of the geogenic contamination of fluoride. And the coming two slides tells about the borewell and the distribution levels in the fluoride. So this graph shows the trend of fluoride in the borewell. So the presence of high concentration of fluoride in the groundwater is because of the natural, that is the geological condition of that area, or the anthropogenic cause, or the combination of the both. So weathering of rocks and infiltration of rainfall through these increases the fluoride concentration in groundwater. So let me say about the fluoride in the distribution lines. So fluoride can cause or was seen to be beyond the safe limit in almost all season in both the years. So managing fluoride pollution tricky factor here due to the fact that the source of the pollution is unidentified. So fluoride is essential for healthy bones and teeth, and consumption less than 0.5 ppm, that's a 0.5 mg per liter, can lead to the dental caries and the weak bones in children. On the other hand, consumption of fluoride in excess of more than 1 ppm can result in the dental and the skeletal fluorosis. So now let me say about, this is about the total ammonia. So actually total ammonical nitrogen is the amount of nitrogen in the form of ammonia and dissolved ammonia, NH4+. Here the sample values are much above the permissible limit, which is highlighted. So the next, this slide shows about the intense agriculture activities during the monsoon. So actually you can see here during the monsoon in 2019 resulted in a dramatic increase of total ammonical nitrogen levels, and the stipulated level is 0.5 mg per liter, and here the values have gone up to 8.5 mg per liter. So exposure to the increased concentration of nitrate can lead to the neurological neurological disorder, as mainly Alzheimer's. So yeah, nitrates are considered as a reliable indicator of the contamination of a result of the agricultural activity. So ammonia is highly soluble in water, and the level of ammonia depends on the activity of the denitrifying and the nitrifying bacteria. So actually the fertilizers mainly here used is nothing but the ammonium nitrate. So used in that is used in the agriculture, and the sewage contamination are the common reasons for the anthropogenic pollution. So increase the level here. This also in the 2019. So monsoon is indicative of agricultural activities. So now let me say about the Piper, that is a Piper trilinear diagram. For understanding the hydrochemical process, we with the help of the Piper trilinear diagram, it's very easy to understand. So actually, it's a graphical representation. So that explains the chemistry of ions in the water sample. So this understands. So this reveals the similarities and the differences among the water samples. So we used the Aquachem scientific software of version 4 used for plotting this, and the cation and anion as which is used as the separate ternary, and then this is projected into a diamond, as everyone knows about this, how to draw it. And the data plots in the cation triangle shows that most of the water is clustered in a non-diamond zone, whereas with respect to the anion, the most are in the chloride type and the rest in the bicarbonate type.
Miss, I think we have 1 more minute left.
Oh God, yeah, fine. So let me say about the bacteriological contamination. So bacteriological contamination, it says that the total coliform and the E. coliform with respect to the bacteriological concern. So the analysis revealed that the presence of a total coliform. So next about the bacteriological, still this is the same. Actually, we say that if E. coli, we found it in a 2 distribution lines, E. coli indicates that the sewage contamination. This is also with respect to. So let me rush up very fast with respect to the NOM. So as everyone knows that what is NOM? NOM is nothing but the natural organic matter. So we have done the characterization and quantification of NOM. So and with respect to actually for 1 year we have done it, and and the different parameters, these are the results. We have done it for the DOG, and the UV, that is then SUBA. We have done for the fluorescence. We have done for Fourier transform. These are the results. So at last, let me say about what you the X factor. That is about the X factor of actually when I speak about the NOM, it's a first of kind and exploratory study is done with respect to the qualitative and quantitative attributes of natural organic matter in Kerala. So the presence of dioxin or the tryptophan-like NOM components which make the water susceptible to the microbial activity. For awareness, the awareness has to be given to the public about the this NOM. So actually, as SUBA level, so with respect to level shows that it is aromatic and is a mix of hydrophobic and hydrophilic. And overall, I can say that because actually we saw the treatment measures has to be taken, and long-term risk of cancer due to disinfection byproducts can be mitigated by the NOM characterization, quantification, and the subsequent removal. So through proper water treatment measures has to be done. We have to do it, and relatively resilient to seasonal changes. So treatment measures adopted can be consistent. So this is about the water quality, and we'll see that the water quality index also we have done it, and this is, I think there is no time, but still the red line shows about the irrigation water requirement, and the blue bar shows the precipitation in MM. So for instance, the January water, we have, it came around 25 mm. So the need is approximately 400 mm. So overall, I can say that the strain on the groundwater is expected, and the implication are the precipitation during the monsoon season needs to be utilized for the proper infrastructure. So then this is a conclusion. So groundwater extraction is a controlled activity. So water supply need to be optimized, and we have to address the geogenic pollution, which requires the periodic monitoring, and the groundwater recharge has to be done. And so we have to give the strengthening and implementing the waste management practices, and awareness about the pesticides or the fertilizers, use of the indiscriminate use of the pesticides and the fertilizer, and increase the requirement of irrigation water during the rabi season needs to be planned well planned to avoid the straining in the groundwater resources. With this, these are the references.
Thank you, Jenna, for your detailed presentation. As of now, I couldn't see any questions here, but probably you may see questions later. If you can check back later after a few minutes. If there is any question for you, please reply to that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Nishlaya.
Thank you. I thank all the speakers as well as all the attendees until now. And so we'll take a break of another 11 minutes exactly, and then we will come back at 8 p.m. We'll start 8 p.m. So then we are having 2 more keynote talks followed by few PhD colloquiums. So we'll meet again at 8 p.m. Thank you.
second-year student pursuing a master's degree from Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Application. For the past 6 months, I have been working in the area of IoT for disaster management. It allows the responders to fasten the rescue sequence. Amrita has provided me an opportunity to work in well-equipped labs to cope up with the latest technologies. And also, it has given me a chance to get placed in Infosys. Center for Wireless Networks and Applications of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is one of the premier research centers in India. The center was awarded the title of World Center of Excellence in Landslide Disaster Reduction by the World Landslide Forum in 2017. The center has 8 state-of-the-art laboratories. Advanced Wireless Communication Lab was developed in collaboration with Keysight Technologies and has the most advanced equipment for designing communication systems. Landslide Simulation Lab is one of the first labs in Asia which enables researchers and students to simulate landslides and study its behavior. The Smart Energy Lab has a campus-level smart distribution grid testbed and a microgrid simulator. The Embedded IoT Lab focuses on research related to the emerging disruptive technology areas of IoT, big data, machine learning, blockchain, etc. Remote Triggered Lab helps the students to perform various scientific experiments from the comfort of their home. Multimedia Lab has a full-fledged setup to support research on AR and VR related projects using drones, 3D cameras, and GPUs. Geotechnical Lab fosters research in earth sciences. Hardware Lab has equipment to develop prototypes, PCB fabrication, and soldering station. The center offers various MTech and PhD programs. There are 3 MTech programs, namely Wireless Networks and Applications, Geoinformatics and Earth Observations, Biomedical Instrumentation, and Signal Processing. Dual degree programs with international universities and integrated MTech and PhD programs are also offered. The center has an excellent track record of placements and internships for students. Admissions for the MTech programs are now open. Visit our website for more details.
Amma's vision for Amrita is to inculcate education for life, along with compassion-driven research to serve the lowest and most vulnerable strata of the society. With this vision to create a highly educated and trained workforce, Amrita is launching a highly interdisciplinary school for sustainable development, which will focus on 7 thematic areas in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030. The program under this school utilizes the unique framework E for Life to dynamically integrate the social, economic, and cultural aspects, thus enabling the global youth to experience, embrace, empower, and engage with communities through experiential learning.
Hi, I'm Urmila. I'm currently pursuing my master's degree in Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, Amrita WNA. I'm also parallelly doing my internship in Dell Technologies. The rigorous training and the advanced curriculum of Amrita helped me to become a better person both socially and technically. The knowledge that I acquired from Amrita helped me to get a full-time conversion in Dell.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. So we have we in a short break. Now we are starting at 8. Just we are going to start now.
Can I share my screen, or you want
Yes,
me to?
yes, sir. You can share your screen, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I hope all the participants are back now after the break. So now our next keynote speaker is Professor D. Nagesh Kumar from IISc Bangalore. Now, Professor Nagesh Kumar is Satish Dhawan Chair Professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, IISc Bangalore. Professor Nagesh Kumar also an associate faculty in the Center for Earth Sciences, Interdisciplinary Center for Water Resources, and the David Shaw Center for Climate Change at IISc. His research interests include climate hydrology, climate change, water resources systems, deep learning, evolutionary algorithms, remote sensing and GIS applications in water resources engineering, and reservoir operation. Now I request Professor Nagesh Kumar to deliver the keynote on genetic algorithms for optimal reservoir operation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please allow me to share my screen. Can you please permit me to share my screen?
Sir, I think you can now share your screen. I think yes. Yes.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, we can see you. Yes.
Yeah. Good evening to all of you. I'm very happy to be part of this international symposium. First of all, let me compliment the event organizers as well as Amrita for taking this important theme and doing it on World Water Day, which is a very thoughtful exercise and timely exercise also. Now, when we talk about sustainable development goals as envisaged, most of them in one way or the other talk about water. And that being the case, water, if you try to properly harness, assess, and utilize, we are basically trying to meet many of our sustainable development goals as envisaged. And one of the major problems that we face when we talk about water availability is water availability is mainly driven by either snow melt or by rainfall, which happens especially in monsoon-driven countries like ours over a small period of about 3 to 4 months in a year. And that water has to be properly utilized over the entire year. And that is, first of all, timely distribution. With what is available in about 3 months, we have to utilize it for about 12 months. And then talk about spatial distribution. At the same time in our country, we are known for having floods in Assam and drought in Rajasthan or Maharashtra. So one of the major ways in which we try to overcome this problem to a great extent is by constructing dams to store the water available when it is in excess and utilize it when there is a demand for that water. And in that context, we construct many dams or storage structures. And once the structure is available, once we have stored the water, then the next question is, how best we should utilize it. Is it like today we have so much of demand, so share all the water available and empty the reservoir? Or, think of future and for future requirements within a year or over the year, how much water we should store and how much water we should utilize now by compromising some extent to not meet the complete demands. In that context, reservoir operation or optimal reservoir operation comes into picture. There are many approaches that are available for optimal utilization or optimal operation of a dam or a reservoir. And generally, when we construct a dam, it is just not for one purpose. We would have constructed for irrigation purpose, for hydropower generation, for drinking water, industrial water, environmental flows, and many other issues. So when we want to allot or allocate water
in time and space for different purposes, it becomes a very serious optimization problem. And among them, one of the popular one that I'm going to present today to you is called genetic algorithms. It basically comes under meta-heuristic approaches for optimization, and it's also comes under the broad category of population-based search algorithms. So I'll be briefly discussing about genetic algorithm for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll try to talk about its application as far as reservoir operation is concerned. Now, when we talk about genetic algorithms as such, it's basically the way how life has evolved over the earth itself. So, how we have evolved from creatures which were only in water, surviving only in water, to amphibians, to the creatures which could survive only on the land, and so on and so forth. That evolution, one of the popular concepts suggested by Darwin's principle of evolution, is used in genetic algorithms. Or Darwin's principle of survival, or survival of the fittest concept, is used in genetic algorithm. It's basically a nonlinear optimization tool based on combinatorial optimization methods. It tries to conserve as many number of combinations as possible, but in an elegant manner to reach the optimal solution very quickly. It differs, these genetic algorithms differ from traditional methods in 2 important aspects. First of all, they work with the coding of parameter sets and not with parameters themselves. That's a big advantage when we talk about nonlinear optimization. And the other one is, it talks about using objective function alone. It will not depend on whether that function is continuous, discontinuous, or it is concave, convex, whether we have to find its derivatives or not. All such things are not required. That's the advantage of using genetic algorithms. What we basically do is, we take all our decision variables. We may have a few number of decision variables, and each one of those decision variables try to code them. One of the popular ways in coding as far as genetic algorithm is concerned, binary coding. I'll briefly mention about it. And once we code the decision variables, we randomly choose some values for each of the decision variables, just random, as if we are tossing a coin. Okay. And once we choose a set of possible values for each of the decision variable, we try to check for that combination of decision variables, what is the fitness, or what is our objective function value. Now that is what is evaluated every time when we are trying to check for different combinations. And how do we talk about different combinations? That is done through genetic operation, reproduction, crossover, mutation. Typically the way it happens in human evolution and other things. But there is one small interesting nomenclature as far as GA is concerned. Population size from one generation to other generation are kept constant. Okay? It will not exponentially grow like the way human population is growing now. Okay? We're trying our best to control it now. So then we talk about major operations that happen there: reproduction, crossover, mating of 2 members of the population, mutation. It may result in nonsensical solution or somewhat superior solution that we normally don't expect. Both can happen due to mutation. And then we'll have some termination criterion, that is, how good is your fitness? Is it really further improving, or it has stopped improving? Based on that, we try to develop genetic algorithm. So as I said, decision variables are coded into binary strings called chromosomes, and length of chromosome depends on the desired accuracy. All decision variables need not have equal substring length, because one variable may require more accuracy when compared to other variable. So typically what happens is we start with the population, we select some members, and if we are very strong members, like in Darwin's principle of survival of the fittest, then they will continue to the next generation. Otherwise, take any 2 members of the population, crossover, and produce the offspring. And on the offspring, sometimes we try to do mutation and generate the next generation. Okay, and this continues over a few number of generations, or a few number of iterations, if you are more comfortable with that word. So in the process, what happens is, we have binary strings. Some of them are retained as it is, that is called allied members. And some, we take any two members, perform crossover, perform mutation, and produce all these offsprings. Okay. But if you start with about 30 members in the initial population, you still have 30 members in the next generation also. But the members may be different, maybe improving towards solution, optimal solution. Now, this is the basic pseudocode for genetic algorithm. But what I want to demonstrate is, let us take a simple example. It's very popular in mathematics, called Peaks function. If you look at this function, which is highly nonlinear, okay, if you try to plot this function on x and y for various values of objective function z, okay, it looks like this. That's why it's also called as Peaks function, because it has so many peaks. Okay, x, y, and z is the z value that you're seeing here. And if you see it in a planar, okay, the peak or optimal solution is here. Maximized value of our objective function is here. Okay, but you can see that there are some local optima and there are some local minima also. Okay, some values, right? So if we try to look at and try to maximize our objective function using genetic algorithm, our initial population, the members that you're seeing as small circles here, they are everywhere within the solution domain. Okay, but by the time we come to about 5th generation, you can see that many members are slowly converging towards our optimal solution, but some are also loitering around the local maxima. Okay, it may not be global maxima, but it is local maxima. There are also some points are there. But by the time we come to 10th generation, okay, all the members of the population are here. Please note the number of members from here to here are exactly same. Here, if there are 20, here also 20 members are there. Here also 20 members are there, but all 20 are just around this. Okay, so that's the way GA tries to reach the optimal solution in a few generations through the 3 basic operations. Okay, reproduction, crossover, and mutation. Now that is the concept that we try to now bring in and try to utilize it for optimal reservoir operation. As I said, when we talk about reservoir operation, we might have constructed that, let us say, for hydropower generation, or for irrigation, or for multiple purposes. Now let me demonstrate first of all with a simple example of monthly reservoir operation. That means every month, how much water should be released from the reservoir for the purpose for which it is intended. The purpose that we are trying to look at here is hydropower optimization. Okay, so 12 periods, that means 12 months in a year. Okay, and for each month we want to identify how much water we should release from the dam, depending on the inflow and depending on the power demand. Right. So our objective function is hydropower maximization, and I try to demonstrate that with Hirakud Dam, which is located in Odisha state. It is basically constructed for flood control, but it's such a large dam that it has huge capacity. Storage capacity is about 7,189 million meter cube, and the installed capacity is this much. Okay. It also has huge amount of irrigated area as measured in square kilometers, not even hectares. Okay, so to operate this dam for hydropower generation, our objective function could be maximize the hydropower to be produced in each month. Okay, that is power produced in first month, second month, etc. Add them up to 12 months, the total power that is produced in a year. That is what we are trying to maximize. And power produced from the dam is basically a function of what is the water that is released through the turbine and head causing the flow, which you can make out very clearly that is a nonlinear function, because a function of both discharge as well as head causing the flow, and this is a conversion constant for the units that we are using here. Okay, so that is the objective function, but it's subject to some constraints, like release for power should be less than the turbine capacity. That is the maximum water that the turbine can hold. Anything more than that will not be, turbine will fail, or it will not be able to accommodate. And release for power should also be a minimum of something which in hydropower terminology is referred as firm power committed. Okay, in each month, the firm power committed from the dam may be different. Okay, and that has to be maintained, or that has to be satisfied in each month. So T equal to 1 to 12, T equal to 1 to 12. So we have 12 constraints here, we have 12 constraints here. Then irrigation demand. It can be for irrigation for, let us say, while we are trying to release the water for irrigation, it should be done in such a way that the crop which is already sown under irrigated area will not die. Crop wilting point. Okay, that is the minimum water that we should release. Okay, and the maximum that we can release is the total water that is required by all the crops that are grown in that area. Okay, again, that also will be for each time period. So you can see that here itself there are about 48 constraints, and then we have what is known as storage continuity equations, also known as mass balance. Okay, that is basically talking about storage at the end of the time period should be equal to storage at the beginning of the time period plus inflow minus release for irrigation in that month minus release for power and minus overflow if any, and actually evaporation that may take place from the reservoir. Okay. And this has to be maintained for all time periods. So again, all constraints. Again, this is basically talking about what is the storage that should be maintained at the end of the time period. This is something that we can try to put, and also the physical limit. Water stored in the reservoir can never exceed the total capacity of that reservoir. So this is an upper limit again, like this. So now if we talk about GA implementation, genetic algorithm implementation, we have basically 12 decision variables released for power in each month. Okay. Then we have to decide what is the fixation for upper and lower bound. Based on that, we decide the string length or substring length. I'll explain this with example. Fixation of binary string length and coding of string. For example, if we talk about the lower bound is the farm power that is committed in that month, and upper bound is the turbine capacity, which is a physical limit. Therefore, for every month it is the same. Okay, and lower bound for each month it could be different. Okay, so you can see the range. Here it is this much, whereas here it is a lot more. So depending on the range, we decide our string length. Here it is 10 bits, and here it is 15 bits, and here it is 15 bits. Okay, like this, each of the substrings total, if we add, which will be about, let us say 145 bits, is the total chromosome length of decision variables that we are coding as far as our optimization problem is concerned. Okay, and then it is subject to all types of constraints. Okay, and we try to do this coding using what is known as binary coding, which is nowadays being taught at 6th standard level for school children, how to convert a decimal number system to binary system. Okay, so that is what is implemented, and for that the data that we have used are the inflow data. My average inflows in that reservoir for each month are given here, and irrigation demand is also specified here. Okay, that is for each month, the average typical year values. But what we can also do, once the code is developed, when the program is ready to do the optimization, we can as well run it for various inflow scenarios. For example, 40% and 20% below average inflows, and average inflows, and 20% above average inflows. Like that, for each of such scenarios, you can see what is the optimal operating policy. Basically, it is trying to say in January, you release this much water. In February, you release this much water, like this, so that the hydropower that is produced over the year is the maximum for this inflow scenario. Like that for this inflow scenario. Like this for each of the inflow scenarios. So we can try to develop it for as many number of inflow scenarios as possible, because the code is same. You have to rerun it for various inflow scenarios. Okay, so that's what we basically talk about reservoir operation and optimal reservoir operation. That problem can be immediately jacked up or to make it real time based on whether your reservoir operation is for a month or monthly time step or weekly time step or daily time step or hourly time step. Based on that, you will have thousands of constraints, but still GA should be able to solve it. Another problem that we generally encounter is if you have more than one purpose, like irrigation, hydropower, etc. And this I'm trying to show it for Bhadra Reservoir, which is basically in Karnataka, and it has hydropower as well as irrigation, and then water quality requirement is also there, okay, downstream. So here we have two objective functions: irrigation deficit minimization and hydropower maximization, and hydropower also from 3 different turbines. Okay, and all the constraints that I mentioned to you, typical of them will come again here. Okay, but here what happens is, while we are doing multi-objective optimization, let us say irrigation versus hydropower. Okay, there is no unique solution here. What we have is a compromise solution. For example, if you are willing to compromise on irrigation, then you can get more hydropower and the other way around. Okay. So that is what we can done through, and that is what is typically referred to as Pareto optimal solutions for multi-reservoir or single reservoir operation. Okay. This is for two purposes, and again we ran it for different inflow scenarios, and these are the different rule curves that are developed here, trade-off curves and the rule curves here. Okay. But what we can also do, we can further extend it and try to talk about, there are three purposes like irrigation, hydropower, water quality. Then we have three objective functions and we can still do it. The major advantage with evolutionary algorithms like the GA is it can automatically, because you remember the population, final generation also, there are equal number of members in the population, means there are multiple solutions available. So automatically you have the scope for multi-objective optimization in any genetic algorithm. So for better utilization of our water resources, in a stored structure, we can try to use genetic algorithms for nonlinear optimization techniques to evolve a good strategy for efficient utilization of the available water resources, which itself may depend on inflow. That's why I also shown it to you for various inflow scenarios. Okay. And there is considerable scope, we did a lot of work on that. And if you want to know more about how different algorithms are actually used for water resource engineering utilization or water resource utilization optimization, okay, we have presented a big paper in this open access journal. It almost looks like a big paper because it has about 53 pages printed. Okay, and you can try to look at it for more details. Thank you for giving me time, and I hope I have completed my presentation in 20 minutes. And I'm willing to take questions if there are any.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your interesting presentation. There are a few questions from the participant as well. Shall I read out those questions, sir?
Please, that will be very nice of you.
So in converting the multi-objective optimization to single objective optimization by converting some of the objectives as a constraints, are we losing any of the informations, or whether the optimal solution we are getting from those kind of formulations will be inferior compared to formulating a multi-objective optimization and solving it?
Yeah, actually only on that, it's a very nice question actually, only on that there is a lot of debate, how to decide what should be the weightage. There are traditionally two approaches are there for multi-objective optimization. One that is already mentioned in the question, constrained approach. Other is weighted approach. In either way, what we try to do is how do we decide the weights? And that itself is a very, very impressive topic, and on which a lot of work is done. And I will not be able to share everything, but basic idea is that even when the trade-off between one objective function to other objective function is not easy to do, most of the evolution algorithms will facilitate to look at multiple options of multi-objective solutions. So there is a very good chance to construct the entire Pareto optimal front, however nonlinear it may be, using evolutionary algorithms. So it gives you that scope by the nature in which the algorithms are developed. So it gives that advantage. Trust me, it works well in most of the situations. We have solved a large number of problems using that.
Thank you, sir. And another question is, can we change the population in GA dynamically from one generation to the next generation?
Wow.
As of now, it's a constant, I think.
Yeah, that's a lovely question. As of now, generally it is advisable to keep the population same. Only thing that we do is that population itself, whether it is 20, 30 or 40, is something that has to be decided a priori at the beginning of implementation of the algorithm. But once it is done, it is ideally suggested that we should keep the same size of the population till the final generation. But your question is very thought-provoking. Okay, in some situations it is possible, especially if you are talking about some approaches like particle swarm optimization, etc., where the swarm size, whether it can be modified during the iterations is something that can be explored. Okay, it's a good research topic to solve very highly nonlinear optimization problems. I'm happy that the question was asked, but most of the solutions for typical optimization problems can be obtained without changing the size of the population.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your time and sharing your research work during this symposium. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I wish you all the best for the success of this international symposium.
Thank you, sir.
May I stop sharing now?
Yes, sure, sir.
Thank you. So may I leave the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are moving to the next keynote talk. Our next speaker is Dr. Suja, Associate Professor at Government Engineering College, Trivandrum. Dr. Suja's research interest is development of GIS-based decision support system for water supply networks. She is also the coordinator of Transnational Research and Professional Leadership Center at Government Engineering College, Trivandrum. I request Dr. Suja to deliver her keynote on strategies for sustainable river rejuvenation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me share the screen. Is it visible?
Yes, we could see your slides now. Yes, perfect.
Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be part of this event. And I was also very happy to listen to Nagesh Kumar sir. It's after a long time I was listening to him. Thank you. So my presentation, it's basically, I have just divided it into two phases. One is I'll be just introducing you to the basic strategies for sustainable river rejuvenation, and then I'll be concentrating on the very recent project which we did, that is the rejuvenation of preparing the action plan for the rejuvenation of Karamana River in Trivandrum. So, as we all know, human civilization, it thrives when it exists in harmony with nature. So, all ancient civilizations have honored nature, and it's because we have, to some extent, we have stopped honoring nature that today this theme has come up. And again, it has to be as a reminder, it's to value our water resources. So, before starting, let me just give you a glimpse of the journey of any river. So basically the source of the river, which we call Prabhuti, it's mostly from the mountain springs and glaciers. And then while flowing, the river joins hands with other rivers, and we call it as tributaries or the Kara Pradaha. And then the river expands to a very big river, and then the rain actually feeds her for a healthy journey, and she chooses her own way and the path she travels, which we call the Jalanadi, where she doesn't sleep at all, and she goes on nourishing all the people who comes across her way. And when she rests in the form of lakes or ponds. And then after that, finally, when she is not nurtured as groundwater or bhujal, she won't survive and she will die. So this is the journey of a river, and at each stage we have to take proper care of her. So the river rejuvenation, it is basically any action which is aimed at improving the health of a river, including any ecosystem function. And when it is required when the river systems have degraded to a condition where they can no longer provide the services which is expected out of them. And therefore, a basic understanding of the relationship between the way the river functions and the demand or the impacts which the people like us have on the river, that also has to be basically understood before we start any river rejuvenation process. And we have two approaches basically. One is the active rejuvenation, and the second one is known as the passive rejuvenation. So active rejuvenation is basically intervening with the physical parts, that is physically changing the river or the landscape. That is, we construct dams, we do the river training works, all those things. That comes under the active rejuvenation part. Whereas passive rejuvenation is which involves policy measures or any change in the human behavior we have to bring it. For example, even teaching our children or the next gen or the school children or the college children, or making them part of the river rejuvenation process, that itself is a form of passive rejuvenation. And this is, we can see the relationship between river rejuvenation, river ecosystems, and the human system. Actually, we can just see the river ecosystem. Based on that, we actually assess the function, the structure, and we come to know the actual state of the river basin system by doing certain studies or data collection on the river ecosystem. Whereas from the human side, human systems, we get the ideas for development and conservation, and to make the river to come to the desired state, what we expect. And together we combine those two, and we try to establish a mindset which actually demands the river rejuvenation process. So based on this, we actually fix the goals, rules, and the parameters for river rejuvenation, and which basically again splits up as active rejuvenation and passive rejuvenation. So the basic challenges in this process is, we all know our rivers have degraded lots, and bringing them back to the natural state is not very feasible at this stage. But earlier we used to take the natural river as the basic standard for development. But here, as we have degraded it a lot, even after bringing in so many policy reforms, so many rejuvenation and restoration measures, still it is very difficult to bring it to the original state. We call it the designated use. We call it that term is used, the designated use. Then we know it has to, the present day rejuvenation, it has to balance multiple roles of a river. That it is not only like the pollution abatement comes into picture, then we have to maintain the environmental flow for the aquatic species. So there are multiple roles for the river, and we have to we have to arrive at a trade-off between the multiple roles. Then the complexity and the scale. Most of the river rejuvenation process have failed. Actually, projects have failed because of because we have intervened at a different spatial scale. Actually, we have to understand where we have to intervene, and then only we have to design the rejuvenation action plan. But sometimes we intervene at a very higher scale. Then we have to interact with multiple stakeholders. The scope will be higher, but we usually fail to do that, and the projects fail. And the last challenge is increasing uncertainty over future conditions. So we know the climate change is coming into picture, then the land use is changing abruptly, then the urban development is coming. So these, even though we do the rejuvenation processes, still it will be very uncertain based on these future conditions. So these are the challenges also which we have to take into picture. And so a very strategic approach has to be taken forward. It should be a system-based approach which recognizes the physical, social, political, and cultural aspects of the connected river and the human beings, and a greater role for river rejuvenation process planning has to be incorporated in all our policy measures. And it should be an adaptive approach. That is, we start with the rejuvenation process, we do it, and then after we test the assumptions which we have taken in the process, and maybe it is proved that the assumptions which we have taken has not brought in that expected outcomes. Then we need to change the plan which we had taken. So that becomes an adaptive approach. So that flexibility should also be there in the approach. So this is the different the phases we can say. One is with respect to the basin context, and the other one is with respect to our rejuvenation response. So the first part is, what are the key influence? These questions should come in our mind before going in for a sustainable river rejuvenation project. So what are the key influences on the river ecosystem? What are the key influences? Then how does the river ecosystem work? And I always feel personally, as a teacher or as a person who have been involved in certain projects, I always feel that our engineering education, especially the technical education, we have without including the ecology part, we have failed miserably with these aspects, because all the engineers are trained to think only in that engineering technical way, but we have never been taught about the ecosystem. And it's only after like getting involved into such projects that we start thinking about these things, or it should be like a lifelong process from our house itself. We have to teach our children all these things. Otherwise, the technical education has not incorporated this, and I always feel it should go as a recommendation, because ecosystem or urban ecology or ecology is not at all included. Then what is the condition of the river ecosystem, and what does the river ecosystem provide? All these questions should come. And the restoration response which we are planning is, what do we want from the river ecosystem? At this stage, what do we want from the river ecosystem? What is the best way to restore the ecosystem? And is the strategy working? These things have to be answered before going into preparing any action plan for the rejuvenation process or the restoration process. So the goals and objectives, can see this first, the historic trajectory. This is also a part where we never think about, that is where the river has come from. Most of the rivers which actually feed us or give us water supply, if we ask the people living over here that where do you get the water supply from which river, even that is a basic question. Some people can't answer that. So that importance has to be given. That is where the historic trajectory, where has the river come from, what was it like earlier, how it was, then the current condition, what is the current state, what are the limiting factors to the river health, then the future state also. Then we have to look into the priorities and the demands. What do we want the river basin to provide, and the constraints on the other side, the budget, socioeconomic, as well as the institutional mandates. Then coming to the measures, what approach will best achieve the objective, and the scale, at what scale do the issues need to be addressed, and what approach gives best value for their investment, whether the approach we are planning is feasible, and the sustainability, what options can be maintained in the future. So this is like a basic picture as to how we need to go. And these are the general river restoration measures, which are usually referred to. We have this in almost all the textbooks also. For the catchment, we do certain restoration works. For the flow regime, that is for the flow modification, for stormwater management, for dam removal, for the floodplain reconnections, all those things, again, we do certain restoration measures. Then for the habitat repairing management, land acquisition, also we do certain things. Then similarly, this way we have to plan. For improving the water quality, what are the measures we are going to give? For improving the biodiversity, what are the action plans taken? For improving the habitat, what are the action plans taken? Similarly, we have to design all the action plans based on these particular measures. And the common measures which we usually see, that is catchment management comes into picture, then sometimes flow modification, sometimes stormwater management, then floodplain reconnection is there, bank stabilization is done, channel reef configuration, then water quality management, in-stream species management, and also the aesthetics, recreation, and education. That comes as the last phase usually. It is done. And we have to identify a long-term vision for the river basin and the desired outcome of the strategy over the planned horizon. And the goals which we plan should be specific, measurable targets to be achieved. It should be specific and measurable targets. And this is the methodology actually the central government has given us. Based on this, actually the river rejuvenation process has to be done in India actually. So for the river water, the field assessment of water quality of polluted rivers should be done. Then the assessment need has to be done. Historic information should be collected. A basic desk review and reconnaissance survey for identification of all sources of pollution to the river has to be done. Then the action plan has to be prepared and its implementation to achieve the desired rejuvenation goals. And the rejuvenation goals should be active goals as well as environmental quality improvement. The active restoration, we actually go for sewage management, then effluent management, then waste management, sludge management, and the removal of encroachment and diversion of pollution sources. These comes into the active rejuvenation part. And in the other part, we have to maintain the e-flow and the wetlands need to be conserved. Then biodiversity parks, plantations, etc. can be given. Then we have to practice good irrigation practices. And the treated sewage, actually, it should not go waste. We can use it, we can recycle it. And the groundwater need to be recharged, and also the awareness and training, that is a very important part. And all this, based on all this, we decide the success indicators, and finally we do the evaluation. So this is the methodology to be followed. So this I have already explained. These are certain general measures. So we can just see some examples also, which has already been done. It's not a Karamana, it is generally done. It has been done in the Birla Grassing project. You can see that the channel was very polluted. Initially, it was very polluted, and they have restored it using the very natural technology. It is known as the floating treatment wetlands. So these floating treatment wetlands, the plants which are planted over here, the roots of the plant, they absorb the heavy metals in the polluted stream, and then they clean the river water. So it is a very natural technology, and it will not have any, we don't have to use any chemicals. So this has been done in India. Many places it has already been done and has proved to be very successful. So we can use certain natural technologies instead of going in for certain chemicals or chemical treatment, etc. So I just wanted to show these technologies. So this is a very successful project which was done in Philippines. It is similar to most of our markets in Kerala. We can see, suppose a nearby stream is there, we will see it is full of waste and sewage which is dumped in this stream. So here also this is a similar market in Philippines, and see how it has been restored using the floating treatment technology. So this is how it has been restored. Now it is looking like this. And we had a good opportunity to interact with the person who was directly involved in this project. Then this is another example of canal eco restoration. So these are examples of such natural treatments. And in addition to that, the monitoring and adaptive management, we have to, why do we need this monitoring? Because it is mainly needed for the assessment phase. Then, as I said, for adaptive management, and also we need to validate the scientific assumptions which we have taken, and also for the evidences that this technology is proved to be successful, or this action plan has proved to be successful. So, and the next aspect is the financing of the river rejuvenation. Before starting the river rejuvenation itself, we have to understand all the sources of funding which will be given to this project, and also the environment should be enabled in such a way that the people can start working on the project right away. So there are certain golden rules and all these things. It has been already been covered. So it's just a summary of that thing. Okay. Now I'll just come to directly to the Karamana River rejuvenation, for which I should thank TK Joe sir for making us a part of this project. So we had the good opportunity to work in this project, and based on the sustainable rejuvenation action plan, which I explained, we actually did the Karamana project, and we try to understand the entire drainage network of Tirunelveli, and we could understand that from the Agasthyarkudam, actually 3 rivers, it is the source of 3 rivers. One is the Neyyar River and the Karamana River. Karamana River actually provides water to the Trivandrum city actually, and the 3rd river is actually providing water to Tamil Nadu. And we have another river which is the Vayamanapuram River. And from that we extracted the Karamana River basin, and we understood that the Karamana River, which is 66 kilometers long, and out of that almost 36 kilometers it is in the city area, which is very much polluted, and it has a major tributary which is known as the Killiar River. That is 33 kilometers long, and almost 16 to 17 kilometers it is within the corporation limits. But Killiar is more polluted than Karamana in the earlier stages, and once they meet together, totally it becomes very much polluted. And the National Green Tribunal has given us the judgment that the lower reach of 6 kilometers, it is very much polluted and it needs to be restored immediately. So that's how we became part of this project. So it has to be planned as a watershed approach, because every river water projects has to be planned as a watershed map. So we created the watershed map. We sought the help of the irrigation department, and we could identify all the major bridges, and we created this map showing the polluted zone also, and all the towns, all the major junctions, everything was demarcated based on this study. And this is the classification which the Central Pollution Board has given. In this, the Green Tribunal has asked the state to bring the Karamana River to classification B. 21 rivers are polluted in the Kerala state, out of which one is the maximum polluted. That is actually the Karamana River. It comes under the the more priority area. So the B is the classification which we need to achieve. That is, if we go in for at least a outdoor bathing, there won't be any problems on our skins. So the parameters are actually, the pH should be between 6.5 and 8.5, and the dissolved oxygen should be more than 5 milligram per liter. Now, in most of the places, when we measured the polluted areas, it is almost 1.8, 1, that values are being shown. So we have to improve that state. Then only the aquatic species and all will survive in that water. And the BOD value should be less than 3 milligram per liter. Now, it's very sorry that we tested it in the Kerala Water Authority lab, and we have much higher values to showcase there. And these were the two aspects where the rejuvenation had to be done. One is for reducing the pollution level, and the second one was for maintaining the e-flow for the aquatic species. So these have to be, both these have to go hand in hand. And we started with the field visit. This is the chief engineer of irrigation department, and 5 colleges from Trivandrum. They came together at the College of Engineering Trivandrum, Barton Hill, Mar Basilius College, Mohandas College, and Marian College. All the 5 colleges, students, teachers, they all came together along with the irrigation department team, and we had a initial visit. The slide is not okay. A visit, and we could observe all the stations near the streams where the lateral streams are coming and joining the river. So actually we can assess the condition of the lateral streams which are coming and joining the river, and based on that actually we fix the monitoring stations for water quality analysis. So we also found locations where we could go and take the samples for the quality analysis, because students were involved in that, and the safety aspect was also there. So following all the COVID protocols, the site visit was done, and all the major streams which joined the river were identified in that phase. And the students noted all the important aspects of the surrounding areas, whether there are any industries, whether there are any marketplaces, all those where they actually interacted with the public also, and they got a lot of information. Then also the Haritha Kerala mission had also done a study on the catchment areas, on the watershed areas, and that was also taken as the secondary data for this study. So this is how the data was collected, and very sadly we can see today's theme, valuing water. So this is the way people are valuing water. See how much waste has been dumped in our streams. Very sorry, really, when we include our children or our students for this such studies, and then only actually the clear picture comes into play. See, this is how directly the sewage is being discharged into the streams. Then community surveys were also conducted as part of the studies, and then to do the water quality analysis and further data collection, the entire the river stretches were divided into 5 stretches, because 5 colleges were involved. So the different colors showed the different colleges which were involved, and that stretches were given to them. The monitoring stations were also fixed by them, and they took the water quality, they took the water samples and they tested it at the Kerala Water Authority lab. And these were the critical drains in the Killi River as well as in the Karamana River. So we could identify 9 critical drains, very much polluted drains, which fall into the Killi River, and 8 critical drains which fall into the Karamana. In addition to that, there are many first order and second order streams, but these were the major drains. And beyond the corporation limit, this is actually the 5 panchayats which come in the area of the Karamana River. So stakeholder meetings were conducted with all the 5 panchayat presidents and the ward councillors, and a lot of feedback we received from them. And this is how it was identified. The drains were mentioned here, and the wards which are involved with the drains were identified. The name of the panchayat was identified, and the meeting was conducted. And what are the major pollution sources of pollution? We got it from secondary data, got it from the direct survey, also from the feedback of the stakeholders. So another important aspect, like what we have to connect with the river. It is said we have to connect with the river when we do the rejuvenation process. So here another striking feature was along the Killi River, when you reach a point called in a location called Maridankudi, actually there was a dam long back, and very small check dam long back, and the water from the Killi River was actually transported to the Padmanabha Swami Kshetram, which we all know is very famous now. So it was transported to the Padma Tirtham pond actually. So this freshwater water was received through the Killiar River. And now this actually we cannot see this it is known as Kochar. We cannot see this Kochar now, and because of this, the Padma Tirtham is actually in a very bad condition, and we can see algae growth all over the Padma Tirtham. It is being removed, but again, within few months, again it is again coming back. And the authorities, they themselves say that it is because of the lack of fresh water. So such things we have already done almost much damage to the river. And this study could be based on this, we could identify many heritage structures which were connected with this river. The students could become part of this. That we also knew that it was a very eye-opening that the Nalanda of the south, which we used to say the Kandalur University, the temple that is along the banks of the Karamana River. So then the Tiruvallam temple, the Bali temple, which is very famous, that is also in the bank of the Karamana River, and that is the most polluted area which the NGT has mentioned. So these are the monitoring stations which were fixed, and this is how the sampling was done by the students. So all along we could see this waste, water hyacinth, and this is the Karamana old bridge, and it was a very good experience. Actually, this down-to-earth experience should be there. Then only we can do the proper rejuvenation. So these are all examples of, these are pictures from all the five colleges. Students are there, and the water quality analysis was done. The water quality index was calculated, and then the pollution loading was also calculated, and all these were integrated in the GIS platform, and the pollution intensity map of the entire basin was created. And based on this, actually, the action plan was prepared. And for the environmental flow, the data was again collected from IDRB. There were 2 gauging stations. 15 years data was collected, and the hydraulic method and the hydrological method. There are 2 methods to calculate there are many methods actually. So because some data was not available also, so we used these 2 methods and we calculated the E-flow, and we found that minimum E-flow is not there in the river. Then certain stakeholder meetings were also conducted. This was conducted in the city itself, whereas this was conducted in the Vellanad Panchayat, and the Panchayat president, and they all gave a lot of feedback, and the stakeholder analysis was also done. As time is, I am just skipping. Okay. And accordingly, we divided the entire Karamana River into 16 stretches, and the Killiar into 9 stretches. And for each stretch, the action plan was prepared, and it was displayed in the map itself. So the mitigation measures were also biodiversity park, check dams, all those things were, although it was proposed, the location was actually given to us by the stakeholders itself. So that was a very good opportunity for us. And these are examples of biodiversity parks this is along the Yamuna. This is also example of a biodiversity park which has been proposed. This is a decentralized waste treatment plant which has been proposed in this project. These are examples again of biodiversity of floating wetlands. This is an example of again decentralized treatment plant, and there are many more examples. You can see this is an example of a green bridge which has been done in Delhi. This is a floating boom which can collect the floating waste. This is an example of a constructed wetland, and these are all recycled materials from the dredged material as well as from the water hyacinth which has been collected. So these are all recycled materials created from the water hyacinth. So based on this, eco hubs have been proposed in all the 16 stretches along the Karamana River, where you can give a lot of employment opportunities also to the local people. So this is a pellet. This has been manufactured from the water hyacinth itself. So for any change to be sustainable, focus should be given on empowering the local communities and making them the torchbearers of change. So it's actually by copying nature itself, we can try to rejuvenate our rivers. And the major problems in the world are due to the difference in how nature works and how people think. So it's an advice from a river: go with the flow, immerse yourself in nature, slow down and meander, go around the obstacles, be thoughtful of those downstream, stay current. The beauty is in the journey and not in just the destination. So this is the lesson which the river teaches us, and men and nature must work hand in hand. Otherwise, we'll be thrown out of balance. And if we are thrown out of balance, our lives will also be out of balance. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for a very interesting talk on river rejuvenation. And there is one question from the participant.
Okay.
So, for e-flows, is there any guidelines on how to fix it for different environments or different stretches?
No, for e-flows, actually, there is no, presently there are no guidelines as such from the government of India. There are no guidelines as such, but the guideline, the methodology which was adopted in the Ganga Rejuvenation Project, that has been published in many articles. So based on that, actually, we started doing the e-flow calculations.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Thanks a lot for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Mr. Vineet Ajit. Mr. Vineet is PhD scholar at the Amrita School for Sustainable Development. So his research focus is on the treatment of clean drinking water. Vineet is going to present his work on empowering community in addressing drinking water challenges using participatory sustainable technological systems and the business models. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sir. So I would first start with the Jivamritam project.
Vineet, there is you have an echo coming in. Could you check what is happening? Have you logged in from 2 devices? If so, please log out from the other device.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yeah, now you are audible.
Okay, sorry, ma'am. Sorry for the trouble. So first, I would like to talk a little about the project that I'm working with, which is Jivamritam Purified Drinking Water Project, which is one of biggest projects of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. So it's a 14 million US dollar funding, which will be more than 100 crore Indian rupees, which is meant for providing clean drinking water solutions to more than 5,000 communities in India. So till now, we have provided these drinking water solutions to more than 250 communities. The majority of them have been in Kerala, but we also have a few outside Kerala. So I would talk about the methodology part. So the methodology involved 7 steps. The first one was community level water quality classification, then the feasibility assessment and mapping of community to different levels, then identifying the community for deployment, then co-design of the solution using participatory approaches, then development and deployment of solution, capacity building and technology transfer, and then sustainable business. Right through the entire phases, we had all the 4 elements that are shown in the right side picture, like community, the local government, the university, and the NGO, Mada Amritanandamayi Matham, were thoroughly involved in all the phases from the beginning to the end of the methodology sections. So starting with the each phase of the methodology, the first one was community level water quality classification. So as part of that, we first started with the central government data, Ministry of Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Program. We analyzed the water quality data from 2010 to 17, that 8 years, and the results were kind of shocking, not shocking exactly. We found that coliform, pH, turbidity, E. coli, and iron were very prominent in majority of the water sources from 2010 to 17. And in fact, coliform contamination is increasing year by year, whereas the other contaminations are more or less stable. Other parameters outside these top 5 are very less in number, at least in Kerala. So after that, we did a spatial analysis, which is shown in the second image, which are each the districts where we classified them into different levels of contamination. So we found that the Kollam and Pathanamthitta districts are Kollam, Pathanamthitta, and Alappuzha are the maximum polluted districts, whereas districts towards the northern Kerala are much better off in terms of water quality. After doing the preliminary analysis, then we visited the exact site and did feasibility assessment and community level mapping. We considered many metrics. The majority of basically were water quality, local governance, solution, which means then community specific, the socio-economic, cultural aspects of the community, deployment specific, like in terms of availability of land, space, logistic support, terrain, all these things. Then the field-based pre-selection remarks of the our people who visited the community. So considering all these aspects, we mapped the different communities. We visited more than 10,000 communities, and we mapped them to different sections, like identified, shortlisted them for deployments. Then we started with the core design of the solution. And before starting with the solution, we tested the acceptance of technology using UTAUT model, which is Unified Theory of Acceptance and Use of Technology model. As per that, we check that, I mean, how a community welcomes a new technology that is being introduced, because the majority of or most of the communities that we visited were economically poor communities. So they did not have a proper water treatment solution or any sort of that kind. So, I mean, they were new to such things. So we evaluated their acceptance of a new technology on various bases, such as performance expectancy, effort expectancy, how much effort they identify gets reduced if they adopt this new technology. Then the social influence, if somebody accepts a technology, how will his society well consider him, such things. Then facilitating conditions, because most of the communities has a lot of castes and issues, caste, religion, economic issues. So how is the environment in each of these communities? So after doing that, we started with the co-evolutionary design, which is a participatory type of design model. So we held extensive workshops and discussions with the community members. We did in situ water testings and disseminate water awareness programs. So the community became more aware about the water quality problems. Then we defined the existing problem in terms of seasonality and water availability and water quality along with the community members. Then idea co-generation. Then we had extensive many workshops where we discussed various possible solutions and ideas in terms of their requirement for a new water purification system. Then we shortlisted a few of such designs, and we evaluated them. I mean, together, researchers and the community members. Then we tried how. Finally, we selected one model in each of these communities and tested how it will be welcomed in that particular community in terms of their socio-economic situations. Then the stage 4, I mean, after designing that, we started with the development and deployment. So we identified that since water quality changes from community to community and from season to season. So one of the primary requirements was the water quality, this purification system should be modular so that it fits various situations. And if a new contaminant is increasing in a particular community, we can provide the solution for that particular contamination. In that manner, we adopted a phased approach for the deployment. And since Kerala is heavily contaminated with the biological contamination rather than chemical contamination, we identified also biological contamination is the primary reason for most of the water-related diseases. So we wanted to tackle both things. So biological contamination was given first priority. And the entire initiative, right from the initial site visits to the final deployment to the various community engagement activities, all are funded by Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. After deploying the solution, the next thing was to develop capacity and technology transfer. The joint team of university researchers, students, the NGO, Amritanandimaya Matham, local governments in that particular communities, and the consumer committee. We formed a consumer committee in each of these areas to take care of the water solution, because every water purification system needs proper and adequate maintenance. Then we adopted UNDP, United Nations Development Program, capacity development model. And as per that, we engaged with the stakeholders. We assessed their existing capacity to handle water purification systems. Then we formulated capacity development response activities, then implemented capacity development response, and then we evaluated. All of these were through a lot of joint workshops and sessions, and by various people, including health doctors and all these things. Then the final thing was to make sure this purification system is sustainably used. For that, we developed sustainable business models in each of these communities. So depending on the various aspects of the community, we adopted, along with the discussion with the community members, we adopted various business models. So the primary factors that we considered were finance, how the revenue and cost would be met in the longer run. Then the infrastructure, the various activities, resources, who are the people who are doing that, doing the maintenance activities. I mean, how will water? I mean, how will people come and collect water? How will the amount be? I mean, money be charged, water be charged? Then the value proposition to the customers. What all are we? I mean, what all is this purification system offering to the customers in addition to just purified water? Is it getting delivered to their door house like that? So accordingly, we had in various communities, we had different types of models, such as community-based organization model, which basically means the entire community members form a committee, and they make sure that the purification system is adequately used. Then in some areas, especially in tribal areas where the people are very poor, local government takes ownership for the running of the system. Then in some areas, schools, government schools or public schools make sure that water is distributed to the community members without any issue. So in some areas, it is youth club, which there will be a lot of youth people who are very enthusiastic about nature and preserving nature, water sources, all these things. So they make sure it is properly used. So this is a nutshell about the Jivamritam. And so based on my experience working with the Jivamritam, I started wondering how I can take my research. So some of the research questions I had in my mind is, because till now we were focusing on existing water quality and providing solutions for that. But how can we predict or forecast the changes in water quality? Can I use data analytics and machine learning techniques for environmental, water quality, climatic, social parameters to derive prediction of water quality? Then how will the impact, how will be the impact assessment of climate change and land use land cover on water quality? How can a water sustainability model be developed for each of these communities so that they are water-wise communities? So diving deep, I had these doubts in my mind, like identification of contamination of water sources by industries in study area. So in study area, there are a lot of industries, and how will the contamination affect various water sources, various types of water sources, and how will it impact the health and well-being of all plants and animals? Then currently there is no effective knowledge dissemination facility for the public to be aware of the river water quality or their open wells near their vicinity. So how can we provide that? Then I felt seasonal variation is a major aspect of water quality, and it needs to be studied better for managing health. So some of the proposed areas and technologies I thought envisioned are a combination of AI and machine learning methods, climate impacts, water quality interrelationships, GIS. Then the vulnerability index includes social dimension, political dimension, economic dimension, water quality variability, because people who are poor are also politically not getting the enough support. So all of these things, considering all of these things, we have to develop a vulnerability index. Then IoT system, there is plan for monitoring and analysis of water quality and climate change. Then the technology adoption models, which includes sustainable business models. I would like to work more on sustainable business models. Then the community engagement and empowerment models, basically the formation of water-wise communities. So I selected Periyar River Basin in Kerala, which flows through the districts of Ernakulam and Idukki. It's a largest river basin in Kerala, and it has 39 panchayats. It spans through 39 panchayats and 496 wards. So this is in the central Kerala region. So some preliminary analysis that I did said the following things. So this is a study area. So we can see that the area towards the right is the hilly area, and the area to the left is more of coastal area. And it ends in Ernakulam, the city of Ernakulam, which with a lot of industries and factories. So the major sources of contamination have been mapped. So we can find that the eastern side is slightly less contaminated than the area on the Kochi area, the left side area. So I analyzed the turbidity of open wells in 2017 based on the water quality data, available data. So it was found that water is very turbid in the Kochi area. So is it due to the impact of urban and industrial waste dumping is one thing that I would like to study, because the hilly area is more clean in terms of turbidity. As the river passes, it gets more turbid. But I also analyzed the minimum turbidity in that particular year, but it showed that there are some water sources in all the areas which are not contaminated by water, by turbidity. So it is clear that even in the same area, there are water sources which are contaminated and also which are not contaminated. So how is the water quality varying even within the same area? Then coliform, being the largest contaminant in Kerala, coliform is a major contaminant, and all the areas there is contamination from coliform. Iron also there is more in hilly area, in the Kochi area. TDS, total dissolved solids, is very less in the hilly area, but as it reaches the industrial area, it is very high. So are all of these due to the impact of industries and the waste dumpage from the urban Kochi corporation? I would like to study more. I would like to study the water quality of Periyar using more monitoring facilities. We can find that water is also acidic in the industrial area, but water is very clean in the hilly area as far as pH is concerned. So some of the possible outputs for the community include a proper water sustainability framework with a mobile application in the future, vulnerability framework model to predict seasonal variability in water quality and its impact, so that people can be better prepared about their impact on health, basically. Then what I would like to propose is a solution integrating sustainability, resilience, adaptability, and affordability. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinith, for your interesting talk. There is a question from participants. And just quickly read out that one. So what is the correlation between water-related diseases and the community response or resilience?
Sir, so when we visited the various communities, we found that where water quality is water is very contaminated, people are very much affected with the health problems, especially in the monsoon season and also in the heavy summer season.
Okay, so when it comes to coliform, is there any reason for increasing the coliform contamination? Because between 2010 and 2017, that is increased nearly 3 times, I think.
Yes, sir. So it needs to be studied in detail, but my preliminary analysis or inference is that there is more wastage of more dumping of waste in water sources. So it might result in increase in coliform. Also, the hilly areas, we do not have proper sanitation facilities in many of the colony-like areas. So that might also lead to increase in coliform.
I think Manisha Madam wants to answer this question, that correlation between these water-related diseases and the community response now.
Sir, so the question is like, could you repeat the question once more, sir?
Yes, sir. So what is the correlation between water-related diseases and the community response or resilience?
Yeah, so as part of this work, we have actually looked in detail with respect to the community, the health and the community impact. What we had seen is the data which is available from the health department was not enough to take forward into a very conclusive statement. So, because they were doing in a very high level abstract manner, which was not pointing much, but still we were able to see several diseases which were pertaining. So we have started a very strong initiative with our School of Medicine and the community medicine group, and working very closely at the district of Alapura, which is a low-lying land, and we are working very closely with that. So we had seen skin diseases, increase in skin diseases in some of these areas. An increase in cancer is another thing which we had seen. And we are also have seen the rat bite, the disease also increasing, the waterborne diseases in those areas. And there are some correlations which are coming with respect to the chikungunya, dengue fever, etc., because of the prevalence of water and collected stored waters, which are creating more of mosquitoes and leading to these things.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for this clarification. And thank you, Ajit, for your interesting presentation. But now we move on to the next presenter, that is Reshma AS. Is a PhD scholar from Amrita School for Sustainable Development. Our research focus is on the treatment of clean drinking water.
Thank you, sir. Is it audible?
Yes.
Shaya. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So the is the presentation visible?
Yes, it's visible. We have to make more the presentation good. Yeah.
Okay. I'm Shivaya. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this great opportunity. My name is Reshma. I do my research in Amrita School of Sustainable Development under the guidance of Dr. Manisha Viramesh. Today, I'll be presenting a case study conducted in Alapura district on variation of drinking water quality in Alapura and its impact on health. So Alapura is the smallest district in Kerala, and it is one of the districts surrounded by abundance of water bodies around it. But still, it is one of the districts suffering from severe water scarcity. So here in this study, I'll be looking into the quality of water. I'll be looking into two main things, that is the quality of drinking water in Alapura and also its impact on human health. For this study, I have collected water quality data from 27 sites from Central Groundwater Board and also the disease reports from District Medical Office, Alapura. So in this study, I have analyzed only the chemical parameters of water. So from the data collected, I have we could find that we could see that all of the chemical parameters were within the standard limits. The toxicity problem was not reported in any of the cases, and also the cation and anion concentration of all the samples were also in the acceptable limit. Based on these data, we also classified, we also did water quality index, and also we classified them into 5 different categories, that is excellent, good, poor, very poor, and unsuitable. And we could see that out of 27 samples, 19 samples belong to the excellent category, and only 2 of them belong to the unsuitable category. But the disease report collected from the medical board shows that there were 7 waterborne diseases reported in Alapura district in same year. This result shows that the drinking water in the district is highly contaminated by microorganisms, and thus which shows that the disinfection process is not very effective. Here, there are many methods for disinfection purpose, among like ultraviolet radiation, ozonization, chloramination. But among them, chlorination is one of the predominant method used in water distribution plants. Chlorine is highly reactive. it reacts with organic and inorganic compounds, and it easily get degraded, and thus the effect and its effect is not sustained to the user level. And also it is degraded due to many other factors such as pH, variation in temperature, variation in climatic conditions, and also depending on the duration. Depending on these factors, also the chlorine concentration is degraded. Thus, the effect is not sustained to the user level. This demands for extra amount of chlorine for disinfection purpose. But this, when extra amount of chlorine is added, it can cause disagreeable taste and odor at the time of consumption. Also, several studies have shown that the chlorine, when reacted with organic compounds, can produce disinfection byproducts which can cause cancer. So this study shows that even though the water is suitable in terms of physical and chemical parameters, even though the water belongs to excellent category in terms of physical and chemical parameters, it is not fit for drinking without proper disinfection methods. So this study highly recommend that proper monitoring and proper monitoring of water in terms of bacterial presence is also highly essential. And also the proper maintenance and monitoring of this water distribution system is also very essential. Along with that, public awareness should also be created for building up a water-wise community. Thank you.
Thank you, Reshma, for your quick presentation. It was interesting as well. I couldn't see any questions here, but probably you may see one or two questions later. Please visit Q&A part later. If there is any questions to you, kindly reply to those questions. Now we move on to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Mr. Krishna Nandanan. He's also PhD scholar at Amrita School for Sustainable Development. His research into focus is human-centered design for societal development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sandarajan. Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I think you need to share your screen so that I can share.
I know you can share your screen, I think. Yes.
Are you able to see my screen?
No, we couldn't see. Yeah, now we can see.
Okay, okay, sure.
We are not able to see the presentation.
I'll just share again.
Krishnandan, if you want, I can share for you.
Yeah, I think I could share. Is it visible?
Not yet.
What about now?
No.
Krishna, we are losing time. I will share.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes,
You are
we can hear
audible.
you, but
Yes,
we couldn't see the slide.
Yeah, I think I'm facing a bit of internet trouble. I'll
Maybe-
just try to share my screen again.
Or I will ask Madam to share it.
Is my screen visible? by
Yes,
any chance?
yes, yes.
Yeah, I'll put it in the slide. Now? Hello, is it visible now?
Yes. Yes, yes, it's visible. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning to all the participants, and also thank the Chancellor, as well as the organizers of this symposium for giving me this opportunity, and as well as my keynote speakers who have shared their valuable experiences and views. So here I will be presenting my work as a PhD student, and it is a case study which is pertaining to water in India. So the research participants are multidisciplinary in domain. As you can see, we have UG students who were from hello, I think I'm having some challenges sharing. So I will just maybe present my work. So basically, I am working in the area of water scarcity. So in the area of water scarcity in a village in Karkata, yeah. And this research team is a multidisciplinary team which has undergraduate students from chemical engineering, aerospace engineering, as well as industrial engineering student from PG, postgraduate, a PhD student, as well as a professor from civil engineering, which is Sandarajan sir, who is also the chair of this session, and Dr. Manisha ma'am, who is the dean and professor and who is also my PhD guide. So basically, I am working in the area of trying to address the water scarcity challenge that is faced by this village, uh, uh, called Calcutta, which is situated in Jharkhand. And so as you can see, the importance of agriculture is an essential source of livelihood in India. And if you look at 2017-18 stat, almost 275 million tons of agriculture food grains were produced, which accounts for 23% of total GDP, which shows the importance of Indian economy on agriculture. Also, there are survey estimates which mention that in 2018, 50% of workforce in India is employed in agriculture, which makes it a larger sector for employment. And also, according to Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations, they have reported that 70% of rural livelihoods are supported by agriculture, which shows how important agriculture is for the rural community. And the rural India are major contributors for agriculture sector, as we have farmers, small and marginal, which are mainly hailing from the rural India. Could we go to the next slide, please? As the study area, as mentioned before, it is village called Karkata, which is located in the Ranchi district of North Indian state of Jharkhand, India. It is it is home to a population of 533 residents, which is spread across 111 households. And it is also a matter of fact that each and every member of this community, that is each and every member of the household, own an agricultural land, which shows that each of them are engaged in agriculture, and and all of them are farming communities. And the water sources available for to these communities is a river, Tunju River, which flows near the village, as well as 3 wells and 6 hand pumps. As you can see, that is a satellite map of the village. Next slide, please. So the challenge that is impacting the community in Calcutta is severe water shortage, which they experience during the summer months from March to June. And during this period, all the Tunju River and all the wells except one dry up during the summer months. As you can see in the picture, it is a picture taken during the summer, where where that is a location where the Tunju River flows, and now it is completely dry and barren. And furthermore, even the water from the hand pumps is not very fit for drinking. And as we had seen that this is a completely agrarian community, they are completely dependent on water for their irrigation. And during these months, it impacts their livelihood significantly, and they are forced to depend on other sources of income, which is sporadic and uncertain. Next slide, please. So looking at it on a summarized perspective, we see that there is water scarcity, which is a primary challenge which impacts agricultural infeasibility, which further forces them to look for irregular job opportunities. And if that is not available, it leads them to intermittent poverty. Next slide, ma'am. And as we can see here, the Karkata community, so the methodology that we followed here is collaborative design, in other words, co-design, where we felt that it is very much important that the community members are also engaged in challenge identification, solution ideation, and solution design, so that their requirements are completely met. As you can see here, the Karkata community has worked along with the research team consisting of students and faculties in the co-design process to ensure the successful adoption of the technological solution by the Karkata community. Next slide, please. Is followed is showcased here. I'll be just briefly going through it due to the interest of time. So there is a problem that is clearly defined, which is water scarcity, and we had to recruit the right people to be part of this co-design session, which was mainly the farmers as well as their spouses, because the women also help their husbands in the farming, as well as the social change agents were the people whom we recruited in this process. And the entire planning of the co-design process is showcased here, and you can see it is a completely iterative process and completely participatory, the outcome of which was a design that is completely based on human-centric approaches. Moving to the next slide. In the next slide, we can see some of the co-design processes, activities that were done as part of the co-design. Next slide, please. So these are some of the activities that were done. First, we had done a mind map activity where the villagers was told to speak about anything that comes in their mind when exposed to the topic water. And many of them were able to point out only water scarcity, because that was the most underlying challenge that they faced. Group sketching, where they sketched an ideal summer, where a normal summer situation in the village, where they have always mentioned that they were forced to go to the nearby towns in search of labor, daily wage labor, and it was infrequent, and they were not always earning during those periods, and also they had to work under someone, which is something that they detested. And storytelling revealed some major pain points, where there were even situations where drinking water was scarce during some summers, and also the brainstorming session. So from the outcomes of all these tools, the brainstorming session helped us to understand the various challenges, and also the solution ideation was done during this process, where both the researchers and the villagers participated in this session, and also it culminated in a solution which was feasible for the community. Next slide, please. So summarizing the outcomes of this co-design process. Next slide. Yeah, so from the co-design outcome, it was evident that the common responses indicated water scarcity in summer as a primary challenge, reluctance to engage in daily wage labor due to inconsistent job availability, and they were being mistreated is another point that they raised. They preferred agriculture because all of them had agricultural lands, and it was something that even their forefathers practiced, and they felt that that was something that they were comfortable with. And the most feasible option from the brainstorming session and the outcome was that they prefer to utilize the rainwater during the monsoon season, and it is not feasible to use the river water as well as water from hand pumps and wells. So from this, it was understood that on-farm reservoir was something that was a feasible option for the community. And looking into detail of this on-farm reservoir, next slide, please. So this is the design sequence, and once the catchment area is identified, the soil was tested to understand the soil water characteristics, and from the rainfall data, using the soil water characteristics and the rainfall data, the runoff potential was calculated. That is the water that is not absorbed by the soil and that can be collected. And based on that, efficient irrigation methods were understood. And parallelly, the suitable crops that is less water intensive and that has demand in the market, these crops were identified, and then based on that, their crop water was calculated, and then we could estimate the irrigation demand. And based on the irrigation demand, we could identify the most efficient irrigation system, and based on that, the capacity of the on-farm reservoir was designed. So moving on to the next slide. So in a summary, the annual rainwater was calculated, the crop water requirement was analyzed, and based on that, the irrigation demand was understood. The irrigation method followed was identified to be deficit irrigation, by which you could understand that which saved more water compared to surface and drip irrigation. Also, the crop water requirements, we understood that sorghum, mung bean, as well as ragi were some of the least water intensive crops that could be grown in the soil conditions in Calcutta as well as during the summer. And based on this, we could design the capacity of the storage, that is the reservoir. And as we can see in the next slide, please, the capacity of the storage is decided to be around 600 meter cube, and this was decided for an acre of land. And we could see that the design of this reservoir is in the shape of a frustum of a cone. Next slide, please. So the shape is the frustum of a cone, where the inclination will help the water to flow into this reservoir, and this can be stored and can be utilized in the non-monsoon seasons, where the by which the agriculture can be sustained throughout the year. And moving to the next slide, we can see that from a sustainable development perspective, the sustainable development goals that we try to achieve through this project is the SDG 1, that is no poverty, SDG 5, that is gender equality, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, SDG 13, climate action, and SDG 16, that is peace, justice, and strong institutions. So here, moving to the next slide, but something that could be very much interesting to us is that how we would be able to measure the extent to which these communities were empowered and to extent to which sustainable development had occurred in this situation. So through this, it would be an interesting study to understand the impact of the intervention on the beneficiary. So if we were able to measure how much the solution has impacted this community, it would be a very significant study. Also, to measure, to understand and measure the impact would be something that is very useful. And through this, we will be able to set targets and goals. The communities themselves can set targets and goals for themselves, so that they know that if they achieve it, they could be sustainable and also self-reliant and independent. Also, the researchers could set goals and targets for the community members so that we know that in order to achieve these and these targets, maybe in SDG 6 or in SDG 10, these are some of the targets that they should achieve so that they can be sustainable and they can be self-reliant. And if we are able to come up with such a framework, we could utilize this for various communities, and also we'll be able to measure to what extent each of these communities have been empowered over the period of time. And this should be done in human-centric approach because it is very important to understand the needs of the community and their participation in the process. So my study is based on this area, and so I would like to end here. So next slide will have the references to my to this presentation, and thank you. Apologies for the lapse of connection from my side, and I am ready for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Krishnanathan, for your excellent presentation. It's a really interesting work. And due to time constraint, I think there is a question as well. So scaling up this human-centered approach is not possible for entire village sets in a district or even catchment. It's kind of comment he gave. Do you want to give your...
So if we are talking about a human-centered design perspective, I'm not saying that what solution is presented here is a solution which is applicable for other communities as well. So by applying this human-centered perspectives, we can understand that for a particular challenge, for a particular sect of community who have different needs and requirements, which is influenced by their cultural habits and their generations, the requirements will be different for different villages. So if you look from a human-centered design perspective, we will be able to rightly capture these challenges, have them involved in the study, and the solution could be completely different. Even a similar situation in some other village with some other community could have a different solution, and it need not be the same. But for this particular community, this was the solution that was proposed by the community themselves. I hope I addressed the question.
Just to give a quick add-on, I think the point is they're thinking that it is not possible for an entire village to do a human-centric approach. So in my opinion, over the years, what we have done, we are able to do. Naturally, it will take its own time and your availability to do that. You have to be with them to know it and then take forward. So we are working in 101 communities, but if you are there, then you're getting. So what are we trying to achieve? See, most of the time, we come up with innovations, we give to villages, and after 1 year you go, none of them will be using any of these solutions. Why? Because we didn't cater to what they need. We never knew their pulse. So what we are trying to achieve here is ahead of time, work with them and learn what they want and what they will accept. And based on that, you build the solution which is required for them. So that's how we make the success. So it's a little bit a different pathway you are adopting to make sure every technological, the solutions which you are coming is something which is needed by the community, and we are ensuring that they will adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Krishnanathan, for your presentation. Thank you. Now we move on to the last presentation of this session. That is by Bhavana from Amrita School for Sustainable Development.
Yes. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'll share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, all. And thank you so much for inviting me for this presentation. And I hope I can find a lot of inputs for my work here through all you all. So my PhD topic is applications of deep learning for flood monitoring. So before moving on to my research work, I would like to give a brief intro of my PhD journey so far. I started my PhD journey as a research assistant in the department of Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications under the supervision of Dr. Manisha and Seturaman sir. In the project named Flood Evac, my PhD advisor is Dr. Shiva Subramani Krishnamurthy from Amrita University, and my co-advisor is Dr. Thomas Heinzelmann from Mittweida University, Germany, whom I met in the Indo-German meet when we went for a presentation of Flood Evac project. And also we have some combined publications with TU Munich, Technical University of Munich, Germany. So a brief intro of Flood Evac, what it was all about. That's what I'm going to say. That is, our Flood Evac approach for flood relief was designing a web app or mobile app through which the people, the common people who are affected during the floods, they can access this and get response. They can request and get response at the time of need. That is, whenever the flood happens, they can access this. So what all sources we used were geotagged and time-stamped text, crowdsourced text and image and video uploads. The dream of making this Flood Evac approach came true in the year 2018 when Amrita Kripa app was launched, and it helped during the Kerala floods in 2018 and 2019. Within the few days of app's launch, more than 3,000 entries were recorded in real time, which helped to locate, rescue, and provide relief to more than 12,000 people in the districts of Kerala. And that was a huge achievement from our team. Amrita Kripa app was a success, and how it is going to help in water resilience, that's what I'm trying to connect through my presentation now. That is, like, my work includes measuring of water level with the help of images, and by analyzing the images and videos which get uploaded in our mobile app. So by measuring the water level in real time or near real time, it can be used in developing forecast models to estimate water consumption requirements for a city, that is to avoid for a city or population which is under consideration. So what happens is, in 2017-18, there was a condition in Cape Town, that there was an event that was named as Day Zero, when they completely ran out of water. So we can avoid such situations. Also, extreme conditions like flooding can be avoided by developing such forecast models. That is the ultimate aim of what my research is all about. That is providing real or near real time water level measurement. So my objective of work is completely focused on images and videos which can be analyzed to measure the water depth by using reference objects in the images, that can be human or non-human objects. And non-human objects can be such as vehicles, signboards, lamp posts, traffic lights, or bridges. So with the help of deep learning approach, we can provide the water level depth measurement by using these reference objects in the images or videos. So some of the work which got published, some of my work which got published are based on this system architecture. This is one of the work in which I used humans as a reference object to measure the water depth. So initially what happens is you can give the input image, it will classify it as male or female, and based on that it is segmented, the objects are segmented, and the water depth is measured. Next, system architecture which I used for publication, and this work was published along with TU Munich collaboration. The collaboration was with Dr. Punit Bhola, who is from Civil Department in TU Munich University, Germany, and his was the complete hydrodynamic model, and mine was computer vision and deep learning approach. So with the help of this, he could validate his work with the help of my research results. So in this, the bridges were used as reference objects, and with the help of the height already known, we can measure the water level depth. And the recent one, which was got published recently in a journal, which used vehicle as reference objects, and with the help of that we can measure the water depth. So this is the overall view of what my research work is all about. These are some of the publications which I have so far, one of which is in a journal, and which recently got accepted was in January 2021. That is another journal, and other are conference papers. So this is my team, which we all work together to make this project a success, and they also help in my research part. And these are the project partners we had during the flood evac project time. These are some of the milestone meetings which really helped me take forward my research work by the inputs they gave me during these meetings which happened between our team and the partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavana, for your interesting presentation. It's really looks like a very challenging work.
Yes.
Yes. So looks like there is no question as of now. So we came to the end of this session. So I think with all the speakers as well as attendees for taking part in this session, there were nearly 14 presentations. All are one or other way, it's very interesting as well. And the energy and resource for wastewater is presented by Jules, and assessment of wastewater resources is by Gosai, and water-wise communities by Dr. Manisha Ramesh and Ranjit, and water stewardship by Romitson, integrated water resource management for drylands by Kaushal Gar, water loss reduction by Manoj, aquatic ecosystem and water sustainability by Ramachandra, reservoir operation by Nagesh Kumar, river rejuvenation by Suja, groundwater resilience by Gina Prasad, and drinking water challenges using participatory and business model by Vineet, and human-centered design to solve societal problems by Krishnan. And then these are the summary of the presentation we had during this session. It's really interesting. I thank everyone from the speakers, attendees, organizers, support team, everyone. It's really marathon kind of 6-hour session with the 2 short breaks in between. It's excellent. I could see almost on an average, the participants is close to 100. Due to time constraint, few might have left by the time. Thanks a lot. And I give it to Manisha Madam.
Thank you, everybody, for joining this program and staying till late at this point also. We look forward to see you tomorrow also. It starts at 3 p.m. and same way till it will go up to 10 p.m. It will have both industry, PhD and the keynote sessions. We look forward to have more participations, and if you have anybody in connection in this area, please feel free to inform them also. And thank you for all the questions. Thank you for all the engagements, discussions. Thank you, everybody, and hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye.